trainers, allow us to welcome you into day 2 of this special event here in Turin. You may know me as Inadequance, you also may call me Martijn.
Yes, my name is Koning Leinhardt, but you can call me anytime. No, my real name is Leonard König, of course, and we are absolutely pumped to finally be online again.
We saw so many different picks between the two regionals that we have this weekend, Turin and Milwaukee. After the moveset update, right? I think it's really cool. Unfortunately, due to a power outage yesterday, we didn't quite finish the tournament where we wanted to finish it. However, we now have a top 64 instead of a top 8. So we still have a lot of battles to go through. We have a large bracket to go through, and a lot of competitors are still fighting for those 2 world spots.
Yes, we have 2 winners finals coming up from the respective groups, and then I think we're going to show 2 losers finals before we go into the top 16. We might also just go into the top 16. I
think we're just going to show a lot of them. But we are not the only casters today. If you have missed the stream from yesterday, we also have, as you can see here on the left, Amanda Lundberg and Abi after that. And then we have, well, myself and Leonard.
Hey, that's me.
It is you. Yes, that
I'm on television.
It's true. Look. Yeah, so we'll be rotating the casters now and then. Now you'll have to deal with myself and Leonard. But, you know, we are very pumped to shoutcast some of these battles.
We can convey the energy that we are having behind the scenes, because this is a lot of fun. The anticipation is so high. I really just want to see those battles, and I know I can already spoiler you a little bit that in the first match of the day we are going to see one of my top picks, but we're going to get to that later.
We actually did have yesterday predicted some of the players that we expect to make to the top cut. Yeah, I also have a couple. I also had 2, right? I had Scafo and Dex. Unfortunately, Dex already is out. You actually still have, do you have both your predictions in?
I have a Mind Joke, who is currently in the losers bracket, and I have Stone Collection, who is in a winners final.
Well, maybe you got it right. I don't know how it is going with our Pokemon predictions, but I'm excited for what we have to see today. But how about first, we take a look at some of the players we should keep an eye on, because there are still many in. Let's take a look. Let's wait for it to come up, actually. So what we're going to show soon is the players that we want to keep an eye on for this tournament. We have, like, I believe 10 players or so that we're taking a look at, from a couple different nationalities, right? Mostly we want to obviously take a look at the Italian players. Now the video is ready. We're going to show it to you now.
Welcome to another episode of Players to Look Out For. Torino marks the last European tournament of this Play Pokemon season and the first tournament of the next Pokemon Go season. This is the last chance for many European battlers to qualify for the World Championships in Yokohama, so the stakes are very high. We'll be taking a look at some of the best battlers attending in Torino here. First up, we have Palasha97. She is mostly known for performing very well in the grassroots competition and being the first female battler to have reached the top of the leaderboard in the Go Battle League. This Play Pokemon season, she has only participated in the 2023 EUIC. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side, and she'll be trying once more here in Torino to qualify for the World Championships. Next, we have Sanjudijo. So far, Sanjudijo has participated in the 2023 EUIC and in Bilbao, where he had a rough set on stream against runner-up Vani. Sanjudijo performs quite well in the grassroots competition and could be a top threat underdog in Torino if he can manage to find his form in the Open Grey League meta. The next player we'll be looking at is Andris96. She is known for using the core meta of the Open Grey League and has participated in multiple Play Pokemon tournaments so far. She reached the lower brackets finals in Stuttgart and in Liverpool. In Utrecht, she reached the upper and lower brackets semi-finals. So close, yet so far for Andris. Perhaps this could be the tournament for Andris to qualify for the World Championships. This player is one that many of us know, Dex. Dex is one of the favorites in every tournament he plays in. He's had a lot of success in previous tournaments this season. Placed 3 in Bilbao, placed 4 in Liverpool, and placed 9 at the 2023 EUIC. It would be no surprise to see Dex succeed in Torino this weekend. Next up, we have Arsenio. Arsenio has attended 5 Play Pokemon tournaments so far and stands out for some of the most genius plays made on the Play Pokemon streams in Europe. Unfortunately, he hasn't managed to get further than place 7, which was at Bochum, and this will be his final shot to qualify for Worlds. Just like fellow Frenchman Dex, it will be no surprise to see Arsenio make it to the top cut here in Torino. Now, this is a player many grassroots competitors know, Sandudu. He is known to be one of the best battlers in the grassroots competition, but hasn't really figured out the Open Grey League meta yet so far. He's only played in Liverpool and the 2023 EUIC until now. In Liverpool, he played a match on stream and unfortunately had his Charizard locked into a Bastiodon. He only got to the lower bracket round 4 here. This is Sandudu's last chance to prove himself to the competitive scene that he is one of the best. Now, if we look at the local battlers, we have one of the best ones participating as well, Asper Shelto. Asper Shelto is known to be a leader in Italian grassroots competition teams and performs on a very high level. He has played in the Warsaw Play Pokémon Regional Tournament before and made it to top 4 here. He is, without a doubt, one of the anticipated players to make it to top cut this tournament. The next player we take a look at is Leandro. Leandro has been contributing as a judge in almost every European Play Pokémon tournament and knows every single little mechanic of the game. This season, he has only participated in Bochum. Leandro didn't have many shots at qualifying for Worlds, but this might be it for him. The player with the hero story for this tournament is looking to be a mind joke. He has participated in every European Play Pokémon tournament so far, besides Bilbao, and he has made top cut in almost every single tournament. Despite this great and consistent performance, he hasn't qualified for the World Championships yet. This is his last chance. The final player we will be looking at is Scafo99. Scafo is the only Italian Go player ever so far to have qualified for the World Championships. He did so by knocking out Toad Tactical at the 2023 EUIC and will be the Dream Eater for Torino. Whoever is fighting for that Worlds invite has to get past Worlds participant Scafo first.
That video gave me goosebumps, I'm not gonna lie. That was absolutely fascinating. There is so much story behind all of those players. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, unfortunately not all of them are in the winners bracket anymore. Like I said earlier, Dex already even is knocked out. Yeah. We do have players like Paulasha that are still in the winners finals. In fact, I believe this is the tournament where the women battlers are actually doing really well. We have 3 of them in their winners finals, so I'm actually really excited to see those battle today as well. Now, speaking of community in general, we had giveaway codes yesterday, and we actually did hand out some, and we actually made some pictures with some of our community members as well. I think that was a lot of fun to see some of the local battlers, right? I think it's a lot of fun that we have everyone involved here. I had a good time yesterday.
Yes, and I still have my codes, so if anyone in the venue is listening, then I can give those out today as well. If nobody comes to me, I'm just going to go out and give them to some people because I don't want to keep them for myself.
Yeah, no, exactly. I get that. So, yeah, speaking of community, this is not the only tournament that we have here this weekend. We also have the tournament in Milwaukee and Santiago. Santiago's actually only on Sunday, so they actually had another extra day to take a look at how the meta went in Torino and Milwaukee. And yeah, they'll be playing today. I think that's 48 players in Santiago.
That could be true. I don't really know about that. However, I have been watching the stream of Milwaukee yesterday after we were done early because of the power out, and there was some wild stuff happening there, man. Yeah,
I think the American players are doing a little bit better than us in regarding of spice. Now, we see here the top 12, obviously not the most spicy picks, but we do see, look at that first Pokemon. I knew it. Medicham on 82, almost 82% of the teams, and as the prime counter, Sableye 48%.
What a wild call by you that Medicham is going to be incredibly popular.
yeah, no one saw it coming.
Nobody saw that coming.
It's true.
Absolute surprise. But yeah, 81 is convincing. It has lost quite a bit of popularity after being like 100% representative in top cuts, at least for some events. It dropped down to like 50, and now since all of those ice types and ice steel types, frankly, have increased in popularity as well and have received a huge buff, in the attack update, Medicham's just so much better than before again.
Absolutely. And now there's also two other, there are many different things to notice here actually. One of them that I want to point out is that Trevenant is just gone out of the top 12. After being like top 4 pretty consistently, it's just gone. It's no longer there.
Not even 15%.
No, it's just no longer there. I think we only saw Super Hockey play it yesterday on stream. And yeah, but we do now see Alolan Sandslash make it to the top 12. On top of that, we have Lickitung and Umbreon. I think Umbreon was there before, Lickitung only in the first regional this season. But they're making a comeback.
Yes, and I'm really surprised about Altaria, to be honest, because Ice types have received huge buffs, and also Steel types have gotten better because of that. So Steel types and Ice types are really the ones that you do not want to face with Altaria. So why is it becoming more popular again?
I don't know what's going on there.
Same.
I don't know. So like one thing that I read out of this graphic is that a lot of people anticipated the rise of Alolan Sandslash, right? That's why we have more Medicham, and to answer Medicham we have more Sableye. We don't have as much Lantern as I thought there would be, especially because Medicham and Lantern pair so well.
Actually, a low number.
Yeah. I mean, if you predict fewer Trevenant, I think Medicham Lantern core would be much better, but we don't see any of that. I did hear that we had some Whimsicots. We might see some of that on stream as well, which I think could be a pretty cool core break for like Dark types, Medicham, and Lantern, right?
That is true, and I'm looking at Swampert as the top 4 Pokemon. Swampert is just so insanely good. If we have like less Altarias, maybe some fewer Noctowls as well, and no Trevenant, then Swampert is just going to go crazy all over the place.
Maybe that's why players still, maybe that's why players decide to bring the Altaria. Despite Alolan Sandslash clearly being way more meta and much better right now. So yeah, that was basically what we had for Milwaukee, the meta that we have there, right? On the stream there, we did see some wild picks. I believe that one of the competitors, Ryan Swag, got to day 2 with a Dedenne. I believe you have the pin, right?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, that
I wonder who gave that to me.
So, speaking of community, earlier we had those pictures. How about we show those pictures that we had with the community? So, this was yesterday, right? We had giveaway codes that you could get here at the venue if you approach one of the casters. And like we just said, Leonard still has 5. If you are here at the venue, just go have a talk with Leonard. Have a picture with him, like I have here with Leandro. That is me and Leandro. He's still in the winners bracket currently, right? And we see in the back there we see Whiskey as well, right? The player, and he's still in the winners finals as well for this tournament. So yeah.
And he talked to me yesterday. He really wants to be on stream. So let's see.
He really wants to be there. I think he's playing Polaris, so that will make a very exciting winners final there. And we have here Chorizo, right? One of the French players, I believe he's also pretty far in the tournament. Currently, he defeated his French opponent, Hikami, I believe a friend from him as well. So he's making a good run this tournament too, Chorizo.
Absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah, and this is player Ronco. I met him yesterday. He asked to make a picture with me, and then I said, well, can I also have a picture with you? He's also in one of the winners final. We have so many exciting battlers here today that all made it very far. And then we have him. We have Whiskey 1 TJ. Yeah, like we said, just in the winners final as well.
We have an appearance of Ilya on stream.
It's true. On the right side, we see the 2 judges there as well. Yes, next to Ilya, this time judging. We have here Amanda and Elisa Nobal. Elisa was not playing this time in this tournament, but as a local Italian battler, she did want to spectate here and meet up with some of the friends.
Of course, and you can also watch those exciting battles as well. And here we have Abi again with
Ricky. Who's actually Elisa's boyfriend. They went together here to meet the community. Elisa and Ricky have been in the community for a long time, and they just want to meet up with some of us. Unfortunately, they are not here today, but you know, we are all so together that they just want to meet us, even if it was just for one day.
I was asking if he's going to compete, and now we have Count Xevious with one of my picks to win this tournament, Stone Collection.
We might see Stone Collection later on stream today.
We might see him very soon.
I heard he brought a pretty cool Pokemon, a Pokemon that I personally, maybe I'm just bad at the game, but I can't make it work. And again, Stone Collection gets to like top cut with those Pokemon, right? Usually he does it with like Samurott. This time he got something else.
Oh, I was going to ask, is it Samurott again? But I'm really excited to see that happening. We have, again, the top 64 who basically qualified for day 2 as we had this unfortunate power out yesterday. So we have so many good players in the game still.
It's the biggest day 2 of this season.
Yes, that's fitting for a season final, right, for the EU scene. So we are really incredibly hyped to see much more of those games. There are some games happening off stream, of course, because we can't show you top 64. We would be here still tomorrow, and we don't want to make the players wait for so long.
I don't mind just chilling with you and chat, right? That'll be fun. But no, we'll just be trying to progress the tournament as smoothly as we can and show the best battles possible. Obviously, like I said earlier, we will have like Palasha and Whiskey on the stream soon. Stone Collection will be on the stream later. And you know, do you want to know the pick that he brought? Do you know the pick that he brought?
No.
It's a Shadow Politoed. We have not seen that at all.
Oh, that is cool.
Maybe he's a mastermind who's like, you know, if Trevenant is gone, I can just run Politoed with maybe Earthquake, without Blizzard even, to hit grass types, because there are no grass types.
Yes, Politoed is so cool. It is always so jolly, so happy. I mean, the Shadow one is a bit angrier as well, but...
It is actually an angry Politoed that he brought. Yeah, we see here the stages for the video game, for the trading card game, and there we see, I believe that's Heisenberg on the left side and a Stone Collection on the right side that we see here. So we are actually going to see the Angry Toad soon.
Yes, and we have seen someone else from your players to keep an eye on video. It is Vanny, the runner-up of Bilbao.
He was indeed in the San Rodrigo part. This time Vanny is a judge, so he's not playing. He's just making sure that the game, the battles are being run smoothly here, and we see the teams here now. Lead me in, Leo. What is the most exciting Pokemon that you see here? You can pick only one.
I mean, it has to be Politoed, right? But there is, on Heisenberg's side, the Toxapex, which is a Pokemon that I love to see every time.
How good do you think the Politoed is here?
Ooh, okay, Registeel is a tough deal for it.
Well, you might have Earthquake, right? Which is super effective. And maybe you can win that battle, right?
You have Earth. Oh no, Politoed. I was thinking about Toxapex still. Yeah.
Oh no, Toxapex does not have Earthquake. No. That would be great
really
for it.
Confused for a second. But no, against Registeel, yes, I think you can. I mean, it should be the same count as Galarian Stunfisks to the Earthquake, so you actually do outpace. However, I think this is also like a bait-dependent scenario, even though the Weather Ball might still deal a lot of damage. So it's a much better bait than a Rock Slide would be.
You know where the Politoed really stands out in my opinion? You know how Shadow Charizard can beat the Swampert in the 2-shield scenario just because the wing attacks add up and then you win the charge attack priority on the last Hydro Cannon? Politoed with Weather Ball actually paces just one much shot faster. So you actually do win the 2 shields there against that Shadow Charizard. I think that's where Politoed also really stands out in this matchup. Chat, if you have a favorite here, please let us know. If you are supporting here Heisenberg on the left or Stone Collection on the right. We are going in this battle very shortly. Here we go, Leo.
First game of the day.
Let's see what we are going to face here. You think he rings the Politoed? It is the Sableye into the shiny. It's shiny Shadow Charizard, one of my favorite. It's also Shadow Sableye, so these Shadow Claws hit even harder.
I think we are lucky because we just encountered a shiny one, so we are actually pacing to the foul play. At the charge attack priority event against the Dragonclaw, we are shielding that one, so not that good for Stone Collection. This is not an attack you want to shield. However, Shadow Charizard against Shadow Sableye is still going to deal a lot of damage.
I would still do like I think a solid 35%. Definitely put the Shadow Sableye in the red. I'm actually surprised that Stone Collection throws on charge attack priority there, because I'm sure that Stone Collection knows that Sableye loses that, but Shadow Sableye can just farm this down easily if he shields again.
Yes, and now we are going to see the Blast Burn, the probably most powerful attack we have in the format right now, which is going to be shielded as well. And we Shadow Claw down way before Heisenberg gets to a Dragonclaw, so he has the shield advantage. However, there is a lot of energy on Stone Collection's side. A Shadow Fall play is going to deal a lot of damage, not against...
I love this play. I love this play. Swapping out that Sableye right away, preserving the energy for something else, right? For this Meta Champ, for example, and going for that Earthquake, which is not as efficient. Wow, shielding it up right away. This Earthquake is not as efficient as the Weather Ball because it doesn't have the same type of attack bonus, but it does hit pretty hard.
Yeah, and it got shielded, so that is a really good position for Heisenberg. Of course, Stone Collection will be able to bring in the Sableye with the last few hit points. Yes, this is a Shadow Pokemon. This deals a lot of damage. The switch timer is so far from being up, so we are probably going to see some double foul play action here before the Medicham reaches the Ice Punch, and then Stone Collection has the matchup of Medicham versus Umbreon in the no-shields.
Yeah, and you know what I think that comes down to? The Umbreon, I think, gets the clean farm down here on this Sableye, and Umbreon is notorious for winning the zero shields against Medicham with a slight energy advantage, which it's going to get here. But it's all going to come down to that moveset of Stone Collection. What if he runs Dynamic Punch? Let's take a look. Medicham comes in, and it is Ice Punch Psychic. I think that Umbreon, despite taking super effective damage the whole time, is going to take this matchup. Let's take a look at how this goes. First foul play coming in now.
Yes, Umbreon is, even though it has the advantage here, it is a little bit chipped already, so we are going to go for an Ice Punch here. It is not going to deal too much damage. We have no option for a critical hit in case you are new to Pokemon Go, so that is also not going to be a factor here.
Yeah, Ice Punch doesn't deal that much damage, and this Umbreon looks to be getting to 2 foul plays here. You might want to throw that last resort attack at the very end, just because it does a little bit more damage if you only want to get to 1 more charge attack.
Yes, and now we are farming up to yet another Ice Punch. We are throwing a foul play again.
Oh, that's interesting.
Side. Yeah.
I think that might not KO. Let's take a look here. Ice Punch coming in. Again, Umbreon, that tickles. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it's hurting. And throwing that foul play right away as the counter comes through. And I think this might still be winnable for Collection because of that play. Because the counter, there's an extra counter coming through. And now, let's see if Medicham can counter down. It actually punches down the Umbreon.
Ooh, Stone Collection coming in clutch there. I thought the foul play was thrown at a charge attack priority event, but Stone Collection threw it in midst of the animation of the Snarl. So when Heisenberg just decided to instantly throw the foul play, he gave him another counter, and Stone Collection was able to counter it down.
You are so knowledgeable at this game, Leonard, because that is entirely correct.
That's why I am the expert here.
Yes, you are correct. Please tell me more. But also because he didn't, Heisenberg went for the foul play instead of the last resort. The last resort deals a little bit more damage there. And look, this already speaks for itself that Stone Collection is a player you don't give him any opening because he will take that chance to win the battle. We see a large list of achievements here, Leonard.
Yes, he qualified for the World Championships and really just performed there. He got to top 16 twice at regionals in this season in Utrecht and well, Utrecht was a special event like Torino is. So he's yet to come close to this top 8 achievement, or rather to top 4, top 2, getting the invite to the World Championship. So I think this game, which looked like it was lost on paper, he managed to clutch it out, and maybe that's fate.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, it was also a little bit given to him, just because
by fate.
You need like really precise play at times, right? I'm not blaming Heisenberg on any of that, but just because you give a little bit of a small opening, a little bit of less efficient play, it allowed Stone Collection to win that battle. And here we go already in game number 2. We have Registeel into the Noctowl. This is terrible for Stone Collection.
Yes, that is really not the matchup you want to have. Noctowl is famous for being able to defend itself at least a little bit against those steel types, and now we are in the Politoed versus Umbreon matchup. The thing is with Shadow Pokemon versus Umbreon is that Umbreon just outbulks everything.
Yeah, so yeah, this Politoed is going to spam those weather balls that charge up really quickly, and but they just don't deal that much damage. Umbreon just has a much better stat distribution here. Yeah. I don't know exactly how this matchup is going though. I would
have an idea.
All right, we'll see. I'm not surprised if Politoed might get really annoying here though with all those quick weather balls. Let's take a look.
That is true. We are going to see many of them. We are almost at the 3rd weather ball already. We are going to see the weather ball first before the foul play comes out, because there was one more Snarl used. Palaclima hits, and now we are going to see the Ripika, which is, I think, foul play. And now Politoed has to shield already, but Stone Collection really wants to keep the alignment because you don't want to have your Noctowl in against the Registeel.
Yeah, and I think he will outpace to that weather ball, as we see here. Weather ball coming in. Perfect timing from Stone Collection. The Germans are just so good at maths and engineering, right? Like we had Zweilos the other day talking about that as well. And look, letting that Umbreon go, not caring for the switch advantage there, Heisenberg. And coming in with the Charizard, but the Charizard is getting that full farm down, but It has to shield this weather ball. I think this will do too much damage.
Yeah, this might get close to a second shadow ball, to a second weather ball as well. I'm sorry. So we are immediately switching into the knockdown, and now we are going back to the bad matchup. If Heisenberg wants to, he can just bring in the Registeel, and that is surprising.
Can we get a boom here? Can we get a boom here? All right, here we go. Boom! Blastburn coming in, does so much damage here, and trying to catch a Sky Attack on the Registeel is unable to, but now eating the Shadow Ball on the Registeel. This will do about 30% damage. It can take it quite well.
Yes, the question is, will Noctowl get to another one to chip this Registeel further down, or will Registeel just get the full farm down? We are not going to throw a move here. Shadow Ball is being thrown! Stone Collection gets the important chip damage.
Speaking of faith here again. Trusting his Noctowl to get to that Shadow Ball at 1 HP. Look at that lock-on even took it down. Yes, that's actually huge, no?
What you can do now is just bring in the Medicham. I was thinking you could bring in the Politoed here because it would look kind of nice. You can force your opponent to throw this powerful Zap Cannon onto the low HP Politoed because those mud shots do add up.
Yeah, well, I think that Stone Collection is looking to gets the car comes down. He wants to get that energy to throw into the Charizard to threaten it, and then yeah, you need to throw the charge attacks quickly, otherwise the Charizard might knock you out before that. And I think he still has a little bit of energy on the Politoed as well. Calling the Ice Punch. This does not KO. This is huge from Heisenberg. What a play! Catching the Dragon Claw. What is going on, Leonard? I don't know anymore. But I don't think this matters because he's just going to get Wing Attack down on the Charizard now, shielding the Dragon Claw to get perhaps some much damage in. But this might be too late for Stone Collection. You know, I say always bait, but in this case, baiting cost him that battle.
Yep. And now the Blast Burn comes out. We are going to see the Medicham Feint going back to its Pokeball. No reason for a boom here.
he wanted to make sure this Medicham is gone.
it would have KO'd.
Yeah. That
Rock Slide would have KO'd.
Rock Slide would have KO'd. Good one. I wonder if Toe Tactical is in the chat right now. We should definitely remind him of that. Anyway, I loved that battle. That was so close. Despite Stone Collection leading the Noctowl into that Registeel from Heisenberg, and then swapping out suddenly right after winning the switch advantage with Politoed against Umbreon, going back into the Noctowl, not wanting to give that Charizard any energy advantage.
I mean, he used a shield on a Politoed that had relatively low health and low energy, so I thought that he was playing for this alignment really hard, and I mean, it just made sense, you know? You don't want to be in with your Noctowl against the Registeel. It's one of the hardest counters in the game.
I guess he kind of got spooked out by the Charizard coming in, right? Because the Charizard with energy and shield advantage against anything on Stone Collection's line, except the Politoed, is pretty good. Even that Noctowl would not really want to deal with the energy on the Charizard, and after that, the Registeel also can win the Zero Shields against Medicham. So I kind of do understand that Stone Collection swaps out there because it's just scary.
What do you think about fighting type attacks on Medicham right now? Because in GBL I am running Power Up Punch now, and I love it.
So do I. It's just a little bit easier to force yourself through thick Pokemon like Umbreon and Registeel, right? Because those annoying, bulky Pokemon sometimes just win the Zero Shields against the fighters. That should not be. And that's why I like to run it as well. So,
and if you get a shield with a Power-Up Punch, it's
Yeah, I also want to point out that crazy call on the Ice Punch from Heisenberg. That also won him the battle here. I think, but what I also think this is a bad lead for you for Stone Collection. Let's see.
Oh, and are we going to save switch into the Umbreon immediately? Yes, Umbreon is a really good save switch right now. It just basically loses against the Medicham, but it also chips it a lot. Of course, Registeel is also not the best matchup for a Umbreon.
Yeah, actually, if you don't get the attack drop here as the Umbreon, this is flippable for Umbreon. That's just how alright it is in this matchup. First Zap Cannon coming in, smart play by Heisenberg, because you need 2 charge attacks to KO the Umbreon regardless. And does he get the attack drop? He does get the attack drop. And looking at Stone Collection's face there, I think he did want to try and flip it if he did not get the attack drop here.
Yes, but the last Pokemon on Heisenberg's team is Umbreon that we haven't seen yet. So actually this Politoed will have to do a lot of work.
I think a lot is an understatement. Yeah. The thing is, you also still have this Registeel to go through, and I think the fortunate thing here is that I like from Stone Collection, he get the full farm down here on this Medicham. Probably has to eat 1 Zap Cannon here, but Shadow Charizard is so fragile, it still doesn't want to eat a debuffed, even a debuffed Psychic.
That is true if he gets the debuff. So Medicham, also not the Pokemon you want to win this game with. You know, you want to. Oh, he got 2 more counters in because of the attack
It's true.
drop.
More energy.
So, yeah, a bit more energy. We are going for a Psychic immediately. Is his opponent going to call an Ice Punch again? Because that would be huge. This Charizard is win condition. He shields it, but we are probably going to go... Oh, we're immediately going to the Politoed, just having this 1 shield advantage to beat 2 Pokemon right now. This is going to be a lot of work for the Politoed.
Yeah, but Medicham also still has energy. Maybe perhaps that can also do something later.
Yep.
Now this is going to be difficult. I actually expected a no-shoot from Heisenberg for a second because the Weather Ball does way more than a Psychic there, especially when Psychic is debuffed. Letting the first foul play go, going to 100 energy here, and here in comes that first Weather Ball.
I mean, mathematically it just makes sense, right? You need 8 counters for a Psychic and you only need...
Ooh, the first shield on the Weather Ball!
Wow.
Oh no! You don't want that! Still going straight for the Weather Ball, not going for that Earthquake. Weather Ball just is a little bit more efficient, and perhaps if Heisenberg is throwing the charge attacks on the alignment, perhaps you can even sneak an extra Mudshot somewhere. Let's see.
Well, that was a really heavy investment on a Weather Ball with the Umbreon shield. That was like, it would have dealt like 5 damage max.
Yeah, and with the shield down, perhaps even the Medicham could swap back in and perhaps throw that Psychic at that Charizard soon. So I think there's a lot of play on Stone Collection's side here.
Oh, this is incredibly exciting. I love it when the game is a bit less alignment dependent. You can actually go for yet another foul play. You kind of have to shield that. There's so many Weather Balls on this Politoed right now.
What do you think the play is here? Do you go for the Earthquake? Will the Earthquake knock out that Umbreon at this point? Stone Collection's charging up so much energy. I think he's going for that Earthquake. He has 100 energy now. If he has 100 energy, he has an Earthquake and a Weather Ball stored. And I think that will be the win for Stone Collection. Earthquake coming through. Umbreon is bulky, but will this knock it out? It does knock it out. And now you have that Weather Ball. Will this take out? No, I mean, this is full HP Charizard. Will this knock it out? I don't know. I never used Politoed.
This is going to deal a hefty amount of damage, though. So
it does so much. Oh my god!
The Medicine comes in.
It comes down.
One counter is enough.
What a game!
Stone Collection wins. What is happening?
Oh my! What a great first match. This was only the first match of today.
Yes! Woo!
Okay, well, my throat is going to have a tough time at the end of the day. But if these are the battles that we're getting today, I'm all down for it. This was an incredible matchup between these two battlers.
That one went hard, and there is so much to analyze after this because there were so many micro decisions. And I feel like in Game 2 and Game 3, the game was decided by slight mistakes on the players' ends.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this just also showcases how good a pick like Shadow Politoed is, right? Who saw that coming? If I were to play Stone Collection, I'd be like, okay, he's running Samurott probably again, maybe even with Liquidation.
Samurott would have also been amazing against the Charizard.
Yeah, but then the Registeel is more difficult as well, right? So I guess it kind of has its offsets. I think that the Politoed is just a pretty solid read currently in the meta, and you know, perhaps he can make it work because without grass types, you don't need Blizzard, and water and ground is just.
Yep.
It's just a swamp. It's just kind of a Swampert without the ground defensive typing.
That is true. That is actually true.
It
sounds kind of good. Actually.
That's pretty correct, right? Except this time you have Weather Ball. Doesn't hit as hard. Does come out quicker.
Not quite.
yeah. Well, I mean, on the Charizard, it did a lot of damage. I actually had no idea how much that would do. I was like, you know, Charizard might just hang on. Probably gets into the red. But, you know, the shiny deal more damage. Take a little more damage.
I figured it would deal about 75% damage, maybe, at max.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then Medicham would have a hard time countering it down. Maybe you would still win with the Politoed Mudshots, because even though they are resisted and it's not the hardest hitting attack, you can still deal some damage because it is a Shadow Charizard.
Exactly, and it's a pretty fragile Pokemon. If you play Charizard against Medicham, you'll find that sometimes you have to be the first one to shield the charge attack as the Charizard, right? Obviously, you can like play with your energy there by farming up with the wing attacks and the Dragon Claws and the Blast Burns.
I mean, you can sneeze at Charizard and it takes 50% damage, basically.
Absolutely, but regardless, I think there was some really solid gameplay we saw there. No Toxapex from Heisenberg. What do you think of Toxapex in a meta full of Medicham, Lantern, and Registeel?
I mean, against Medicham, you at least have the advantage that the counters do not really add up. Registeel is very bad for you.
Very bad.
You only have the Brine, and that one is not really the most efficient attack.
It's not the strongest charge attack, no. Previously, we thought that Toxapex would get Muddy Water, and Muddy Water would have given it very inconsistent matchups, right? Because then you have attack drops, and but now we have Brine. I think it does balance Toxapex a little bit. Imagine that Toxapex had something like Liquidation. We would have a really strong water poison Umbreon Pokemon like, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I do think Toxapex has a lot of merit, but there are not as many fairy types to counter. Maybe Heisenberg predicted a lot of Azumarill or Tapu Fini or Alolan Ninetales. We don't see as many of those currently, and especially with Alolan Sandslash rising currently, I think Toxapex is kind of difficult to use.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash is so good against it as well. Drill Run is a really powerful move as opposed to Bulldoze.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, what I did like about Heisenberg's team is that Charizard, though. If I were to play a regional right now, Charizard. I think it's the most flexible flyer currently. But how about we take a look at what Stone Collection thinks of Charizard, because he dealt with it.
What an incredible way to start out this very longer day 2. I am here with Stone Collection, who just won that first matchup, this very close matchup. I think everyone was on the edge of their seats there, Stone. What were your thoughts going into the matchup, at least?
Going into the matchup, I was actually pretty confident because I thought he didn't have any real Shadow Sableye counters except Umbreon, but that matchup is like really bad for Shadow Sableye, so it's always a risk to run it. And Shadow Politoed looked pretty good against pretty much anything, maybe not against Medicham, but and maybe not against Umbreon, but the rest looked pretty fine. So I was trying to get some energy on it, and it worked out fine in the end.
Yeah, you say not very good against Umbreon, but both matchups, you had it pretty much lined up against the Umbreon, and it seemed to still do fairly well. What was your thoughts going Weather Ball basically every single time straight up? You didn't even, the first time, even bother building to the Earthquake.
In what situation? Against the Medicham or against
no,
the
against the Umbreon, you went straight Weather Ball at the first.
Yeah, because I think in the zero shield, so if nobody's spending any shields, you can, I think, KO the Umbreon in 4 Weather Balls, and throwing an Earthquake is always a risk. I mean, you lose half a turn because the opponent might sneak in a move, but I think Weather Ball might be slightly more energy efficient, and if an Earthquake gets shielded, yeah, it's like against the Medicham matchup in the second game. The Earthquake got shielded. I should have thrown the Weather Balls because that would have. Oh wait, no, it was in the first game. I won anyway, but it was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, that was a very, very close matchup. I want to talk about it a little bit because I don't know if you knew his energy counts as well, but it looks like he was at the last resort and he ended up throwing the foul play. Do you think that would have flipped it for his advantage? Because it was very, very close in the end. I think you had like 1 HP left, right?
Yeah, I think it would have flipped it. My Medicham IVs are pretty attack weighted, so I usually get knocked out in like 3 moves. So yeah, I was kind of scared, but you said he had a last resort ready, so I got lucky.
And yeah, so it was very decisive. Game 2, he ended up taking. You're in a decisive Game 3. You've been in this spot many times before, but what's running through your mind at this moment?
In Game 3, I was like, yeah, please not Charizard lead. I know he's gonna bring it again, but I hope it would be in the back, and it was not. I was hoping for my Umbreon to get be a good save swap, so I expected no Registeel, and I got save swapped by Registeel. And then I hoped, after I got debuffed, that he would shield his Charizard, so that he would shield the Psychic that was debuffed, so that I could basically one-shot it with Politoed, because shields up Politoed in the end can knock out an Umbreon. And yeah, that's what basically happened. So I think if he didn't shield that debuffed Psychic, I would have lost big time.
Yeah. Were you feeling very confident though when he did shield the Psychic? Were you like, or okay, so you felt completely in control from that point on?
Yes. So basically, the only thing that could have ruined me, would have been a Medicham.
Yeah.
But I was sure that he wouldn't run it because he had Charizard in the front. Registeel in the middle, and something else in the back. And if it would have been a Sableye, if it would have been a Medicham, I could have just ran through the team with a Sableye.
Sure.
So that wouldn't make any sense. Well, I mean, he could have taken the risk, but I didn't think that he was doing it. Yeah. So I was confident at that point, yeah.
I have to say, last year you qualified at the last chance qualifiers for Worlds. This event is the last event for Europe. Do you think that maybe you're always saving the best for last, and this is going to be your event to take it all?
to be honest, there's no room anymore for lacking confidence. So this time I have to try it, and I basically have to win it.
Yeah. And one last question for you.
Yes.
Do you think Samurai is jealous of your new love for Shadow Polytoad?
Like, I mean, kind of. The new move update, when I saw it in the move pool, I was pretty excited. But when I saw the move, I was really disappointed. I mean, you get a chance of a debuff with liquidation, but it's more expensive. It does less damage than Hydro Cannon. It's kind of sad. I still wish for Icy Wind.
Yep. Then maybe we'll see the return of your signature Pokemon.
Maybe.
Yep. Well, good luck to you for the rest of the Tournament Stone collection.
Thank you.
That's all we have with him, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot of games coming up. Back to you guys, Leo and Martijn.
No room for lack of confidence. That is a powerful statement.
I love it. This, I just love when there's confidence like that, right? When you play that well, when you know you can get this far, this might be his tournament. Stone Collection is a player of absolute world class, and the way he described that, like, he predicted that there would be no Medicham, especially because of that Shadow Sableye play in game 1, right? It was so threatening, farming down the Charizard entirely. Imagine what it could do to a Medicham, right? And no shielding, the shielding the debuffed Psychic on the Charizard was also decisive, as he pointed out, right? Because that Weather Ball, as we saw, does so much more, right? Otherwise, he needed 2. But enough about that, Leonard. Let's take a look at these 2 trainers here. I'm very, very excited for this. Can we get some hype in the chat here?
Yes, Whiskey versus Paulasha. We have talked about Paulasha before in the players to keep an eye on video. So more like you talked about it before. I was just listening in that amazing video. But we are seeing some spice on Whiskey's side. There's Cresselia and Toxicroak.
Cresselia, Toxicroak, and another Shadow Charizard. I love Whiskey's team. He was very excited to get on stream here. This is finally his chance, and I'm not sure what Pokemon exactly stands out for him here, because Paulasha is running quite the hard meta here and basically can cover everything. If I were Whiskey, I'd probably be taking a look at the Shadow Charizard because there's no Lantern on Paulasha's team.
Oh yeah.
Right? Even the, I think the worse than the Swampert could even be the Alolan Sandslash, which is kind of ironic for an Ice Steel type against Fire type, but it does. It doesn't feint to a Dranclaw at the very end in the 2 shields.
Maybe it's Fire Spin Charizard.
Ember!
Oh, yes.
Ember would even be better. I actually thought about that the other day because you can farm down a Galarian Stunfisk in the 2 shields with Ember on Charizard, which I think is pretty wild. Yeah, I think Paulasha's main concern here is that Charizard, and she has to take a look at how to deal with that. Looks like Whiskey is writing some notes on how to deal with it, probably. Maybe making a simulation matrix or something like many players do. What play do you see here for the Cresselia? I think it's a good core breaker for like Water and Medicham.
And Cresselia has a huge problem with Alolan Sandslash, so that being in the meta is kind of a downer for the Cresselia.
Only Alolan Sandslash?
I mean, there's
so much that counters it, right?
Registeel is also a problem.
Yeah.
Sableye is also kind of a problem. You have play against it because you have the Moonblast.
Yeah.
Noctowl is also not the best matchup. Not to say it is
right?
very bad, because you only have the Moonblast that deals some damage, and that is not even same type attack bonus boosted. I wouldn't bring it here.
Yeah, Cresselia is very difficult to bring. Honestly, I think there is some merit for it if you can predict where the Medicham and the Swampert will be.
Yeah.
Right? I think in that case, Cresselia will be perfect. But as you point out, the other matchups, the Alolan Sandslash, Registeel, the Sableye, yes, the Moonblast hits very hard, but it doesn't knock out. So that's not really great, right, for the Cresselia there.
As soon as you bring the Cresselia, it's going to be heavy alignment dependent.
Yeah, we might get some polarizing matchups then. I think the players are about to lock in their teams here and start the battle. I'm predicting a lot of Shadow Charizard on Whiskey's side. Let's take a look here. Shadow Charizard is a very strong Pokemon here. And, you know, Whiskey's a bodybuilder, so I would expect him to bring a strong Pokemon. Here we go. Umbreon into Sableye. This is a great lead for Whiskey.
Wow. So he didn't bring... Oh, it's
what is that? Toxicroak with a hat! With a hat!
That is really cool. That is such a fantastic flex. The Toxicroak I'm running also has the hat, but it is very far away from being shiny.
Yeah, and look at this safe switch from Paulasha, the Noctowl, not fearing that Lantern here, going for the Dark Pulse, which is a little bit more energy than the Foul Play, but it's also a little bit harder than the Foul Play.
It is more energy efficient than Foul Play. after all. However, you can spam foul play a little more, but I like the choice of going for Dark Pulse. It switches up some matchups and people don't expect it.
Yeah, it looks like Whiskey's just going to stay in this matchup, perhaps going to try and deal with that Sableye in another way, because he doesn't really have a strong Noctowl answer on his line at this point. Good timing from Whiskey here, going for another Dark Pulse. I'm not sure if Dark Pulse makes this matchup better for Umbreon, honestly.
I'm also not too sure about that, but I mean, given that one more Dark Pulse would knock out the Noctowl, it kind of seems fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's take a look here. Another move comes in, and yeah, this is actually what I didn't expect from Palasha, because I predicted she would be trying to time her move very well and not throw Sky Tech yet, but she knows. Oh, look at Umbreon tanking that move though and being able to get another Dark Pulse off. That's very fortunate for Whiskey here. Will Palasha shield this? Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's see if... Oh, Whiskey keeps the alignment, taking out the Noctowl in the zeros with Dark Pulse after taking a little bit of chip damage already. I think getting one more Snarlin, or was it an immediate switch? I think it was an immediate switch. So
let's see what Whiskey's predicting here. He is bringing in the Toxicroak. This is an incredible prediction from Whiskey, because now his Charizard will be aligned to that Medicham later. And Toxicroak does not have a bad matchup here per se, because it does resist that foul play charge attack. The Shadow Claws add up so much here though. And look at how beautiful it is. It's shiny and it has a hat.
But look at Toxicroak is one of the Pokemon with the highest attack stat in the game that we are having. So look at the counter damage that is resisted from Sableye. Return is coming out. Whiskey has to think, do I put just...
Oh, he does shield it. That's a great shield from Whiskey here. Let's take a look. Now Palasha has to build all the way again, and going for the charge attack priority. Great play from Whiskey here. Will Palasha shield this? Let's take a look if she wants to get this charge attack off.
Toxicroak almost wins every charge.
Oh my, let's that go. It's Medicham against the world here. Going into the Charizard, this is very difficult for Palasha, but also Whiskey, because he is down a shield. I can tell you, Leonard, that Charizard does not win a lot of matchups with a shield down. And you actually, if you have a good Charizard, you can live this and get to 3 Dragon Rolls regardless. Shooting the Ice Punch here,
and that was kind of bad counting, because Palasha wasn't even at the Psychic yet. She threw it too early.
Absolutely. If you have a good Shadow Charizard, you can tank an Ice Punch and get to 3 Dragon Claws if Medicham doesn't throw the second one. But now Palasha does have to get to that Psychic to take it out. Well, maybe after these counters, the Ice Punch will do enough. Another shield coming up. At this point, Palasha needs to manage energy perfectly, right?
That was another charge attack priority event, right?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Oh, we are throwing an Ice Punch. And now let's see if the Toxicroak has enough energy after this to reach a Mud Bomb before.
I think this gets really close. Both fighters have energy here, but it looks like the Medicham has a little bit more. Will this be a charge attack priority? It's barely not. And Palasha pulling off an incredible win here against Whiskey. What very well played from Palasha on the right side. Whiskey having all the answers here, but barely not being able to pull it off.
Toxicroak, incredibly frail, takes this Ice Punch to the face and just faints, barely, with the Mud Shot ready for the next turn, but it wasn't meant to be. So Palasha is actually leading. After this critical early Ice Punch, I thought that Whiskey was seeing it coming and would not shield it because it was the Ice Punch. You could see in his face that he was a little upset that he didn't shield a Psychic.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe in the end he had to shield that anyway to get to... Oh, there we see your co-casters, by the way, and some other players. But in the end, I think that he needed to shield the Ice Punch regardless, because otherwise he would not get to another Dragon Claw, perhaps, right? So perhaps that was needed to get to more charge attacks here, because Palasha did have 2 shields. Basically, it was just coming down to the wing attacks and getting to the 3rd charge attack there. But because of Palasha's incredible counting there, incredible gameplay, she was able to barely pull it off here.
I was thinking that you would immediately switch out into the Shadow Charizard when the Noctowl came in, because you just want to keep the alignment on... You want to have the Umbreon on the Sableye. That is the hardest matchup. However, with a Shadow Charizard, you can never guarantee that you keep the alignment in neutral matchups.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting lineup from Palasha there, because Whiskey could definitely have a Lantern with that Umbreon in the back. I don't think there's a lot of Pokemon on Whiskey's line on Palasha's line that core break like Umbreon and Lantern, so you can safely switch in a Noctowl. But fortunately for Palasha, there was no Lantern from Whiskey. Perhaps not really predicted. Perhaps Palasha is reading that Whiskey is not bringing it because the Swampert looks quite good, right? Because you can't really bring Cresselia as Whiskey here.
That is true. I mean, unless you want to go for a full alignment party game. You want to have the lead in the switch
What was? Yeah, I mean there was the Medicham, I guess, on Palasha's line, but getting that alignment when there's also when it's sandwiched between the Sableye and a Noctowl is very high risk. I did like that Whiskey brought the Toxicroak. Unfortunately, all the Pokemon that Palasha brought were quite good against it.
Yeah, but I mean, I was really impressed by this counter damage on the Sableye. Even though that was resisted, it almost dealt as much as the Shadow Claws from the Sableye. Toxicroak really a powerhouse in terms of attack. Mud Bomb didn't really do too much damage. You can't really throw a Sludge Bomb. It is resisted, so I think Mud Bomb is the more efficient move there.
Yeah, and it has been buffed. But a really good point by chat here, as we see from Arceus Aurelius, because Whiskey did not throw the Dragon Claw immediately. That allowed Palasha to sneak that extra move. Right? Or sorry, that didn't allow Whiskey to sneak an extra charge fast attack in. And in the very end game, we saw that Whiskey missed one counter to get to that final charge attack there. So I think that indeed was very decisive, that because he didn't just throw Dragon Claw immediately, that he didn't get to that final charge attack here. But let's take a look at the next matchup here, Leonard.
It is going to be Umbreon versus Noctowl, a tale as old as time. We are going to see two bulky Pokemon. Cresselia is brought by Whiskey.
I love this, that he brought Cresselia. Very, very risky. This is actually an incredibly risky line.
Very risky by risky.
It's so risky. If you stop, if you face a Registeel lead, versus Umbreon lead with Cresselia on the back, it will be very, very tough. But let's take a look at how this goes, because I think both switch and energy advantage, switch and shield advantage are important. If you go shields down here as Whiskey, the Sableye in the back from Palasha will clean up. But if you don't get alignment as Whiskey, the Sableye also cleans up.
So that is going to be a really tough one. However, if you are in the no shields, at some point this Charizard is going to deal a lot of damage if it has a little bit of an energy advantage.
I think Whiskey might want to shield this. No, lets it go. Doesn't. Oh, realizing he will survive it. Now going for that double Dark Pulse for that alignment. Because I think the next wing attack that just came through does not KO the Noctowl yet. So Whiskey might be able to get another Dark Pulse.
Umbreon is a really, really bulky Pokemon with 1 HP and a Dream. 1 HP and a Dark Pulse, much rather. This might take out the Noctowl, giving Whiskey the alignment. However, it is going to be a free Shadow Claw from the Sableye.
Yeah, and you know what's great for Whiskey here? That Medicham doesn't really have a lot of place to go. But let's see what Whiskey brings in here. I would think you would bring the Charizard in here. He is nodding his head, and here it comes. I think as Charizard, you might just want to go straight Dragon Claw here, just because you want to get it so low for the Cresselia, right? Because Cresselia's Psycho Cuts will do absolutely nothing. So you need to get Sableye at least at 1 HP or less.
If I was Palasha, especially being 1-0 up, I would no-shield the next attack from the Shadow Charizard. Let's see. It is going to be a Dragon Claw indeed, and let's see if Palasha is going to no-shield this. She has one lead.
She does shield it.
She shields it.
She realizes this is a big threat for the Medicham. You can't even swap it in here. And what is he doing? Oh no, he's spraying into Cresselia, into the Sableye, and now this is actually not looking great. What is Whiskey predicting here in the back? Perhaps the Alolan Sandslash?
I mean, Whiskey just wants to keep this Shadow Charizard alive because it has such good matchups against the...
This is only a Grass Knot.
Yeah.
No shield by Palasha immediately. Palasha is not falling for that, and I think Whiskey is just hard predicting that Alolan Sandslash here, realizing that Cresselia might not be useful in the back, but he is so wrong, unfortunately. Another two foul plays here built up by Palasha, and Zard has some energy, but it's so low on health here.
Yeah, you will have to throw... Does he have double Dragon Claw on the Charizard? No, the foul play is going to come out immediately. You have to shield this, but there's going to be one again eventually. There is one shield on Palasha's side, so I think with just another foul play... Okay, we are switching out now. What is happening? We're giving the Charizard the chance.
Is this over? I don't know, because a Blast Burn will do so much damage. Will plus shield, she does shield, but I think Whiskey just gets to another Blast Burn here, to be honest. Let's take a look. First Blast Burn coming in is shielded by the Medicham. Good shield, but one wing attack away, and in comes the next Blast Burn. Should we do another boom here?
I think we should do another boom. This might be...
Okay, here we go. Boom! And it barely doesn't take out this Medicham. Oh, and counters down the Charizard. What a close game by Palasha. Oh my goodness, barely taking that win. Incredible. I need to think a little bit about what I just saw, right? Trying to catch a move on Cresselia, probably predicting the Alolan Sensors in the back from Whiskey. But it was the Medicham. Look at, I think Whiskey knows. Whiskey knows he would have had that if he stayed in with that Charizard.
it would have been absolutely fantastic for him if he stayed in with the Charizard. Go for a Blast Burn after that, after the Dragon Claw was shielded. I mean, that was the perfect scenario for him, right?
Yeah.
He went with the Dragon Claw, it got shielded, he had the alignment, and after that, Cresselia beats Medicham so hard.
And she didn't even throw the Ice Punch in the end.
No.
I think she was just shocked.
It's just double counter down. She was really in shock that the game was basically handed to her at this point, because there was this bad alignment for her in a very alignment-heavy game. The Cresselia, as soon as you see the Cresselia trying to catch a foul play from the Shadow Sableye, you have to ask yourself, what is happening here?
Yeah, and I think that Palasha just also played well, right? So if you give her those chances,
Yes.
she will take them, right? A player like Palasha, this might be her tournament.
Yeah.
At the European International Championship, she wasn't really able to prove that she is one of the best. But we know, we know who Palasha is. We know. She might be able to take it all, right? We saw Stone Collection, really good battles earlier. We just saw Palasha, really good battles earlier, as we just saw as well.
I mean, it still takes, especially at this level, a lot of skill to really win over small mistakes that your opponents make. You know, you still have to drive it home.
Absolutely, and you have to drive fast.
Yes.
Because you want to stay in that winners final. If you, in the winners bracket, if you are in the winners bracket, you have to play less rounds, so less chance you lose.
And you really have to drive fast, because Shadow Charizard really gets those blast burns quickly,
Right.
and those boom a lot.
Yeah, I think that Whiskey used that Shadow Charizard very well. Always had it in a pretty good spot. I mean, she didn't really bring the Swampert, right, to try and counter it. But yeah, Shadow Charizard just didn't manage to carry all of it. We see a leak here. What is that exactly?
That is our little surf edge. We wanted to try and place it here somewhere. You could barely see it, and I just wanted to give it some showcase.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, I'm really thinking of what ran through Whiskey's mind there to swap your Cresselia into the Sableye. I think he really predicted Shadow Alolan Sandslash, no?
Yeah, but then again, I don't know. I mean, then this Cresselia has nowhere to go anyways, right? Because you don't really beat the Sableye at all. It was at 50%. It had 2 foul plays stored up. Or almost 2 foul plays. I mean, it didn't throw in that moment. This is not the matchup you want to go into. Also, you don't really deal damage with Psycho Cuts. I think with the Sand Slash in the back, it could have been a better scenario. But then again, Palasha could have also just switched.
She could have switched into the Alolan Sandslash, get a lot of farm on the Cresselia as well, right? So I think you are correct there, Leonard. I think Whiskey was just overthinking the game, and you know that's just when these kind of things can happen. Very unfortunate for Whiskey. It's not over for him yet, though, right? Yeah, he's one of the Italian battlers who's still in the tournament.
That is true. Just has to fight his way through the losers bracket. But let's talk about something else. Umbreon with Dark Pulse. What's your opinion on this? Because I love it.
It's somewhat unusual. It just paces a little bit slower, right? It does hit harder, and it did look like it was pretty fine against the Noctowl, especially that shiny Umbreon that just barely survived the Sky Attack. We saw that twice, right? That Whiskey knew that the Sky Attack would barely not take out that Umbreon, and that he could just throw the Dark Pulse back to back to win the 0 shields there against the Noctowl. I think Dark Pulse is specifically better against fragile Pokémon that usually barely don't faint to 2 foul plays, but do to Dark Pulse.
Yes, and I also really like it in the 0 shield scenarios, of course, because that's when energy management comes in the most. You know, you have to use the most efficient attacks the entire time. But as soon as one Dark Pulse is shielded, you have a worse time, because your opposing Pokemon is going to be very healthy. But we have a chance to let Abi talk to Palasha, so let's go over to the interview area.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for the second winners final interview with our winner, Palasha, and her translator, Vani. Paula, how are you feeling? Because now you're in day 2, officially in day 2.
Ahora mismo estoy muy nerviosa. Los combates han sido súper tensos, pero bueno, o sea...
I understand.
Okay, Paula is feeling super nervous right now. Okay, the battles were really intense. Okay, so you can see she can barely speak.
Yeah, they were really intense battles. I was sitting in the crowd, I was watching the game, and at game 1, I was like, okay, there is no way she's going to win this game. You swapped in a Noctowl into a team that had Lantern and a Registeel. How are you confident that you are not going to see Lantern or Registeel?
Porque mi razonamiento fue que si tenía el Umbreon, tenía que llevar Toxicroak y Charizard detrás. Entonces pensé que el Noctowl Safe Switch era lo más seguro porque podía combatir contra todo.
So her reasoning was that if Leandro was running Umbreon, okay, in the lead, the most, expected comp for her was to have Charizard and Toxicroak in the back. So she thought that Noctowl was the best safe swap in that scenario if Umbreon was in the lead.
Okay. Yep, that actually makes a lot of sense. And in game 2, it was really still very, very close. So did you predict that there's a Charizard at the back? Because I think your team, like just looking at it from the outside, was very, very weak to that Shadow Charizard. Before the game, I was like, okay, he is going to bring Charizard every game, and he is going to use it as a swap or farming. So you knew in game 3 that the Charizard was there.
Sí. Charizard me lo iba a jugar en todas, pero cuando yo entré con Sableye a farmear y me contestó con el Shadow Charizard, ya supuse que detrás no tenía el Toxicroak porque lo lógico era responderme con el Toxicroak. Entonces, pues eso. Me intentó un catch al Cresselia y tuve suerte y no...
Okay, so when she saw that Leandro was sending Charizard into the Sableye, she guessed that the backlane for that game was in Toxicroak, and she got lucky when Leandro tried the catch on the Cresselia, and that worked for her.
Yep. I think the Cresselia catch was a very, very important moment because Medicham against Cresselia, as we all know, is not a matchup that you want to see. Speaking of, let's take a step back from the match. I heard you came in with a bunch of friends, and you've been having fun so far.
Sí, el evento está siendo maravilloso, está siendo súper divertido. Tuvimos ayer el problema que tuvimos con la luz, pero bueno, o sea, al menos hoy todo funciona y a ver qué tal, a ver cómo funciona todo.
Okay, so the event has been wonderful and enjoyable so far. So luckily we're having a wonderful event, and today the electricity issue happened, but today everything is running smooth. So she's happy about that, and we will see.
And as I take it, is this your second or third event? Second event. The first one was EUIC. Yeah. And I know that you were disappointed because I was following in social media, but now you're in day 2, so you must be like, okay, just a few more wins and you get to go to Japan. Are you excited for that?
Sí, estoy expectante a ver qué pasa, a ver cómo se desarrolla todo, a ver, pues eso, y intentar darlo todo, jugar lo mejor posible y a ver cómo funciona.
Okay, so she's spectating, she's obviously waiting for how the tournament goes, and she wants to give her best, okay? So that's everything for now.
All right. Before we go back to the casters, one last question. You've seen a lot of the team so far. Is there a team that you think is going to be a problem for yours? I'm not going to ask any more details. You don't have to tell me the Pokémon or the player,
no.
Yes or no?
Me he encontrado con muchos equipos que podrían ser trickies contra el mío porque tenían ciertos picks que me podían countear, pero por ahora ha ido bien. O sea, no quiero tener mala suerte, pero por ahora me ha ido bien.
Okay, so far she has seen teams that had tricky picks against her team, but for now she hasn't faced those teams, but she doesn't want to have bad luck after saying this, so we'll see.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us here, Polasha and Wani, and thank you, Vani, for taking your time out of your busy judging schedule to translate. Let's go back to our casters, and they will get us back to the tournament.
Hi, we are the casters. Yeah, good interview with Polasha there. Indeed, the power outage yesterday was unfortunate, but the battles we already had so far, they're pretty good. I hope that all those battles are so good that we can make up for that, right?
Yeah, it was the first 2 games of the day, and we were already going crazy up here on the casters desk. So that was absolutely fantastic. I was also I love the synergy between EUIC and the Spanish language. It was EUIC, CCC. It's absolutely fantastic. So we are hoping that Polasha is going to continue her run. What a fantastic performance, qualifying for the top cut right now as the second player that we know of. I mean, there are probably more winners finals that have happened already. Can't wait to find out who has played those so far. But first of all, we want to show you a little bit of a continuation of our storyline with a mind joke in an interview.
Welcome in everyone for an exclusive interview with one of Europe's best battler. We have here a mind joke. A mind joke. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
So first, I'm from Italy, of course. This is my home country where I'm finally playing a tournament, and yeah, I went to almost every single regional. The only one I didn't go to was Bilbao because there was not much time to plan it. It was the first one. Yeah, other than that, I went to every single regional. The reason behind that is that I'm really a really competitive person. I really enjoy, challenge. And the other thing is the community aspect of the thing. So I really like coming to the events, having kind of a holiday for a few days, seeing the community, talking to people, having meetups, even enjoy the city where you go. I think these tournaments are what I think they are one of the things that really keeps me playing this game.
I mean, we all love our community, but one of the things that's, I think, difficult for the community to understand is how do you compete in all these tournaments? What do you do to prepare? Like, for example, you need to plan the trip. How long ago do you plan? And what is your preparation phase for going to all of these events?
Okay, so for planning the trips and, accommodation and everything, I basically did everything with months in advance.
Okay.
So, to have everything a bit cheaper and everything, and also to warn, because I have a normal job, so you have to warn people that I'm gonna take these days off. So I plan these tournaments with a month in advance, and of course for the preparation, if you mean playing, testing, what I do is usually just 2 weeks before, let's say, I start actually scrimming with other people from the community, not only Europeans or people from my country, but also Americans or even people from the APAC, I can say, And that I do that 2 weeks in advance because I think I need. It's not only about the fact that you need to be good at the meta you're playing in. But you just need practice just to be, fresh. You really need that. If you don't do that before the tournament, I think you're gonna, struggle a bit. That's what I think.
Fair. So as someone who has been to pretty much all of those regionals, how would you, let's say that you're talking to someone who's never been to a regional before.
Yeah.
What would you say to them? How would you encourage them to go to these regionals as well?
The first thing I would say, the first regional I attended, so it was the first one for me, I came with no expectation at all. I just wanted to have fun. I think if you start playing in these events, your first goal should just have fun. Just don't think about winning. If you also do well in the tournament, that's perfect. But I think your first main goal should be just have fun. And that's what I did for my first tournament, where I got third place also. So I didn't have any pressure at all, because I just wanted to have fun and meet the people. It was the first one, so there were many people I've never met before, and it was so good that the first thought after that tournament was, okay, I want to do all of them, if possible, of course, but most of them, and that's what I did after that first tournament. But yeah, the first approach to a tournament, if you're a newcomer, let's say, I really encourage people just to think about having fun, and if they actually have fun, then they can start planning onto something more serious.
Talking about having fun in tournaments, I see you've been having a lot of fun and winning in the process. That is an amazing way to experience these tournaments. With that in mind, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Those videos go hard. A short break indeed. My name is Koning Lionheart. We are back for Torino, and I'm joined by the fantastic caster, Lundberg.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Leo. Speaking of fantastic, those battles that we've just seen have been incredible already. They weren't even technically day 2 yet. They weren't our top 16. Now officially they are. But wow, I can't think of a better way to start those off. Each of them, I mean, small win conditions, finding the best matchups. And look, I mean, look at the crowd. It is starting to get packed. People are loving it. Go France.
Everyone is just having fun at those events. A little bit of more entertainment here, even from the crowd side. And we are seeing a familiar face on the stream.
Yes, we have on the right-hand side, we have Leandro, who is actually been a judge for a lot of things as well. Also a very high-level competitor, as you can see, because he is in the top 16. This is, again, the winner's round 1, and he is going up against Go Class on the left.
Yes, Go Class running the spicy Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So Go Class saw the attack update and went,
This is for me.
That's absolutely what I am going to do. We see first time a Alolan Sandslash that is not accompanied by Registeel or Galarian Stunfisk, so it is the single steel type in the team. What do you think about that?
I think it's rather interesting overall. I also like the amount of shadows that we are seeing across the board here. Leandro going with a little more what we call meta lineup, but we do see that Shadow Sableye, which is more of a spicy pick that I think Europe has picked up, not as much of the other regions. Although I have to say we've been giving a lot of grief to the other regions for not being as spicy, but North America has really picked it up. They outspiced us indeed.
To be fair, Quagsire and Alolan Sandslash can't really be considered that spicy anymore at this tournament just because of this huge update. The buff on Quagsire with this small damage increase on the Mud Bomb, it's significant.
Yes, especially when it's that Shadow doing 20% more damage as well. Of course, we've seen a lot more Umbreons on the field, as Count Xavius has predicted, just being one of those damage sponges overall, being able to act almost as like a 3rd or 4th shield at some points. On the other side, I mean, there is the Noctowl, which is one of the more bulky Pokemon as well. But with a Registeel and a Lantern on the other side, it maybe doesn't have a lot of targets.
Yes, indeed. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We can tell you a little bit about the winners bracket of the top 16 because those we already have together. I think the losers bracket is still playing out before they enter the top 16, but we are still advancing with the tournament because, again, yesterday we had a huge power out and we could barely play any Pokemon Go.
Bad Pikachu. Chewing on those cables.
Yes, that's what Lou always says. Pikachu is chewing on the cables if something goes wrong, and I absolutely love it. So the top 16 winners bracket consists of Super Alki, Stone Collections, Go Class, Andres 96, Leandro, Wolfpack, Paul Asher 97, and Jojo Go Dancer.
Jojo Go Dancer. Yes, indeed. And one thing that I want to point out here is that the women have really turned up for this competition. We have Andres and Paula Shaw, two very good female battlers on the top 16 already. And I mean, you can't ask for a little bit more than that, right? Last tournament of Europe, and everyone is showing up.
Yes, everyone is showing up indeed, because also we have a huge day too. So we also have top 64. Basically, we are going to go into the battle directly. Medicham versus Lantern. This is a rather interesting matchup. It really depends on who uses shields here. We are seeing Thunderbolt versus Dynamic Punch Psychic.
Speaking of interesting, this Medicham is not one that is a typical Medicham, which is running Ice Punch and Psychic. This one has Dynamic Punch and is about to take a Thunderbolt as Leandro does not shield up that first Thunderbolt coming through from the Lantern. Already had a lot of energy here. Is he going to reveal the move right away? Yes, he is, going straight for that Dynamic Punch.
Yes, and Dynamic Punch hits really, really hard. Also, same type attack bonus boosted much better than Ice Punch. We are going to see a solid chunk on the Lantern, but now we are at a point where Surf almost knocks it out. Umbreon with a huge catch on the Surf would be able to farm down the Lantern, but I think that we are much rather going to see a switch into the Medicham of Go Class right here.
Yeah, Medicham versus Umbreon. We've seen it many times before. It definitely does favor the Medicham, but Umbreon is able to hit back just because it outbulks almost everything.
Yeah.
And most Medichams are only running counter as their fighting type move. First foul play going through on Leandro's side and not shielded by Go Class.
I like the play of Leandro to just immediately reveal the Dynamic Punch because it is slightly more energy effective, because there is no Umbreon on the side of Go-Class. So there is no potential scenario in which Go-Class would risk it, switching the Umbreon as a safe switch and then getting countered by the Medicham, no shielding an Ice Punch, while it is a Dynamic Punch.
It is a little bit dangerous. I know that they do have a Sableye, and it looks like that Medicham would be completely walled. We'll have to see if that ever turns out. But at this point, I mean, let's see. Go-Class just has so much energy on that Medicham, throwing an Ice Punch at the very last second before that foul play goes through. I mean, still quite a lot of energy on Go-Class's side, so we'll have to see what the Leandro chooses to respond with. I mean, we know overall the Medicham doesn't do that well against a Medicham that's this much loaded.
That is absolutely true, so you might have to invest a shield here. We are going to go for the Noctowl, and this is usually an attack you don't want to shield. However, at this point you might start using them because you don't want to get shipped down entirely. We are immediately switching into the Sableye, which is also a really interesting move by him, because that is a really bad matchup for Sableye. We're getting to a point where Sky attacks are almost... I mean, this one is not going to take it out. Of course, also there is a shield, but it's going to get really low and able to get to farm down range.
Yeah, I think if you're Leandro, though, you're very happy that the Sableye came in at this point, going straight for this heavy hitting return, and the last shield goes up by Leandro, protecting this up, recognizing that the Noctowl is very important here. Yep. Going ahead and charging up a little bit of extra energy. We have to remember, Go-Class still has a shield. 2 Sky attacks reach now. First one going through. Will the last shield be used at this moment?
Yes, and this one is a particularly interesting one because Shadow Ball, I think, would almost take out the Sableye, so you have to shield this. We are going to go for yet another Sky attack immediately before the Sableye is able to reach a return even, or to get to the second foul play, but we are going to get to the return now. It is going to deal a lot of damage. However, Noctowl will come out of this matchup with a lot of energy, and it might be able to outpace the Lantern and the Medicham.
Yeah, we have to remember that that Surf was caught, but Leandro doesn't want to even bother with the switching immediately, and he's got a ton of energy. Will he show that he also is running Psychic? Maybe miscounting a little bit here as this Ice Punch goes through. It might not be enough to take out the Medicham at this stage. We're going to have to find out for sure.
I think it is going to deal still a big amount of damage. You will have to throw the Dynamic Punch at some point. I think Leandro might have miscounted there, or is trying to get in the biggest farm down that he possibly could get onto the Noctowl. We can go for a Sky Attack. I think Sky Attack, even though it is resisted and Lantern is fairly bulky, might take it out. The Sableye should not be able to throw a foul play yet, or does it have an attack just yet? No, it doesn't. The Noctowl wing attacks down. Leandro winning this one with a fantastic Angry Owl.
Wow, this is a very good match overall. Go-Class, it's not that he played bad by any means, but I think when he swapped in that Sableye, Leandro just gave a little bit of a sigh of relief there, recognizing that his Medicham, which wants nothing to do with the Sableye there, was not lined up. I also thought maybe even throwing the Dynamic Punch at the end of the Medicham would have been good for Leandro, but he didn't want to reveal, you notice, that he had the Psychic, because you don't want to give your opponent any extra information that they don't need. If Go-Class knew that he was running Dynamic Punch and Psychic on the Medicham, this could have played out entirely different.
I think that the Dynamic Punch would have very well taken out the Medicham, and then he would have also been able to counter everything down. He just made it a little bit more exciting for the stream, huh?
I think he wanted to definitely get some energy on the Noctowl, but you could see the surprise on his face when was able to be countered down, and he was realizing, ooh, I didn't think that I guess I thought I could survive that overall.
He tried to go for the double Dynamic Punch for the Pokemon in the back, which I understand. However, I mean, you could have just thrown one Dynamic Punch and then farm everything down with the Noctowl. Would have also worked.
And what a risky play for Leandro, bringing in that Noctowl when Noctowl has so many hard counters on Go-Class's side. I mean, the Lantern obviously is one of them, the Lowland Sandslash, and also Quagsire with that Stone Edge, Shadow Stone Edge, does so much to that Noctowl.
Yeah, this is where Quagsire has a huge advantage over the Shadow Swampert as well, because Shadow Swampert can only go for Hydro Cannons, which also, to be honest, will take out with the addition of the Mud Shots. But the Stone Edge just hits much harder.
Yes, and also you can play a bit of a baiting game. We know Inadequate said yesterday that he loves to bait while he is playing. Mud Bomb gives you a perfect opportunity to do so. Again, if you're a Noctowl, you feel kind of silly shielding up a Mud Bomb only to be taking a Stone Edge to the face later.
Yes, those are these polarizing kind of matchups where the baiting is really, if you call it, you are in such a fantastic spot, because it is not going to deal any type of damage. But if you no shield a Stone Edge while you're basically having 2 shields, what you gonna do then?
I was actually surprised that we didn't see any Whiz Cash as well, because I think that is sort of like a side grade to Quagsire as well. Also running that Mud Bomb and running Blizzard, which is another thing that really affects the Noctowls. It doesn't completely one-shot it, but at the same point, I mean, it brings it down pretty low.
Yeah, that is true. Whiz Cash, also one of the first Pokemon that I was playing when I started PvP. Absolutely love it next to my Alolan Marowak.
Oh yeah.
I think that one also kind of has play.
I think so as well. It'd be interesting to see overall with all these ice coming in. Alolan Marowak definitely could have its time to shine. Well, let's see what these players are choosing to bring in. We have a Medicham on Goclass's side and a Medicham again on Leandro's side. And we have to remember that Leandro's Medicham will have to reveal Psychic if it wants to really do any damage to Goclass's.
That is true. However, Goclass also with Ice Punch and Psychic. Psychic is still the preferred attack. So both players, we are not going to see a charge attack priority event. This will not be revealed just yet. So this Psychic will connect, will take it to above a little bit under half. And defense drop is huge. Leandro is shaking his head. That is absolutely no good news for him.
Yeah, not what he wants at all. We'll have to see if it return gets one to Goclass. Looks like Goclass gets one. And you can see how Leandro is smiling here, but still this Ice Punch will be doing some more effect. Going ahead and throwing this ahead of time. Will Leandro choose to shield this up to gain some sort of alignment, or is he going to risk his Medicham? Looks like he's going to let it go down when surviving on just a sliver of HP and able to get to another Psychic.
So will we see one shield or a Medicham that is only going to give the opposing Pokemon one fast attack farm down? Nope, we are keeping the alignment on Goclass's side. Some kind of farm. I don't know if I love the play, because now it's going to be really easy to farm this Pokemon down. The Umbreon is staying in against the Lantern. You don't necessarily want to be in versus the Lantern with the Registeel. This is a difficult matchup to play out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do it. It is a little bit difficult indeed. The Registeel obviously has a decent matchup overall, and Goclass still, or I mean Leandro still has 2 shields left as well, so we'll have to see how he chooses to utilize it here. Goclass going for that heavier hitting Thunderbolt, which goes protected by Leandro. Wants to keep this bulky Umbreon as healthy as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the shield advantage, why not use it? You have Registeel in the back. Registeel can take so many attacks from basically everything. The only Pokemon that would really be a problem, I think, could be the Quagsire, because Quagsire is not going to fall to 1 Focus Blast, but 2 Mud Bombs plus the Mud Shots will deal a hefty amount to this Registeel. But I think that Thunderbolt from a Lantern doesn't really do too much to an Umbreon.
Well, we're about to find out. Nope, still in the green. That Umbreon's still a healthy thing, charging up a little bit extra. Wonderful timing by Leandro. They're not even letting a Spark go through as this next foul play. It might be enough to take out the Lantern. If not, the Snarls after sure. Oh, never mind. Lantern says, I can take it just as well. I'm going to be able to get up to maybe even one more move if you don't choose to throw. Throwing this Thunderbolt now at the Umbreon.
But that's also not going to deal too much damage here. And this is going to be a huge farm down for the Umbreon. Umbreon's matchup against Pokemon that are neutral to it is always so dominant. It's a little bit like a Bastiodon, I want to say. Just it doesn't have so many completely hard counter matchups. This one now throws the first full play immediately into the Medicham, and we are going to see the last Pokemon on Goclass's side revealed, which will be the Noctowl. We are immediately going into the Registeel. This is looking fantastic for Leandro. Even shields Registeel versus Noctowl. I have a feeling where this is going to go.
Yes, the Shadow Ball doesn't even connect. Leandro does not give it a chance to, because he knows that if that Zap Cannon end up getting a debuff, this is the Shadow Ball that would hurt the most overall. Going ahead and protecting that up, charging up just a little bit of extra energy, throwing that first Zap Cannon, which is definitely has to be shielded by Goclass at this point. Yeah,
perfect alignment, throwing it in the animation of the Noctowl Wing Attack, which is something that I find really hard. We are going to see the attack drop already. Shadow Ball is being reached. Goclass is not giving this up, but he realized that this is going to be a tough one, and he might have to continue in the losers bracket. However, this Noctowl is still hanging on. We're going to see how much damage this Zap Cannon is going to do.
The Zap Cannon is being reached now, going ahead and throwing it, and we have to see, because some Noctowls are very bulky. If this is an attack-weighted one, the Zap Cannon could be enough to even completely take it out, but it is not, and a double attack. Default. Oh my goodness, but at this point we might see one of those aggressive rundowns, adding a little bit of force to the wear there for Leandro, catching a Shadow Ball on the Umbreon.
The flex of Leandro, letting the Umbreon with so much energy fall to lock on down this Noctowl, winning his top 16 match and advancing to the top 8. Congratulations to Leandro.
Wow, and a very decisive win overall there for Leandro. But, man, what did you think of those games at the very end, too? Catching a resisted Shadow Ball onto an Umbreon is sort of saying, yes, I know, I had that game.
Yes, I know. I mean, he could have just used the Umbreon later on to go for a little snipe, to be honest. I don't think that you can say that if the opposing Pokemon is the only one in play for your opponent. But that was absolutely massive. Fantastic performance by Leandro. He had a decent lead. He just played this out perfectly.
He did. And if you are a fan of Go Class, don't worry, this was the winners overall. So since this is a double elimination tournament, he will be now in the losers bracket. And also, like we said, there's been so many players. Because of that outage yesterday, we didn't get a chance to get to the top 8. So you can go ahead and type in !bracket into the chat. You can see all the players who are still left in this tournament. There are quite a few.
Yes, we can't wait to see who else is going to be in the top 16. I talked about the top 8 in the winners bracket earlier. We also have fantastic players like Andres in there who have been competing in so many tournaments and who's been basically a crowd favorite, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I believe the last time Leandro was one of the people who played. He played in Bochum, and he got to this point yesterday, not being able to make it to the top 8, losing in the winners final where he was at now. But it looks like he has gotten over that hump and has technically secured an actual top cut of day 2.
Yes, a very, very impressive place by him. Fantastic player as well. You might know him as a judge more often, but he really showcased that he is a hell of a player.
Yeah, he is really good overall. I mean, he's definitely been known in the grassroots circuit for a very long time. Also on the Go Battle League leaderboards occasionally as well. So yes, we definitely know Leandro for most of the different regions. I think a lot of people fear his name and would not like to face him in Worlds.
I mean, if you are in top 16 and you are flexing like this with this Shadow Ball catch on the Umbreon, then you just know that you are fantastic at this game, huh?
Let's talk about our picks overall, though, because you picked Stone Collection, right? And Stone Collection is doing fantastic as well. Speaking of players who are a bit known in the community, but haven't been really making it so far, I mean, looks like he's on quite a magnificent run.
Yes, he's going to be able to secure his top 4 spot in the next match. It is the winners bracket top 8. I think that we are going to see it actually very soon because the losers bracket is still playing out somehow, and we are going to advance with all those winners bracket matches first. He has been really overperforming. Those were some tough matches. Of course, at some points he even said it in the interview himself that sometimes he had to win because of opposing mistakes. And I mean, that's what he did. He capitalized on them. But speaking of interviews, we have another one ready with Leandro.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now here joined by the winner of this Day 2 Top 16, Leandro. Leandro, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great. I definitely did not expect to, for one, make top cut in the winners bracket and also immediately win the first game in the winners bracket. It's definitely like a really good start to the day. So yeah, I'm really happy so far for sure.
I remember this is your second tournament.
Yeah.
And in both tournaments you've been in, you've made it to day 2.
Yeah.
So you've been fairly consistent. How do you feel whether this is the one where you're going to make all the way?
It'd be for sure amazing. I'll definitely try all my best I can do to make it to the grand final, or like as far as I can go. Like qualifying would definitely be like the dream, but I mean, there's still a lot of really tough, really amazing opponents that I have to beat on the way. So let's see.
And this is also the first time you're actually going on stage for this event.
Yeah.
And now that the cat's out of the box, you ran a Dynamic Punch Psychic Medicham. I mean, talk me through why. I've heard Pop Psychic, I've seen Ice Punch Psychic. Why double nuke?
So I expected a big increase in mainly ice types and steel types, and so I wanted to not to have them a chance to like get a shield advantage against my Medicham. So I just wanted them to just hit back immediately. Also, I expected a little bit less Noctowl, more Lantern, and yeah, just wanted some. I always like to have some surprise factors somewhere in my team, and that's why I chose Dynamic Punch for this tournament. So.
And it worked out for you so well. In game 1, it came clutch. And in game 2, I think all of us were like, oh no, the defense fell.
So at first I was like, oh no, why the defense fell? Because I was double weak to Medicham in the back. So I really didn't want the Medicham to just run through me. But getting the defense drop back was definitely really helpful because it got the Umbreon with the counters into the foul play range for afterwards. So that was I mean, it's so rare that you get one debuff, but then to get 2 each side back to back. It's kind of funny.
It's extremely rare. Like, I think I've never seen it on live. And another thing is the catch that you made on the Umbreon. I'm sure that was very critical to the game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely no. I mean, like I saw he was still throwing the moves, so it always looks fun. He also took it with humor. It's like not trying to be disrespectful. It's just something nice to do if the game's over anyway and both know it. So my sister basically just came up right in time, so I figured, yeah, might as well try it, because if they don't throw, I still reach the foul play as I was one null away. So yeah, that's why I did that.
Well, another thing that I would like to talk about before we end this interview is that we always see you on the other side, like as a judge, and you're taking over control of the tournaments, how it's being run, and seeing how the players are whether they are playing according to the rules, and if there's any mistakes, you're going to correct it. How does it feel from, shifting from judges to here?
It's definitely very interesting. The benefit is, of course, you already know what's about to happen. You don't have to be like you know all the procedures. You're very familiar with them, and it's also nice to see everything from a different perspective. So, for example, if and when I judge again, I have the player's perspective as well, and I can bring that into the team for potential things we can improve, or potential things that went really well. Like this tournament so far has run super smoothly. We were like really far ahead of schedule yesterday morning. It was all super nice. So, I mean, definitely a big shout out to the staff and team, because they're doing an absolutely brilliant job, and all of this tournament wouldn't really be possible without them. So,
yeah. The staffing teams are always the MVPs of the tournament. Without them, it's going to be very difficult to pull out a nice and smooth running tournament, which we always have.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very well done by the staffing team as well. One last question: do you think you can make it all the way?
I think I have a good shot. I mean, there's still it's incredibly amazing players in it, so it's not going to be easy, but I do think I have a decent shot at making it. I'm very confident with my team, with the Pokemon I have, so let's see.
All right, that's great. Let's get back to our casters, and we will see what we have in store in the next couple of games.
Thanks, Abi. Yes, looks like Leandro is in it to win it.
Yes, and also I want to say we are stuff, right? So
Yeah, well,
brilliant job by us. Everything wouldn't be possible without us.
Give yourself a pat. No, you know what? I'll do it. I'll give you a pat on the back.
You get one too.
Oh, look at us. Overall, I really liked what Leandro had to say about the staffing as well. It's a good point. Being a judge gives you a different perspective overall to how the different productions go, how the different games and regionals go. And speaking of judges, we had an opportunity to chat with one of them as well. That she's been to almost every single one of them. So we're going to take a short break and watch an interview with Susie.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are back for another, this time not pro player interview, but a pro professor or judge interview. And we are sitting here with Susie. So, Susie, what motivated you to become a judge?
So I started as a player, and I participated in a couple of events, and I saw there was help needed on the staffing side, and therefore I decided to join that the team.
That's very good of you to kind of see that they need help, and then you decide to become a judge. So to get into the judge, to get into this process, what do you do? Like, I heard that there's a Play Professor program that you have to apply for and pass. What is the steps to get into this program?
Exactly. So the first steps are taking the exam on Pokemon.com. You can do the test, and you only have a chance once a month if you fail it. So it's very important that you keep trying if you fail that. But if you do pass it, you will receive a background check email, which you will have to fill. And if you do pass that as well, you can become a professor.
All right, so just quick follow-up to that. Mm-hmm. What are the kind of questions you expect in this test? Because I have not seen it yet, and I would love to give it a go. So what should I expect?
So at the moment, there is a certificate for TCG, for VG, or for organizer. I personally took the one for the organizers because it's for main events, and there are questions about how to run it. Just events in general, but all the others like the VG one and the TCG one, they are more in depth for ruling kind of things. So it's important that you have a good knowledge about those games.
So you were saying that you had a test on organizational topics. So this time actually you are the Go lead. You are not the judge or the head judge. What's the difference there?
Okay, so the lead role is a bit different because that's the one who's taking care of the tournament floor in general for the event. Usually when I'm a floor judge or head judge, I make sure that the players are like playing on the tables, of course, and everything, like they respect the rules. In case they have like disputes, we take care of them. We do team checks and everything. But as a lead, there are different tasks that we have to perform. So we are checking better the schedule of the tournament, that we are on time on it, and also that in general the event doesn't have any issues. So it's a bit different tasks that I will be responsible for.
Okay. So this is your first event as the lead. Is there a really different preparation for it as well?
Yes, for myself, many different preparations. So I had to communicate with the organizers for like the last month about everything that we need for the tournament to be smooth. So starting from everything we required for the Go area and going towards the schedule of the tournament itself, which I usually don't do because the lead does it. Yeah. And when let's say for example, when I'm a floor judge, all I'm taking care of is knowing the rule book, of course, because that's important. But apart from that, I don't have any other responsibility about the organization side. But as a lead, that goes in.
So, thank you very much for those insights. Guys, if you want to become a professor or a judge, then you now know what to do. And we are going to go right back to the live coverage. This is always becoming a dance party here. I love those videos.
I was just about to say that too. If you guys could see behind the scenes before the cameras are rolling, we are having a wonderful time. And really a shout out to the production crew as well, because they're picking some really nice songs to go underneath this footage.
Also, by the way, I've seen in chat that you guys enjoy the view of Turin. I have an idea for you guys. Maybe you should attend more of those tournaments and then experience the cities yourself.
Yes, we had plenty of opportunity to do so yesterday, as because of, unfortunately, that little bit of power outage took the gaming for Go short. But that just means we have more games for you guys today, which we're really excited about. And the next one, I think you are probably most excited about because it was one of your picks overall for the winner. We have Stone Collection against a French player, Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Yes, and Stone Collection is again my pick for this event. He has performed so far. He seems to be a little bit tired, but I think that he is going to be in full focus.
Maybe it was just a mind game to his opponent.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh, I'm not scared at all.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he has the Shadow Politoed, which has proven to be an absolute powerhouse.
And look at Go-Go, we're just going to call him Jojo for now. I think that's going to be a little bit shorter. Still running a Trevenant, but also I think Eric, one of our co-casters, would be so excited to see the pick up in the corner.
I did not even see that one. Someone get Eric Knight on stream here. This is a fantastic Togedemaru, the only Pokemon that gets full farmed down by Galarian Stunfisk in the game. It literally full farms it down.
But I just have to point out to the chat as well. I mean, we are in the top 16 overall. This is a fantastic match. This guy has running a spicy, spicy team. Still having a Trevenant as well, which was one of the things that sort of got a debuff, I would say, with the Seed Bomb being a little bit more overall. We haven't seen as many Trevenants now, making the games a little bit more dynamic. But however, when the Trevenants are on the teams, I think it does put a lot of threat to the Pokemon.
Yes, that is true indeed. I mean, the matchups against the Pokemon that it's good against is still strong, and wow, Togedemaru
on the field
against the Noctowl is really hard. Safe swapping the Shadow Sableye into it, and we're going to see Wild Charge and then immediate switch out. This has to be shielded, and this is what makes this Pokemon incredibly strong.
Yes, the Wild Charge obviously is one of the heavy hitting moves, but it does debuff you as well as knowing it right away. Swapping into the Noctowl, which has a good matchup against a Sableye. Sableye also can throw 2 foul plays though as well, since this is a Shadow and Shadows do a little bit more damage overall. First foul play going through and getting protected by Jojo.
Oh, and that is really important for Stone Collection because, of course, Jojo was anticipating a Power Gem to come out here. This one did not quite reach the Power Gem. Jojo seems to know this. Immediately no shields this one, just takes the fall play, which still deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, being able to now throw this Sky Attack off. And now it's Stone Collection's turn to decide if he wants to keep this Sableye preserved or going ahead and let it go down. But Jojo, very smartly here, undercharges it a little bit just to get a couple more wing attacks. Now it's in a perfect range to be able to Sky Attack or Shadow Ball, whatever comes in. It's going to be that Noctowl coming in, getting up a lot of extra energy here before releasing the first Sky Attack, but it does have 2 loaded.
Yeah, the good thing for Stone Collection is that the more damage this Noctowl takes, the better for him, right? You don't want to have some Shadow Balls unleashed onto your Registeel, because that one would be, quite frankly, a really terrible matchup. You kind of have to go into the Registeel soon, or are you going to get to another... Wow, this Shadow Ball connects. We're going for a big farm down now, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be an aggressive lock on farm down, but that Registeel is going to come out completely loaded, almost at 2 Wild Charges here, letting that first one go through. Probably will be able to make the other one. We have to remember, lock-ons don't do that much damage overall. First Wild Charge releasing. This is threatening the overall. Oh my goodness, being able to reach to a second, making Stone Collection have to shield this up.
And the crowd goes crazy. They are really cheering for Jojo Go-Go Dancer. And now the Protect Shield comes out. We have 100 energy almost Registeel right here. That is going to fire off Focus Blast or Zap Cannons. I assume it's going to be a Focus. Okay, we're going for a Zap Cannon. If there was a shield, that could have been an attack debuff. However, goes unshielded. Everything is put on this Shadow Swampert now. It is looking strong.
The Shadow Swampert is looking strong indeed. Going to be able to get to this move, I think, before even the Registeel is, and charging, getting there right in time, and taking out the Registeel. Shadow Swampert Hydro Cannon doing a lot of work here, and now we have a fully healthy Swampert against a Noctowl with not a lot of health left.
Yeah, and this Hydro Cannon, he already had 1 Mud Shot in, so reaches the Hydro Cannon even faster. We can now just safely go for this Hydro Cannon and then Mud Shot down if this doesn't already take it out. I think it does.
Yeah, I should be able to have, if not the Mud Shots right after, but yes, the Jojo being able to convincingly take game number 1 with a Togedemaru, which is an interesting pick that I don't think we've seen on stream in the EU at all so far.
And it really showed off. This Togedemaru was incredibly strong. I like it a lot. Ice types being more prevalent now in the game. You can just sit there with your steel typing and take all of those ice punches or icy winds from Dugong and Alolan Sandslash.
What do you think of the secondary moveset on that, being Fell Stinger? Fell Stinger does not do a lot of damage at all, but it does boost your fast attack. So it's giving, it just boosts your attack overall, right?
Yep.
So it's like something that takes a little bit longer to get to. It almost feels like a bait, but it takes a bit of energy.
That is true. It's like a power-up punch, maybe a bit, but I mean, it's a tough one because attacks that really do not deal any damage, it's kind of hard. You need to basically bait with them. Also, the fast attacks of Togedemaru it's not known for having the highest fast attack pressure.
Yeah, I completely agree with you overall as well. And also, Wild Charges just hit so hard as it is, you don't really need to buff them anymore. But we did see it. I mean, he was basically being able to lock on down afterwards because the 2 Wild Charges were enough to, debuff the defense of that Togedemaru. Wow, what a showcase by Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Yeah, 10 damage with 1 lock-on. We have all seen it on stream right here. Lock-on, fast attack pressure, confirmed. So now we will have to see how Stone Collection adapts to this. I mean, you know that your opponent is willing to bring the Togedemaru, so I don't think that you want to necessarily bring Politoed. I don't know the matchup against the Umbreon of Togedemaru. Yes, you have the Fell Stinger, but does that even really matter?
I mean, Fell Stinger does not do a lot of damage at all. It is that bug typing, which is super effective against the Umbreon. But, I mean, we're talking about, like, very minuscule amount of damage. It overall would just be better for the Wild Charges and the Thunder Shocks. But, however, I mean, the Foul Play after a Wild Charge, I think, would be almost enough to take out that Pokemon. It is not that bulky in the Great League overall, but even so, it was one big showcase.
Yep, that is true. And in the end, the Shadow Swampert just sweeped it all up. It is looking really strong for this tournament. Trevenants are really not there anymore. Only he brought one, I think. I think Super Alki also has one, but now we are seeing the good old Umbreon versus Noctowl matchup.
And look at the backline. This is very weak to the Shadow Swampert of Stone Collection. I think he was maybe hoping to see it in the lead or not at all. We'll have to see how this plays out. Again, we've seen this quite a few times. This is a pretty neutral matchup overall, slightly favoring that Noctowl just because the wing attacks are going to add up more than those Snarls do. Already add a lot of energy here, though, from Stone Collection side throwing that first Foul Play.
This Registeel on Stone Collection side, as soon as this Noctowl faints, it has nowhere to go in this matchup because there is Medicham, which you can beat in the zeros, but there's also the Shadow Swampert, which is really a hard counter to it.
Yeah, this is second Sky Attack going off here, and you can see, I mean, both of them still look fairly calm and composed here. I don't know if this was the trio that Stone was hoping for. At least if he was hoping for that Noctowl, he'd see it in the front, but it was very a good prediction on his side that Jojo would go ahead and leave that Togedemaru at home.
Yep, and now we are going to see the Medicham switch, and now we're immediately answering it with the Noctowl, and it's kind of weird to say it, but I think that Registeel would have been the better matchup in this situation.
Yeah, Registeel being able to maybe possibly lower it, Stone going ahead and shielding up that Ice Punch. It is super effective, but would just be doing chip damage at this point, getting a lot of extra energy before throwing a Sky Attack here, and Jojo responds with a shield of his own.
Nice, let's call it a bait here from Stone Collection, because Sky Attack would not have taken out the Medicham in this situation. Shadow Ball, however, would have, so good call from Stone Collection, saving some energy for the next matchup. Now Ice Punch is going to connect, goes unshielded. It is not the strongest attack. However, this Noctowl is really low. Stone Collection is now going for the Sky Attack. I think this one might take it out fairly easy.
If not, I think the wing attacks afterwards surely will. But yes, going taking that Medicham down, and let's see how he responds, because we have to remember the Swampert, just like the Registeel, pretty much relies on its charge attacks. It's not doing much with that fast move pressure.
And now we're going to see a Sky Attack here from this Noctowl, which could mean for Stone Collection that, he uses the shield, and this is critical maybe, because this Hydro Cannon in the one shield up thing can go through entire teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see for sure. And Earthquake definitely would be able to one-shot a Registeel as well. Jojo also using a shield up here in this mid-game for the Noctowl, and a combination play by Stone Collection, knocking out the Noctowl with energy with this Foul Play.
Yes, Umbreon is really, really strong. It might force the Swampert to throw a move rather quickly. You can actually get to the foul play before the Hydro Cannon connects, so you can get a hefty amount of damage off. I think that the Registeel has no energy though, because it hasn't seen the field at all. There is still the Noctowl. Noctowl has quite the amount of energy left, so it is going to be interesting. There is the second Hydro Cannon loaded. The question is, what do you do with this now?
This is going to be incredibly close overall because, I mean, like you said, the Registeel come in, we potentially could see some sort of sacrificial swap. There is a little bit of energy left on the Noctowl, but a Hydro Cannon would knock it out. Stone's going to have to play this perfectly, and his timer is not up. This Earthquake is going to probably be enough, but does JoJo know his timer's not up? Charging up a ton of extra energy. This Earthquake is going through.
Earthquake is going to connect. I can just imagine that this might take out the Registeel. How much energy does this Noctowl have right here? It is not going to be enough. The Hydro Cannon is going to be reached before JoJo Go-Go Dancer wins against Stone Collection in the top 16 match.
Well, convincingly going on to the top 8 as well. Stone Collection, first loss of the whole tournament so far as well. Don't worry, he will be knocked down to the losers bracket. You can see the French people going insane for their teammate, I suppose.
Yes, he performed right here. Swampert is an absolute powerhouse after this attack update. Trevenant was its worst enemy, and now Stone Collection has suffered from not bringing a grass type.
Yeah, I think overall I mean, both of them brought incredibly spicy picks, but the JoJo's one just really hard countered Stone Collection. Stone Collection's being that Shadow Polytoad, which we saw really put in a lot of work against Heisenberg in the past matchup. However, I mean, if there's a Togedemaru on the other side, you are way too scared to be bringing that.
You say hard counted, but I think in the 2 shields, you might be able to farm down the Togedemaru with these shadow mud shots.
That's true. You know, I can't give that thing too much credit because Eric is just, I'm sure he's shouting at the screen as well, saying, I told you guys it was good. And JoJo just proving it to us overall.
Fantastic performance by him. And again, I can just say how strong Shadow Swampert is. We have seen it multiple times. We have seen it over the entire season and even the season before. Shadow Swampert with Hydro Cannons. If you have shields on this one or your opponent does not have shields and you have just a little bit of energy advantage, it can just easily go through entire teams.
You know, a lot of people have been saying that Shadow Swampert is now being put into the shadows because Quagsire has come into play with the Mud Bomb, and it's sort of like people are saying it's better. I don't know. After seeing a game like this, I think that JoJo has made a pretty convincing argument that Swampert will be here to stay.
Yeah, Mud Bomb, of course, is a really strong attack. But, I mean, in this scenario, Shadow Swampert was just so much better because it needed to reach this Hydro Cannon fast against the Noctowl. If it just had like a Stone Edge there, it would have taken much longer, and I think Noctowl would have reached a Sky attack. Also, the entire matchup before would have been different.
Yeah, I mean, it was a completely really good play there by JoJo as well, recognizing that he needed the energy more than he actually needed the HP of his Swampert, right? So going ahead and taking that foul play, charging up a lot of extra energy before releasing that Hydro Cannon, putting Stone Collection in a really bad position overall because there was a Hydro Cannon stored. So if he brought in that Noctowl already, the Noctowl would have been knocked out. However, he still would have reached that Earthquake before Stone Collection would have been able to make it to a Focus Blast.
Oh, and yeah, the Registeel just did absolutely nothing this game. It just, we saw it in the beginning. The Noctowl was in the lead fighting against this Umbreon, and the Registeel was waiting to combat versus a Shadow Swampert and the Medicham, I think. Yes.
Yep.
So there was really nothing for Registeel in there. It did not even get to a single charged attack. It made sense from Stone Collection to not swap in the Registeel onto the Medicham because, of course, this is not the matchup you want to have, but he just did not predict that the Shadow Swampert was going in, which is, I think, brave because Shadow Swampert is like always a bring in this matchup. It has no really hard counter matchups.
I agree. I think that overall it looked very strong for JoJo. You know, I feel like Registeel is like, you know when you feel obligated to go to a party or something and it's just like, okay, I'll just show up for a second and make an appearance and then I'll say bye. That was sort of the Registeel in that last matchup, unfortunately, for Stone Collection.
Just gonna stay for 10 minutes and then I'm gonna
very
go.
introverted Registeel.
Registeel not having too much fun at this best of 3 party right here. 2-0 for Jojo against Stone Collection. What an amazing performance.
Yeah, again, I just have to highlight the team composition was really interesting overall.
Yeah.
And also a big mind game from Jojo, bringing that token tomorrow, leading it in that first game, saying, yes, I have it. Not only do I have it, I'm playing it, and I've gotten this far in the tournament, and then just completely benching it game 2, saying, okay, now that it's in your mind, living rent-free in your head, it can just go ahead and stay home.
Yeah, it is absolutely...
It doesn't even need to come to the party.
Yes, exactly. Can just act like it was there. You know, that's bench pressure. So I really love playing it as a lead, because if you win the lead against your opponent, you have this wild charge loaded up. You can just press it. It's going to deal damage against everything. Even a Shadow Swampert would take a lot of damage. So you basically take one shield out and then you can switch into your other counter as well. So if you win the lead with a Pokemon that has those hard-hitting, debuffing attacks, you're going to have a really good time.
Yeah, I think overall, and also like, you could see it in the crowd as well. When Tonton Bateau won the EUIC, the French were going wild for him. The French have really shown up to support their teammates overall. We could hear it even from the other side of the stage where they were going crazy while he was playing. And when he secured the win, you could hear it.
Yes, those people are incredibly passionate, and I think we all are incredibly passionate about this game. Everyone is just supporting their friends. There are so many emotions in this venue, not only in Go, also in TCG and VGC.
Yes.
Everyone just loves to play those tournaments, so I can really recommend
Our emotions are almost overcoming us here. But let us know in the chat, who are you guys cheering for, who is still in this tournament? Our picks are still in overall. Palasha was on mine. Stone Collection, he's still in it. He's since this is a double elimination, he will now be brought down to the losers bracket. But I'm not counting him out, are you?
Nope, I am absolutely not going to count him out. He was showing off before, but now, in terms of counting, let's just go over to Count Xevious with the winners interview.
Hello trainers, we are here live in Turin again, joined by one of the winners of day number 2. Again, one of the day 2 winners. It's Jojo. Jojo, how are you feeling?
Ça va très bien, je suis beaucoup moins stressé.
It is very good and a little bit stressful.
Okay. So game number 1, you bought the Togedemaru. It's a Pokemon that we don't ever see in the meta. What made you bring it in your team? Guillaume, maybe you can...
Je voulais jouer Togedemaru. Du coup, il fallait un scénario où Togedemaru pour
Okay, he wants to play Togedemaru, so he searched for a scenario where Togedemaru is good to play.
Okay. And another thing that I noticed is that it's very brave of you to bring Trevenant, because you don't. This is the first Trevenant we see on stream today. Why?
J'ai pas eu beaucoup de temps pour m'adapter à la méta. Et avec l'omniprésence de Charmina et la montée des Boy, ainsi que Trevenant, pouvait être vraiment très fort.
Okay, no left of time to prepare for this tournament, so with a lot of Charmina, say,
Alolan Sandslash?
Yeah, the Trevenant was very good, so he tried to put the Trevenant to the good top.
Okay, and another critical point in game number 2 was the Swampert at the back. Did you know it was Reggie? Because he shielded, you shielded the Noctowl, and I was like, maybe he does not know it's Reggie Steel at the back. Why did you shield the Noctowl?
J'attendais un Charmina. Du coup, j'avais besoin de ce Noirfang.
He waits for Medicham, so he needs the Noctowl to prepare for it.
Yep. And you played very, very, very dominant games. It was absolutely amazing to watch. Thank you so much for taking your time. Guillaume, thank you so much for leaving your staffing duties, coming here and translating for us. And thank you, and I hope you go all the way and finally punch out ticket to Yokohama.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back
Thank
to the
you,
cast.
and GG Jojo.
Thank you very much, Abi, for this interview. Also, thank you very much to our translator. It's always nice to have those judges on site that speak multiple languages, and that can help us out in those situations.
Yeah, it's I just have to give him a little bit of a nod for using a spicy pick. Stone as well using the spicy pick. Unfortunately, just didn't work out for him in that round overall. But I mean, again, we got to boost it up. NA has really been using more than we have, and we, if it's a competition, it's still a competition between the different continents as well.
Yes, we have Togedemaru here. We have seen Dene on the Milwaukee stream. So both of those tiny electro mice, hedgehog.
Yeah, what would you consider?
Hamster.
Yeah,
I think the Dene is a hamster, and
Alolan Sandslash is a hedgehog, I would say.
I think it's an armadillo.
Oh my goodness! You're absolutely. If the little one's an armadillo, let us know what you guys think as well. Lantern also, not a dolphin.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I think it's an anglerfish. But yes, Togedemaru is a hedgehog because like the spikes that
That's
come
true.
out
It does come out of its back when it is a little bit more electric.
So we will need to find a transition to introduce the next video, and I don't think that we can make it, but we are, of course, we have a really nice part 2 of the interview with Susie up just now.
Sometimes it happens that during an event we have to take care of disputes between players, and it's part of our job. It's just try to understand what's the best ruling, and for this we have our guidelines and rule book to follow, and we just use mainly our common sense as well for this. Also we do take in consideration the rule book. It's very important for us. So when it happens that players might not be happy about the ruling, we try to be more empathic and understanding, like for them, just to make sure they understand how the ruling is and why we keep that ruling. So for us as a team, the most important thing is that the player will have a great experience, and we want to make sure they will go away by saying, I want to do it again, I want to be here next season. This is great for us. Thank you very much for listening and for hearing me out, and I hope to see you at many more events to come.
Welcome back in, everyone, to day 2 of the special event here in Torino. I am Amanda, and we have released Leo from his duties for now to be replaced with my good friend here, Count Xavius, also known as Abi.
I'm actually absolutely happy to be here. I've been taking interviews, 3 interviews in a row, and I kind of prefer to be here and talking to the audience right now.
Yeah, I think it's a good mixture overall. I love to get the players' insights, and you're doing a great job of like really pulling out the nice information from them. I also want to point out, because I just realized as well, that we both are wearing like legendary pins here. I've got a Palkia and you have a Dialga.
I got to thank Martin for this one.
He's also wearing a Giratina.
Yeah, he's also wearing a Giratina. And yeah, I think it's a great idea that we decided to kind of match pins.
Yeah. So, I don't know which one is your preferred for Master League. I have a Hundo, as we call the ones that have the best IVs, of a Palkia and a Dialga and a Giratina. So I feel like these are maybe this is my set.
Yes, I don't have any of those in those. I am not a Master League player. I absolutely love and enjoy Ultra League, though. I think it is the best league.
Yeah, but one of the other great leagues, obviously, is the Great League, right? The ones that we are doing these play tournaments in, and we are, again, in the top 16. We have Andres, who we saw a little bit earlier yesterday, playing against Wolfpack, who played against Arsenio, and it looks like, hopefully we don't get another power outage at this point, because the last time he was on screen, this did happen, so hopefully this is not a repeat offense here.
Yep. And for those who do not know Wolfpack did make it to day 2 in Lille as well, so he's a very, very good battler. He only lost, I think, 1 game, and that was unfortunate that he got eliminated. Just looking at these 2 teams, I think I really love the fact that Wolfpack is running with absolute power here. He's going with a Shadow Sableye, Shadow Quagsire, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. These Pokemon are going to be hitting for a lot of damage against Andres' team, but just take a look at Andres' team. What do you think? What do you see?
I think this is something that we've been talking about for a long time, especially that you've been bringing up, is that Umbreon overall. Umbreon is going to do a great job tanking a lot of these moves that are being thrown. I would also like to point out on Wolfpack's side, so yes, you're talking about he has these heavy hitting ones, but they're actually quite frail as well, right? Not only because they're Shadow, the Shadows take 20% more damage, even though they're giving out 20% more, but just overall, Alolan Sandslash is not that bulky, but he has paired it with a Lickitung, a Noctowl, and let's be fair, a Medicham also has a lot of bulk to it as well.
You're absolutely right. He does have a nice balance between bulk and attack, but just looking at Andres' team, it is very, very bulky. You need a lot of attack to get through that. The Registeel, the Lantern, and well, we can keep talking about bulk, but the match is already on. They've all selected their teams. Let's see how this goes.
Let's see, jumping right into it here, we see a Noctowl against a Medicham and a Noctowl with a hat. So this Noctowl has come to party here. Looks like he has found a good guest, going ahead and getting off these wing attacks here. We do know that the Ice Punch goes through first normally, and it looks like Wolfpack does go ahead and throw that there, and Andrea choosing to just let it go, the first one go through.
Yep, the first Ice Punch comes through. This is a super effective move as well, so it is going to do quite a bit of damage to the Noctowl, but Noctowl is so bulky. Andrews demonstrating very good knowledge of mechanics here, waiting for a turn, does not want this energy to go into any other Pokemon except that Medicham, waiting a turn, throwing this move, and it does super effective damage, putting the Medicham deep into the red.
Yeah, so Medicham will be able to reach an Ice Punch, and catching this Ice Punch onto the Umbreon, like we talked about bulk. And also, this is not a move that is very effective against the Umbreon, just saying, what a refreshing little mint.
Yep, the Umbreon just like, that tickled, thank you so much. And here comes a Noctowl. Noctowl does have a favorable match against the Umbreon, but Umbreon, as we know, is very bulky. But what's, again, an interesting thing is that 2-2 shields, Umbreon will pull through.
And also, Wolfpack's Noctowl also has a hat, so these Noctowls are quite the pair. Very dapper-looking birds here, throwing the Sky Attack against the Umbreon. The Umbreon did have to take, we have to remember, that Ice Punch, but it was just a little bit of chip damage, but that could be a thing that will end up flipping this matchup in the end, as the Umbreon did have a little bit of an energy advantage, but a little bit of a defense deficit.
Exactly. The little loss of HP could come in handy for Wolfpack to pull this match through and try to win back switch as well. He's already at a Sky Attack, but he's opting to take as much energy as possible before throwing the Sky Attack. Perfectly timed, perfectly knowing the energy that then Umbreon needs to get to the next foul play, and throwing the Sky Attack. Will this be enough?
No, not even close. It looks like this Umbreon taking it like a champ, going ahead and throwing this foul play as well, forcing that first shield off of Wolfpack. Looks like he really wants to take that switch advantage here, going ahead and probably charging up a little bit more, but releasing his next attack. And again, a combination play by Andres, throwing this Sky Attack. Will he use both shields in this mid game?
Wolfpack does not use a shield, unfortunately, and his Noctowl is done and dusted. Now it's all up to that Quagsire, the happy-looking groundwater Pokemon, to pull through here. But with a shield deficit and it being as frail as it is, these mud shots are not doing any damage to that Noctowl. Noctowl is so far up in the sky that oh my god, and another catch. How many catches will Andres make to prove a point here?
No, I mean, I think she's not really happy with this one. It knocks out the Wolfpack's Medicham, but now, I mean, the Quagsire still has a lot of energy. Maybe a Mud Bomb at this point could be enough overall. Looks like he's going to at least go for it here. There's 2 shields left on Andrea's side, and she's got that full health Medicham in the back, something that Quagsire definitely does not want to see.
Yep, Quagsire definitely does not want to see the Medicham, as you said. Medicham is coming here and is unleashing these counters. Counters are doing so much damage. It is one of the best fast attacks in the game, and here comes the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb is neutral to the Medicham, but Medicham being so bulky and having access to 2 shields is absolutely going to power through this Quagsire.
Not only just powering through, going ahead and throwing off the charge attacks as well, saying, you know what, do you have some shields left? I'm not comfortable with that. I know that you have a lot of energy left on this Quagsire here, so I'm going to at least force you to do something here. Meanwhile, just Wolfpack charging up to 100 energy again before throwing off this Mud Bomb and getting that first Protect Shield from Andreas.
Yep, Andreas pulling up that first Protect Shield and going to take 1 damage. Delian, listen, 1 damage from that charge attack. In comes a second Mud Bomb here. Andreas pulling up her second shield and 1 more counter away from winning this game 1.
Yeah, it looks like she also was a charge attack priority there, throwing that Ice Punch, which, again, not that effective against a Quagsire, but at this low range definitely will be enough, and it looks like Andreas has secured game number 1.
That was very well played there. I think the snipe there and the catch, I think this was demonstrated to us earlier, I think, in Bochum, where Lurgan Rocket pulled this off, just CMP charge attack priority catch, because you, as a Medicham, you're kind of forced to throw, because if you don't throw, then you have to take a sky attack. That was very, very unfortunate for Wolfpack, and Andres was in control of that game from the starting all the way till the end.
And just one really good point that you made there. Her counting has been on point this entire time. We saw her on stream another time as well. She's really good at catching, predicting when people are going to throw, because that's another point in the game. I think a lot of players now, we're getting to a level where a lot of people are waiting a turn, right? Or people are throwing when they know that they're going to hit that charge attack priority. And because of this, players are adapting and doing new things as well. So it's sort of a mind game within itself of what is my opponent going to do when they have the charge attack ready? Are they going to throw immediately? Are they going to wait a turn? Or are they even going to charge up past that to 100% like you saw Wolfpack doing as well?
Exactly. Reeling off your point, I think it's also important to kind of understand, to use game 1 to see when your opponent wants to throw as well. I use game 1 to process this information. Some people have, let's say, a favorite time to throw. Some go 1 over, some go 2 over, some go all the way till you almost get to your move and throw just 1 before, so that you are kind of forced to shield as well. So these are things you have to note down in game number 1 to try and understand, get into the psyche of your opponents. Okay, I know this is what he's going to do, and I'm going to swap at that moment. One of these things that I've noticed over the course of the season is that there are some players who are very, very good at this. One very good example for this is Kimi Sui from the Fort Wayne regional champion. I've seen him catch like random moves at random times, and every time it's always to his advantage. I'm like, okay, why? How? Why would you catch? But then if you go back and see game number 1, you're like, that's why.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Another one is Crescent Angels, who was one of, I believe he was 3rd place overall at Worlds last year. He was catching at incredible strange moments, like he was definitely like reading his opponent like a book.
It's an amazing skill to have. Getting rid of all that hard-earned energy by your opponent onto a Pokemon that he does not want that energy to go into is the best feeling in the game. I think one of the best things to do is to catch an Earthquake on a Noctowl, which we saw in Malmo as well in the grand finals. Believe it or not, that's insane.
I mean, if you want to talk about catches, I think I lost track of how many catches there were between BB there and Zephy Masters. Yeah. Both of them qualified for Worlds as well. Again, this is the very last tournament for this EU season. Unfortunately, there will still be 2 regionals left in NA, actually 1 regional and 1 international championship. But overall, there is a lot on the line here in Torino.
Yeah. a lot on the line. Andres is one game away from progressing, and we see a Noxal into a Shadow Sableye. Again, another semi-favorable lead, as I call it, because the Sableye will do a lot of damage because it is a Shadow version, and this matchup is not as straightforward as a normal Sableye.
Yeah, normal Sableye needs to go for that heavier hitting move. 2 foul plays plus even those resisted Shadow Claws is enough for Wolfpack. Should Andres choose not to shield up both of them. Letting that first one go through, charging up a lot of extra energy here, and it looks like it's going to throw that Sky Attack. And will Wolfpack shield this up? Because this will do a lot of damage. Yes, getting that first shield.
Yep, getting that first shield, putting Andres perfectly in the driver's seat. Let's see how Wolfpack responds. He goes with the foul play and another catch by Andres. How many times have we seen this?
And this one a little bit worse for the wear as well, because this is a resisted foul play onto the Umbreon. They're taking it like a champion. We saw this last game as well, the Medicham coming in, or we've seen this overall. We've seen this happen a lot of times. It's not as straightforward as a matchup as you think it's going to be, especially because this Medicham is running Ice Punch and Psychic. Neither one of those moves doing very much at all to the Umbreon.
We just saw Leandro running the Dynamic Punch Psychic. That Dynamic Punch Medicham would have loved to be in this position, but unfortunately it's not. It's going to be this Wolfpack's Medicham with these Ice Punches coming in cold and heavy.
that's a good way to phrase it overall. Ice Punch is definitely the preferred move here. You do not want to go for the Psychic, as it would be doing even less damage overall. This foul play going through, and it looks like Wolfpack is going to be able to take it. Again, it's the counter damage. I mean, look at the Umbreon. It's one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and it's still very low. Meanwhile, this Medicham has a lot of energy, being able to be at this Ice Punch, but not throwing it in time, and this foul play going through.
Will this be enough to knock out the Medicham? I don't think it is. It will barely be living through this, and goes for the Ice Punch, and oh my god, trying to snipe the Pokemon, but unfortunately not being able to do so, but pulling up a shield to make sure that Noxal is healthy.
Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but this Noctowl basically has a Sky Attack in some store. The secondary Noctowl coming in, both of them saying, hey, am I looking in a mirror? Not only is it a mirror match, they're both wearing the hats. You can't tell them apart, except for one of them has little less health, but the Sky Attack is going through.
Yep, they're both having party in the sky, right? And in comes the second Sky Attack. The second Sky Attack is going to put the Noctowl in a very precarious situation, because it will have to get some sort of energy from this matchup to kind of secure what is going to happen in the back. So that is exactly what Wolfpack is doing. He's farming up to a lot of energy. In comes this Sky Attack. He's 2 away from another. Let's see if Andres pulls up a shield.
I mean, it's going to be pretty dangerous overall, because if you look, there is that Sableye. It is out of energy, but it does so well against the Medicham, and the Sky Attack's going through. This is a super effective move. With the Sableye in the back, she has to preserve as much health on this thing as possible, going ahead and putting that up, and I hope at this point, it looks like she wants to counter down, but that Sableye coming in saying, I'm not even going to give you a chance. Looks like foul play.
Oh my god, what a pivotal catch here. Oh my god. I think the match is absolutely done and dusted here. That Umbreon doing its job, being that damage sponge, and this Medicham is like, hey, Sableye,
I am
take
out
2 Ice
of
Punches.
words here. This is incredible play by Andrea. They're being able to just count and know where your opponent is at on energy overall, and being calm and collected here, throwing this secondary Ice Punch, which will definitely be enough. There's still a small Noctowl left, but I have a feeling it's about to get punched out of the sky. You can hear people clapping already, but let's see how this goes.
The Noctowl comes in, but the Medicham is way too healthy. It's going to be punched out of the sky, as you said. Unfortunately, there is no sky left for the Noctowl to fly in.
And Andreas had taken a decisive 2-0 victory with 2 amazing catches in that last game that pretty much solidified the deal for her there. Look at these 2 opponents, though. They're laughing and smiling about it. I mean, you talked about it before. Wolfpack plays incredible. He plays meticulously. There's not like he played anything wrong overall. Andreas just really was able to predict her opponent there and had very nice catches.
Yeah, and as I said at the start of the event, Umbreon is going to be a pivotal Pokemon in this meta, just because it's going to be such a big damage sponge, especially against people thinking of running Alolan Sandslashes. And even Medicham, which is kind of considered as an Umbreon counter, is not really an Umbreon counter, because it does not, a lot of them do not run the fighting type move. So Umbreon, I think, is the best Pokemon in the meta.
Yeah, I think Umbreon, I mean, I know you said it before, it was one of your picks that you thought you would see most in the tournament, and it has really come out often to play. So I really like Umbreon as well, but mostly just because of the
I'm surprised you did not bring that up this time around. I was this close to being like, maybe I should bring it up because she doesn't seem to be giggling.
Well, I have to tell you what, I was just almost at a loss for words anyway because of those incredible catches. The foul play, twice. The foul play through from the save light twice into an Umbreon in that matchup.
Yeah. I mean, so many catches, right? I think it was the ice punch on the Umbreon, and in game number 1, and in game number 2, the foul play on the Umbreon, and then again the foul play on the Umbreon. I mean, that Umbreon did more work than any other Pokemon in that game.
And I know it's not true for every opponent, but Andrea is one of those opponents who really likes to prepare, right?
Yeah.
So she's like someone who really does a lot of simulations. I know a lot of battlers who say, I didn't want to overthink it. I just picked some Pokemon that I was familiar with, and I wanted to go in and play. I mean, I think to each their own, but it looks like it's really panning out for her this time as well. A lot of preparation is going a long way for that trainer.
Yep, and another thing that I would like to point out is about the meta right now is that I think this is one of the most successful teams so far. You see this combination in, you saw it on Leandro's team, you saw it on Stone's team, and there's only one Pokemon variation there. Leandro running the Shadow Sableye, and Stone running the Shadow Politoed. Yep. And I know there's also another player who lost in the losers final who ran exactly the same team. So this team seems to be doing really well, and for some reason German seems to love it.
Yeah, consistency is key overall, and it looks like this team is a pretty consistent one. So if you are in North America or a tournament organizer who is looking to still compete somewhere, maybe take a page out of one of these players' books.
Yep, very, very consistent team, and I think it's in a very, very good place in the meta, just because it deals with the ice type threat. Maybe some core breakers would be Whimsicott or Dunsparce, but or Whimsicott plus Dunsparce.
Oh my goodness, yes.
That's kind of a big, let's say, a big oof for this team. But other than that, I think there's a play against every team.
Let's talk a little bit about Dunsparce, because it was my pick overall that I thought we would see a lot of it, because it did get that rollout buff, which I think does it really helps it, because Dunsparce has 2 charge attacks that aren't same type attack bonus. They're really good against a lot of the meta right now, the Drill Run and the Rock Slide, but because it suffers from that, they're not hitting as hard. So the rollout damage being added, I thought would be maybe enough to help it.
Yeah,
maybe not.
I mean, I kind of thought so as well, but the problem with Dunsparce is that 1 extra damage is not enough. I think it still loses to Sableye in the Zero Shields. And Drill Run and Rock Slide coming from Dunsparce don't do enough.
Yep.
Like, if you're going to be a Pokemon that you say, okay, I'm going to want to cover the Registeel, but you still lose in the 1 shield, is not a great sign. And it can still win, but it will have to get rid of all its energy, and it will survive at, let's say, 4 or 5 HP.
Sure.
And in a meta where we are seeing a lot of Shadow Charizards as well, that's perfect. Shadow Charizard will take that HP away, build some energy, and absolutely nuke everything on the way out.
I want to say, we have at least seen a couple Dunsparce on screen. What we haven't seen was one of your 3rd picks, and that was the Kanto Ninetales.
Yep, I am surprised. I'm a bit disappointed, but I also understand why, because you saw the rise of Quagsire as well. You've seen a lot of Quagsires, you see a lot of Lanterns as well. Kanto Ninetales would kind of put it in a situation where you kind of reform that RPS score, but I was hoping there was a way to work around it. But looking at the teams right now, I don't think it was a good pick overall.
Yeah, well, looking at the teams right now, Martijn is ready with Andres to talk about her team composition and how she did overall, and I can't wait to get into it.
Trainers, we are here with the winner of our previous matchup, an incredible matchup. We have Andres. Andres, I'm still full of adrenaline of those battles, those catches.
Yeah,
how are you feeling?
Me too. Like my hands is like tingling. Yeah.
Oh, mine too.
Yeah, I was very scary of the Quagsire. I really know that he really likes Quagsire, so I'm quite afraid of this Pokemon because I have Reggie, I have Lantern, which is very, very bad.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's what's the most worried about.
So how did you decide to deal with Quagsire?
Yeah, I think he has to be neutral, you know? Like maybe have Pokemons like Noctowl, even against Sandslash is quite good. You can play the Zeros through the Shadow Ball and go to another Pokemon like Umbreon, which is, I think, the best Pokemon in this match.
Okay.
Pretty neutral.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like the only Pokemon who can answer Umbreon is Medi in his team. So,
Okay,
That's
yeah,
how I deal.
good point. Now I have a very difficult question for you.
Yeah.
How are you so good at catching?
Maybe Johnny.
You got like 3 moves in those battles. That was a
I
lot.
expected. I was very worried about the last catch with the full play with my Umbreon because I thought that he was like maybe wait for the cuts. So I wait too.
I saw
So
it.
it's like wait for the wait and try to cut. I think it was my only win con.
Very smart.
Because,
I think so
yeah.
too. Yeah, the Sableye was going to rip through that Medicham, right?
Yeah.
So I think that was a pretty difficult spot. So
Yeah.
your win con.
I did a bad catch with because I thought that the Umbreon will be farming down by the Medi instead of throw the Ice Punch. That's why I tried to sneak it out the Medi with my Noctowl. So that's why I did the bad catch because.
Yeah. Well,
I tried to snipe, but I didn't.
If you win, is it
Yeah,
that
yeah.
catch?
Well, could if I will let it go the Umbreon and just come back with Noctowl fan down, I didn't need to use shield, you know.
Yeah.
So
no, that's fair.
We'll be in a better spot, I think.
Speaking of Jonioa, is he watching right now?
I think so. Yeah, hello. Yeah, probably.
If you win this, you can go to Worlds with him.
Yeah, that's
Right?
true. I will go whenever it happens. So I prefer to go with the qualification.
Yeah.
So
Of course. If you were to face Jonioa at Worlds,
no.
how would you approach that?
If sometimes we faced in GVL and all the times he top left, like not want to play.
Okay.
I don't know why he doesn't want to play this match.
Do you think he will do that at Worlds as well?
I don't think so. Will be funny, I think, but
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Andrea, for the interview. I wish you the best of luck. I believe you are top 6 right now, right? So really good performance.
In fact, if we keep winning, I will face Paulasa in the finals. So it will be tricky.
A Spanish
Spanish final.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That'll be exciting. That'll be exciting.
Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Martin and Andrea, for that great interview. Speaking of them trying to set up a Spanish final, we're going to see another Spanish player. The kind of Spanish final that Andrea wants to set up, it's Polisha going up against Super Alki. We've seen both these trainers before as well, Super Alki in day number 1 and Polisha today. They've been amazing. Super Alki was very dominant in his matchup as well. Polisha was every inch of that way through that entire game. I thought she was going to lose.
Yeah, Polisha, someone who is able to pull win conditions, sort of like we just saw with Andrea as well. It's like, oh, this looks like it's maybe a game for the other opponent, and then one amazing catch or one amazing, well-predicted play, and they are back in the running overall. But yeah, like I said, Paula again on the right-hand side there with a lot of plushie support on her side. Meanwhile, Super Alki, cool as a cucumber on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. He's absolutely focused. So is Polisha, but to be honest, that Galarian Ponyta is so cute. I think we have that plushie available, so I think I'm going to go buy it. Just looking at these two teams, you see a kind of difference in a way how this is being set up. The ground-type Pokemon of choice for Polisha is going to be that Shadow Swampert, whereas for Super Alki, it is that Galarian Sunfisk. We have not been seeing the Galarian Sunfisk for a long period of time, and I think it's kind of seeing a resurgence. And you also have the ice type setup, which is for Super Alki the Alolan Ninetales, but for Polisha it's the Alolan Sandslash. So different functions, but I think in the end, let's say Polisha has the advantage because her steel type, her ice type beats Super Alki's ice type, and her ground type beats Super Alki's ground type as well. Do you see anything else that's surprising?
Not necessarily surprising, because he did go over it yesterday. Super Alki is running that Trevenant, and he did tell Leo, not on the interview, but a little bit backstage, that he had registered his team actually before the moveset update, and so he just forgot to change it overall. But it looks like not a lot of people are running Trevenant, but it's really served him well so far. And also, there is definitely a target for for it, and there's a couple targets for it on Paula's team. If you look at the Trevenant, it does well against that Swampert for sure, does well against the Registeel and that Medicham.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good litmus test for the Trevenant here, just because this is kind of how the meta has evolved. You see that Alolan Sandslash there. That's what every Trevenant is afraid of right now. That's one of the reasons why it's been pushed out of the meta. Of course, it did get an energy increase for the Seed Bomb as well, but this is the Pokemon that it needs to get over. You see the Alolan Sandslash, it's going to do very, very well against Trevenant, and so does Noctowl. You do not want to see Noctowl into a Trevenant. That is an absolute thing of nightmares.
I think one thing we should also point out is the match that we saw of Paula earlier was before. This is now in the top 16 overall. They're competing for the top 8 spot. We do have the full listing now of all the players who are in the top 16. So I'm going to go ahead and read them all for you guys. Also in the chat, if you guys want to follow along, again, you can just type in ! bracket. You can see for yourself. But if you guys are lazy, like I'm sure a lot of people are, we have Super Alki, who we see on screen, along with Paula Shaw 97, Stone Collection, Go Class, Andres 96, Leandro, Wolfpack, and Jojo Go-Go Dancer. They were in the top portion. The losers brackets were, if you want to take it away, Abhi?
Of course, I'm going to take it away. And the losers bracket, we have our UIC winner, Tonton Bateuse, and Heisenberg as well, who we saw earlier on today. You then have Pablo Dinas, Ronco as well. Ronco faced Andres in the winners final in day 1. And you have Secres, Joppy, Whiskey, and Sandudu. Sandudu, we saw him in day number 1, who did a very, very good job as well.
Yeah, so a lot of these have already been defined, but again, since of the power outage yesterday, we are playing a lot of extra games today, so it's understandable to be a bit confused of where we are at in the bracket. So just wanted to give everyone an update on that.
Yeah, we are in the top 16 right now, just to confirm.
Yes. They're playing for another spot overall, and I have to say that I mean, this has been Paula's second competition that she's competed in overall. She was at EUIC, and Super Alki meanwhile is a day 2 competitor.
Yep. Look at this lead. You have a Lantern against the Sableye. I do not remember what he used in day number 1. Is it a Spark Lantern or what a Gun Lantern? It is a Spark Lantern. This matchup is kind of iffy in the sense that the Sableye will need to land the return to flip this matchup. Let's see what Super Alki does. Go straight for the Thunderbolt. Actually, Paulo Shah goes for the foul play, and I think this was a charge move priority event.
Yeah, going ahead and going for that ahead of time, knowing that they would reach it at the same time, and no shield from Super Alki's side, and he's going straight for that heavy-hitting Thunderbolt, and Paulo Shah looks like at the moment she's just going to go ahead and let that go down, knowing that her Sableye can take at least one, but does put it in a precarious spot where it can be taken out by a Surf.
Yep, but not even waiting for Super Alki to throw that Surf, going for that foul play. Super Alki knew that he's not going to win the charge move priority and did not opt to throw the Surf, but choosing to shield instead so that his Lantern can get a little bit more extra farm to go into the next matchup.
Yep, going ahead and now has 2 Surfs banked, so if this one doesn't take it out, surely the next one would. Paula looks like she's going to make him make that choice as well because she's one off of foul play. He will have to use that immediately. Looks like he doesn't go ahead and do that. This foul play is going through, and now it's Super Alki's turn. Does he want to go 2 shields down in the first? No. No, absolutely no. He lets it go, and here comes Paula frantically clicking on that Registeel, and he swaps in a Noctowl. Oh, that is very unfortunate, and this game is looking really, really good for Paula Shah. The Sableye does reach to this first foul play. Paula Shah opting not to shield because, well, I think she's got this one in the back. I think, yeah, knowing that the Alolan Sandslash is lurking in that back for the Noctowl, she's in a pretty good position overall. This Zap Cannon going through on Sableye. Oh, you have to also remember, she was gaining up a little bit of lock-on advantage before that Sableye came in, able to get that first foul play ahead of time, but look how much that did, and also the attack fall, which makes it just a little bit harder for Super Alki to take down this Registeel.
Yeah, the attack fall is going to be very, very critical as well, because this foul play will not do enough for Super Alki to take that Registeel out, and Paula Shah is now in a commanding position where she can farm a little bit more energy because, of course, since the attack fall, the Shadow Claws also do less damage.
Yes, and also going for this resistant focus blast here because, let's face it, at this range it would still be enough, and Super Alki recognizing, making sure that it's going to at least take out this Registeel before going down, charging up a lot of more energy here, now throwing the foul play right before the focus blast.
Oh my god, that is absolutely unfortunate for Super Alki. If he had been able to get that farm down, there would be some play in this matchup, but this Sableye is energy dry. Let's see what Paula brings. He brings her Sableye, takes Super Alki's Sableye down, and immediately clicking on to this Alolan Sandslash, and this is not what Super Alki wants to see.
No, Super Alki is out of shields, and this Ice Punch is coming in quick. Going ahead, and let's face it, it's not going to take it out of this range, but this is a Shadow. This is doing same type of attack bonus as well, and wow, this does 50%.
Yep, I was expecting for a super effective charge attack to do a little bit more on the Noctowl, but 50% is what it gets. And here comes a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, if unshielded, will do a ton of damage to the Sand Slash.
It is indeed unshielded taking, but no, it's still taking it like a champion. Paula knows that she is still at that secondary Ice Punch. And let's face it, if the first one did 50%, this one is going to be a knockout.
Yeah, 50-50, right? That counts to 100.
That's why we call you Count Xevious.
Yeah, exactly. But that was very, very well played by Polisha, identifying the fact that she has a Sand Slash for the Noctowl. She doesn't have to switch it in, and knowing and establishing that, okay, this is my win condition, and I know I've got it. So she was absolutely in the driver's seat at the end.
A fun thing to point out about Paula Shaw as well, I know that we sort of said it before, she hasn't competed in very many tournaments yet, but she is very well known, not only in the grassroots community, but also in the whole Pokemon Go PvP community, because she has been, I think she was the first female to hit #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboards. She's been making a lot of team compositions for people that have also helped them climb as well. She's a very prominent Spanish player.
And for those who do not know any of her team combinations, one of the best ones that she made was this Crafty, Drapion, and Talonflame for Ultra League, and that was an absolutely insane team at that point of time. I used it to get to Legend as well, so I was absolutely in love with the team. And the other one was the one with Gliscor and Tapu Fini Core,
yes, and
which
a Galarian Sunfisk.
And a Galarian Sunfisk, which a lot of people use as well. So these are kind of battlers who know how these matchups work. They played different Pokemon in different ways to know exactly what is needed to win games. And that's basically how we build teams. You need to practice in GBL.
That's true. Like, I think a lot of people, they don't like the format necessarily because it is a blind format completely, right? So you can only choose 3. You don't know what your opponent's team is, although theoretically, but team composition-wise, you can maybe start to piece it together the more that you play, the more times that you see other people using certain teams. But I think one of the biggest advantages of doing Go Battle League is, yeah, it helps you learn the counts. It helps you learn how much damage you're going to take off of a move if you don't have any shields left. Oh, you're like, oh, that doesn't knock me out. Oh, maybe if I used this charge attack instead, the game would have come out differently.
Yep, the game might have come out differently, but we have this game. We have a CS Sableye mirror. Usually this comes down to who wins charge attack priority. Let's see who does. Here comes the Sableye's Shadow Claws.
Yeah, Shadow Clawing away here. This is my favorite Pokemon. Look how cute they are battling against each other here. Going ahead and throwing out an interesting timing here, going with this foul play. Super Alki did get an extra Shadow Claw through at this point, and going ahead and using that shield up. But we don't know who wins a charge attack priority.
Yep, and Super Alki playing it very, very safe here, putting up the shield, saying, okay, I'm going to preserve health on my Sableye because I think it might be important later on. And Polisha doing the exact opposite, letting her Sableye go. And will she tap on the move? Yes, she does not. So now you have a Sableye that has a foul play, and she shields it just to save that energy.
Yeah, forcing Polisha there to shield it up because she does not want to waste that energy. And going ahead and now throwing it. Does Super Alki want to go completely down? We also have to see if this is a bulky Sableye. This can probably live it as well, and we'll have to see. We could see a potential tie. No, we're going to see an immediate try to snipe here, and it's not successful as that Galarian Sunfisk comes in to meet the Alolan Sandslash.
Yep, Galarian Sunfisk and Alolan Sandslash is no longer a straightforward matchup for the Galarian Sunfisk since Sandslash got access to that Drill Run. And here comes the first Drill Run. Oh my god, what an insane amount of damage did that do to that Sunfisk.
Going up and charging up a little past the Earthquake here, and now going ahead and throwing the Rock Slide. Both trainers still have 1 shield left. It's very crucial for them when they're going to use it. Looks like she's going to use it now because it was a potential Earthquake. Did get baited by that Rock Slide, but add an Ice Punch here, going and charging up a little bit extra, releasing that Ice Punch right at charge attack priority.
Yep, perfectly executed there by Polisha, knowing that Super Alki needs to get rid of the energy on the Stunfisk to win this matchup, forcing him to shield so that this Sandslash takes all this damage, and whatever is at the back can help her win this matchup. Here comes the Earthquake. Earthquake is absolutely going to devastate this Sandslash, and it does.
This is going to be close. We're going to see probably an intensive lock-on farm down. Not going to be able to get to an Earthquake again here to be able to take it out. Not even to be able to take a Rock Slide, which definitely would not be enough at that point. And a very precarious position for Super Alki. I think he's relying on a potential catch. But bringing in that Noctowl, he's got to be able to catch a Zap Cannon or a Focus Blast on it. Polisha knows it as well. That is the win condition. Throwing that first Zap Cannon off into an unprotected Noctowl.
Yep, unfortunately for this Noctowl, it is a super effective charge move as well. And it does so much damage. And on top of it, just icing on top of the cake for Polisha, gets the attack debuff, and this game is done and dusted. He tries to catch, and unfortunately unsuccessful, and this is it. This Focus Blast is going to knock that. Oh, okay, throwing the Shadow Ball for good measure.
Yeah, you go ahead. I mean, you play it out, right, overall. But you saw Paula nodding. She knew that his only potential thing was to be able to catch catch. So she just kept clicking the lock on, able to lock on down that Sableye and securing her spot with this Focus Blast overall. Polisha a decisive 2-0 victory, making it into the top 8.
Yep, Polisha and Andres, I think they have a plan today to get to the winners final.
I am 100% behind this plan.
Yep.
Looks like good sportsmanship here between the two of the players. And this is also what you like to see, you know.
I think it's really important in every esport to have good sportsmanship behavior. It's nice to acknowledge your opponents. They're good enough to reach here, so just because they got 2-0 doesn't mean that they're not good trainers.
Well, I mean, yeah, with the tournament of over 100 people in it, right? I mean, making it as far as this is completely good. Hi, Minnie Benoit, waving at the camera. Hello, Nim. Look at all these players here just cheering on the people in the crowd, and they are cheering as well. Because if you think about it, there are so many good players still left in this tournament.
Yep, and to be honest, I'm really enjoying this tournament. I really love it. Like before I came here, when the meta was going to shift, right? I was like, I think every time the meta shift should be a few days before a tournament. It happens in other esports. One of the esports that I enjoy to play is Defense Against the Asians, Dota. And we have like these international events where just before the event, like a week or two ago, you have a meta shift. And then suddenly nobody knows what's going to happen. And then it gives the spectators an exciting perspective, us an exciting perspective as well, because we did pick a Pokemon we want to see, and some of them we didn't see. Like mine, I know.
It's definitely like mine. I picked the Dunsparce. I thought Walrein would maybe have a little bit more of a comeback. We did see a couple of them, but they haven't been making as much play as we thought. Overall, I do agree that Umbreon looks like it's been like a very, very good pick. Martine picked Sableye, but let's be
yeah, he's just
fair. I mean, like Sableye was meta before this as well. Sableye is always a good pick overall, and also a good boy. We have him on here.
Yeah, of course. And to be honest, picking Sableye is also kind of a clever decision because there's no way you're going to lose. He didn't want to take a risk. He's just playing the top 6 meta Pokemon. And since let's say the Trevenant being so hard counted, the only other viable ghost type that you can pick is the Sableye. So every other team should have a Sableye, the Shadow version, the Purified version.
Do you have a preference overall? I know because if you grow to know your teammates and people that you play against, you know their playstyles, you know the team compositions they like to use. Count Xavius, I know that you are a person who prefers bulk. You like to have a team, a thick team overall. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that you like to have a Purified Sableye over a Shadow Sableye.
Absolutely. Purified Sableye with at least 5 attack.
Okay, yes.
Just for the Venusaur match.
Actually, could you walk us through that a little bit as well for those who don't understand this sort of mechanic?
So charge attack priority. So it's based on the attack stat of your Pokemon, and certain Pokemon have really high attack, certain Pokemon have a low attack. Like the really bulky Pokemons tend to have lower attack and high defense and HP stats. So one of the interesting mechanism about Sableye and Venusaur is that they have similar attack range, and you need a Sableye that can win CMP against a Venusaur to flip that matchup.
Right.
And that you get when you push your attack a little bit over 5 in your Purified Sableye to make sure you always win CMP against a Venusaur. So it's all about optimizing your Pokemon. Unfortunately, we don't have a mechanism for it. So the only way to optimize your Pokemon is go out there, meet the community, and play the game.
Yeah, but there is a way to optimize some play, and that is by talking with people who are doing so well in this tournament. Leo, let's take it away.
Thank you, Amanda and Darby. We are back in the interview area with our winner of the last featured match, Paul Asher. How are you feeling after advancing to the top 8?
Ahora mismo mejor. Tenía muchos nervios, he jugado lo mejor que he podido y vamos poco a poco.
Okay, so she's feeling better now. She was feeling really nervous before the match. She did her best during the match. She tried to play as best as she could, and now it's step by step.
Yeah, I saw a sigh of relief after you won that game. The team that Super Alki brought was a bit different from the others. How did you feel about not playing against the Medicham?
Al no tener Medicham enfrente, el Alolan Sunlash era mi win en todas las partidas, y porque no tenía un counter real de él y podía jugar alrededor de él. Podía jugar un ABB con doble acero y...
Okay, so since Super Alki didn't have Medicham, she could play the Alolan Sunlash pretty well. It was her win condition, and she could play around the Alolan Sunlash, and that's what she did.
I mean, it worked pretty well for you. How has the Alolan Sandslash performed for you so far? Because obviously most of the players bring the Medicham, and it's really a hard counter.
Me está gustando mucho, pero A veces es un pick que es tricky de jugar, es complicado, pero bueno, o sea, las veces que lo he jugado ha cumplido, ha hecho lo que tenía que hacer y aquí estamos.
Okay, so she's liking the Alolan Sandslash so far, but she thinks it's a tricky pick because sometimes the Medicham, obviously, but as for now, the time she has played the Alolan Sandslash, it has worked well.
Have you had multiple alignment-dependent games with the Alolan Sandslash, or could you always avoid the Medicham so far?
En general, creo que RPS poco, o sea, han sido todos matches neutrales, más o menos. Y la verdad es que no estoy teniendo ni buena suerte ni mala suerte en alignment, pero bueno, por ahora.
Okay, so in general, most of the matches were neutral. She didn't have many RPS matches. She's having neutral matches, and she said she wasn't neither, lucky or unlucky with the alignments. She's been neutral.
So, I mean, that really speaks for you that you have multiple neutral matchups and that you are that far in the winner's bracket. Do you feel confident to win this entire thing now?
No quiero decir nada porque tampoco quiero atraer la mala suerte, pero ahora me veo bien. Al principio de llegar aquí hoy, al tener que jugar la final del winner's bracket del grupo G, me sentía con un poco más de nervios, pero ahora a ver lo que pasa, a ver hasta dónde llegamos y a ver qué nos depara el futuro.
Okay, so when she arrived, she felt more nervous with the winner's final match, but for now, she feels better, but she doesn't want to speak about winning the whole tournament because she doesn't want to bring bad luck because of speaking about it. So she's now just playing the matches, and let's see how the tournament goes so far.
All right, so one more thing about your tournament so far. Was your hardest matchup on stream so far, or was there any matchup in the tournament that struck out as the most difficult one that you almost lost?
Posiblemente el match más complicado que he tenido fue la primera ronda contra Cyrax Darwin, que fueron partidas súper ajustadas. Fuimos 1-1 a la última y la última fue por poquísimo. Pero bueno, por ahora vamos bien.
Okay, so the hardest match she had so far was round 1 against Cyrax Darwin. The matches they had were really close. They went to the game 3, and it was a really close game. But so far after that, he had been doing well.
All right, again, that speaks for you. Huge congratulations. Thank you for the interview as well, and we are going to kick it right back to the casters.
Thanks, Leo. It's just a little bit of fun we're having with our co-casters here. But speaking of fun, it's not stopping, you guys. Just want a reminder, since there were over 130 participants registered for this, we have officially read off that top cut. So day 2 was technically a top 16, but we are now down to our top 8.
Yep, we are slowly trimming away the players, unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, so that we are going to see our champion soon.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, I could let these games go on forever. There's been an amazing showcase today. 2 of these battlers you've already seen on screen. One of them bringing one of the most spicy picks of the whole tournament. We have Jojo Go-Go Dancer versus Andres 96.
Yeah, and Jojo's Togedemaru absolutely shown in game number 1 here, and Andres has shown mastery over how to deal with like these big damage moves as well. So it's going to be, let's say, an immovable object going up against an unstoppable force.
Yeah, we see also a little brief view of the Go crowd overall. I mean, it is packed in that area, the spectator area. Everyone is coming in to support their champions, support people from their country, or just support friends that they've made along the way of playing in these tournaments, playing Pokemon Go PvP over the many years that we've been able to do so.
Yep, and speaking of people, I would like to give a shout out to Aries and also to Guillaume, who's been really helpful when we made the interview with Jojo as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is one of the nice things about having judges from all the different areas, and that's another thing to point out as well. These judges, I mean, they're doing it as a volunteer thing overall mostly. They're helping these tournaments run really smoothly. They could be competing overall. Aries, we talked about, he was the EUI IC champion the very first year that we did this competition, a Worlds competitor for the 2022 circuit.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive, right? So we really have people of the highest calibers judging the last few stages of the tournament. So the decisions are always on point.
Yeah, but Vani as well, who was one of those translators for Palasha, he is also qualified for Worlds. He second place in Bilbao. But meanwhile, these competitors, they're still waiting for their spot. Since this is a special event, the overall prize package is a little bit different, but the #1 person still gets that travel award, and #2 still solidifies their spot for Worlds, and that's really, let's face it, that's what everyone's competing for.
You're absolutely right. It's all about that ticket to Yokohama. And talking about tickets to Yokohama, I think Andres has been in a lot of competition so far, and I guess this is her last opportunity to qualify as well. Her team is, as we explained before, is fairly bulky and fairly solid. Just on the outset, I see Registeel has a decent amount of play against Jojo's team as well, but Jojo bringing that Togedemaru spice, and also one of the few remaining trainers who has that Trevenant in there. Trevenant does look great against Andres' team as long as it avoids the Dark-type Sableye, the Dark-type Umbreon, and the Flyer Noxel.
Yeah, it's true. It's like what the Trevenant wins, it very decisively wins, but what it loses, it very decisively loses, except for that Sableye. I would say it's a little more neutral. If that Trevenant is able to get a couple of Shadow Claw advantage, it can definitely flip that matchup. However, I want to say overall, Jojo proved in his last matchup that he is a Shadow Swampert expert, being able to put Stone Collection in a horrible position where there was nowhere for that Registeel to go, solidifying that game too. I think Andrea has to be very careful about this as well.
Yep, she has to be very wary of that Shadow Swampert, because she doesn't really have an absolute how to answer, because if you don't have a grass type, the Shadow Swampert is going to absolutely do a lot of work. We noticed that the day before yesterday when we played, when we built a team together and you played that Cresselia, but even with that grass knot coverage, it was so difficult to overcome the Shadow Swampert. So this is going to be a challenge for Andres. If she has to keep progressing in this tournament, she has to overcome this Shadow Swampert.
Yes, I think so. And like if I was Jojo, I would potentially be looking for that Shadow Swampert in the safe swap position, because it can power through a lot of that team. Just being able to get to those, and then you can decide from shield scenario how to play out the middle game overall. Another thing we haven't noticed yet is what the Alolan Ninetales is on. Do you think it's on Powder Snow, or do you think it's on Charm, judging by this team composition? I think there's merit for Charm, and I only say this because I think that since it is a Shadow Swampert and they has the Togedemaru, Noctowl is pretty well covered in the skies from other things, and so maybe the Charm just for that heavy-hitting pressure against those Sableyes that they knew they were coming, against those Medicham, against the Umbreon.
Yep. Just when you brought up the topic of Sableye, I kind of understand and kind of can process that it is on Charm, just because to deal with those Dark types. What is Trevenant afraid of? The Dark types. What can a Charm Alolan Ninetales do? Destroy the Dark types. So it makes a little bit of sense that it is running Charm as well. But I would like to know if Jojo is going to do what he did against Stone, like lead that Togedemaru in game #1 and absolutely throw your opponent off the game, or will he save it for game #2 or a potential game #3? That's something that maybe since Andres was already in the crowd, maybe she's preparing for, so you want to kind of psych out your opponent, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. Another thing to point out, and I was going to ask you, what do you think about it running Fellstinger as that secondary moveset?
I think it's coverage against the Dark types, and potentially if you're in a kind of positive matchup, you cement that extra attack boost, and then whatever comes in, it has to deal with that wild charge. And I think maybe the Stunfisk can deal with that wild charge after a boost, but every other Pokemon...
But Stunfisk? What Stunfisk? It seems it's one of those Pokemon that has also not fallen out of favor, I would say, but you haven't seen it as much overall. I will be very interested after this tournament to see what actually like the top cut players were using, because we've seen a lot of interesting picks. Like Leo said, we can't even call it Alolan Sandslash Spice anymore necessarily now, because it's gotten that buff of the move update. Can we call Quagsire Spice?
Oof, I think it still is Spice, because I kind of find Quagsire, as I said before in the pre-show, it's kind of side grade for a Swampert. I think Swampert inherently is a better Pokemon than Quagsire. Of course, with Quagsire, the only advantage you have is the Stone Edge, which can hit an Altaria.
Right.
Every other flyer scenario, I think Swampert does better. Maybe against Pelipper as well, because of course Stone Edge will be super effective, and none of Swampert's moves do any damage to the Pelipper, even though it's fairly a flimsy Pokemon. Well, I mean, if given an opportunity, what would you run? Would you run a Quag or a Swampert?
I have to say overall that I am more of a fan of Swampert, but it is a very divisive Pokemon as well, because if you're in a Shadow Swampert mirror as well, I mean, it's really depending on how you like to play your playstyle and also how your opponent likes to play, right? Those Hydro Cannons coming fast, but speaking of, we'll see if it's even on the field overall. We have, it looks like a Medicham mirror with that Swampert lurking in the back.
Yeah, Medicham mirror. This is also going to come down to charge attack priority, and also, like we saw in Leandro's game, maybe who gets the defense fall.
This is what I was talking about as well. I don't know where you put your Pokemon that you want to use as your safe swap, if it's in the 2nd or 3rd position, but that Swampert is definitely there, and I could see it being used as a safe swap if they get the defense debuff, what doesn't look like it happens. Jojo losing charge attack priority, but getting off this Psychic onto Andres.
Yeah, Psychic. Andres opting to shield and preserve this Medicham. Going shields down against, oh my god, and gets the defense fall. This Shadow Swampert is now in prime position to do a lot of work against Jojo, against Andres' team, because everything that comes in is going to take a ton of damage, and being shields down, Andres does not have the luxury to shield this, and here comes the first Hydro Cannon.
Yes, being able to play it very coolly on Andres' part as well, though, because if you look, she stored up a lot of energy on that Medicham still. This Hydro Cannon might be enough to take it out, but there was not a lot of mud shots done to the Noctowl. We're about to see for sure if it's bulky enough to survive. It hangs out with just 1 HP, able to throw off the Sky Attack.
1 HP and a dream. Does Jojo shield this? Yes, he does, and committing to the Shadow Swampert here, and that is a very, very good decision, because it is one of his strongest Pokemon going into Andres' line. This Swampert, of course, is almost not at another Hydro Cannon, but will the Medicham outpace? And what an amazing counting from Andres, throwing just before the Swampert gets to another Hydro Cannon, and this Ice Punch, will this be enough?
This might be enough. It looks like Jojo's going to go ahead and let it go down. It is not enough. The Hydro Cannon coming through, but the defense debuff is gone now on this Medicham. Will this be able to survive? This is a race over time as well. We have to see that Sableye lurking in the back, being able to come in and Shadow Claw down. But now Jojo knows, and that Noctowl is there.
Yep, Jojo looks like he's in a commanding position, and in comes Noctowl. Noctowl has such a dominant matchup against Shadow Sableye. Even if you have an energy advantage, this will be very, very difficult for Andrea to overcome. Here comes the Sky Attack. Sky Attack is neutral, but does have the same type attack bonus.
And so forcing Andres to use this Protect Shield left and going up and charging a little extra, and now this is sort of a baiting game, but going for that heavy hitting return. Jojo smiling a little bit about it. He's going ahead and letting this go through. This is the heavy hitting move, connecting with it, going ahead. He's at a Sky Attack. Andre's switch timer is not up yet. The Sky Attack going through.
Yep, Sky Attack is going to put this Sableye very, very deep into the red, and Jojo looks like he's going to cement his place with a 1-0 here, and in comes the next foul play. Will Jojo shield this? Because if he does, then this game is done and dusted, and opting to no shield.
Wow, opting to let it go, and down goes that Noctowl, in comes that Medicham, but going ahead and being able to probably counter down the Sableye. It's all going to come down to the end game here. Jojo still has a shield.
Yep, still having a shield, going for the Ice Punch here. Andres' Medicham does not have a shield to hide behind, and this will be enough to knock that Medicham out. 1-0 to Jojo.
Yeah, very well played by both opponents there. Andres put sort of in a tough position with that defense drop as well, because the Hydro Cannon might not have been enough right away from that Swampert, but it definitely would have been at the other point, forcing her to swap out. I mean, that Noctowl hanging on by a thread could have potentially shifted things, but Jojo overall playing very cool and collected, able to secure game number 1.
Yeah, he was absolutely in control of the game from the starting till the end, of course, and that defense fall kind of threw Andres off her game plan, but she should kind of now take a step back and reassess the situation. Why did I lose this game? Yes, probably because of the defense fall. I had to change my game plan. Now, is it going to affect how I'm going to play my game number 2? Will I let an RNG random number generator event kind of decide how I'm going to approach game number 2? So these are the things that's probably going on in her head right about now. But that Swampert definitely needs addressing. Surviving that Sky Attack as well was also super costly.
I mean, that Swampert definitely needs addressing, because it looks like it's neutral against pretty much this whole team. It can threaten most things with an Earthquake, being that Registeel and the Lantern, or even double Hydro Cannons, taking out almost everything on the field as well. Umbreon is the only one that can stay on with a little bit of bulk, but overall, again, I mean, Umbreon doesn't fare the best against Medicham, and we don't know what that Alolan Ninetales is on. Again, is this one of those situations where you think he's going to bench a very strong Pokemon? I think Swampert is so good that he's going to bring it every game.
I think in game number 2, since he's a point ahead, Jojo has a luxury to kind of lead the Alolan Ninetales, because he has an absolutely perfect safe swap in the Swampert. So so losing the lead is not going to be as costly because the Swampert is going to give you, in more cases than not, if you push the shields and energy and manage energy very well, it's going to give you the switch. The biggest thing that it has to worry about is the Umbreon, but then again, this matchup is also kind of flippable as well. So it's going to depend whether Jojo wants to take the risk, lead the Alola Ninetales, and see if Andrea is willing to lead her Registeel.
We have to also remember, I saw this earlier on, that the Andreas Lantern is on Water Gun. That does make the matchup against that Swampert a little bit better just because it has that overall Water Gun pressure. And if Jojo was watching any of the matches, he probably knows that as well. It puts the Alola Ninetales in a bad spot as well, leading that Lantern into a Medicham. Let's see how these two players choose to do it out. If he didn't know it before, he's definitely going to know it's a Pew Pew now.
Yep, exactly. Here comes the Pew Pews. Pew Pews are slowly adding up, but this counter is doing equal amount of damage or even a little bit more. Trying to catch a move here. In comes the Umbreon, and there's the Alola Ninetales, but it is running Paris now. So this matchup is not as bad as it seems.
Yes, this matchup, we also know that for the most part, an Umbreon can take a dazzling game. We have to also remember, since this is a Shadow Alola Ninetales, it's going to be doing heavy damage. But look at that last resort, almost bringing it down to the yellow, charging up a lot of energy, and this is going to be a baiting game, but not for Jojo, going straight for this heavy-hitting dazzling gleam. Will Andres be able to call it? She does!
That is an amazing shield there, absolutely. Kind of giving Andreas a fighting chance in this matchup as well. In comes another last resort. This last resort will definitely put this Alola Ninetales into the red, and Jojo opting to shield.
Yeah, shielding this up, and let's see how the two trainers are going to go ahead, charging up a lot of energy again, being able to reach his dazzling gleam, not before the foul play goes through, but if Jojo's counting, he knows this is just a foul play.
Yep, unfortunately, he is counting really well. Fortunately for him and unfortunately for Andrea, and that does not do enough. This Alola Ninetales is now having a lot of energy, and in comes a Dazzling Gleam. Does Andres commit to another shield? If she does, there's a way she can flip this, and she does!
Double shielding the mid-game here. Switch is very important, it looks like, to her going ahead and going just for another foul play. We didn't think it was enough before. He knows it's just a foul play, but at this range, it is going to be able to take it out, but she's undercharging it.
Yep, it's a very amazing play there, taking this weather ball, but it's going to be kind of important to see what Jojo comes in with. Will he come in with the Swampert to get as much energy as possible, or will he come in with the Medicham to counter this Umbreon down? It'll be a pivotal moment in this fixture.
Speaking of pivots, you can see Andreas desperately clicking on that Lantern, waiting for something to come in, and then last minute deciding to go in with the Medicham, which is a very interesting choice. Collecting that Psychic, hopefully for her, she doesn't get a secondary debuff. We'll have to see as this Psychic connects and no debuff and immediate swap in by that Swampert. There is a little bit of energy ahead. This Hydro Cannon is going to go off at the same time, taking out this Medicham, I believe, at this range.
The only hope for Andres here is that Medicham survives the HP, but I think it does barely survive.
Oh my goodness!
And it will get to that Ice Punch. Ice Punch will do quite a bit of damage to the Swampert, but Jojo knowing that, okay, it's not about the shield, it's not about the HP, it's all about the charge moves. I need to live a bunch of charge moves, and opting exactly to do that.
Yeah, and also just knows in the back there is that Medicham. She did see it ahead of time. So what is the plan here? Do you go in to soak it with the Umbreon, or do you get a lot of energy in this Lantern, going ahead and throwing this Surf, forcing Jojo to say, okay, make a move here. You're either going to have to shield this up to keep it alive, and looks like he is letting it go down. We have a Medicham against a Lantern, sort of what the start was,
exactly.
But we have an Umbreon.
Yeah, we are right back where we started, but we have a little bit of Umbreon left at the back. In comes the Lantern. Lantern gets to the Surf before the Medicham gets to the Psychic, and this is amazing here. Does Andres flip this matchup? It looked bleak, but this is a very good position for Andres to be. Will she try to catch again? Oh, and he waits a turn. Oh, but still manages to catch. Oh my God, what an amazing catch by Andres. We cannot believe it back here.
Andres showcasing over and over again her, she just is inside her opponent's head, even able to get to this last resort. She still has some energy left on this Lantern, but this Medicham is fully loaded. Will a Psychic be enough to take out the Lantern? That is the real question here.
Yeah, Lantern is fairly healthy as well, but this is going to be absolutely down to the wire. Does the Lantern get to the move? The Psychic comes in, but I do not think the Lantern has enough fuel in its tank to survive this.
We're about to find out. This Psychic is about to connect with the Lantern, and it does. It takes it down. Jojo taking a 2-0 victory. The French players, again, doing the wave.
Yeah, very well played there by Jojo, and Andrea did everything in her power to flip that matchup. Very good catch. Trying to read the opponent the best way she could, but that Swampert, as I said, as we talked about earlier in this matchup, was way too strong for Andrea to overcome.
Yeah, overall though, but like we said earlier, we can't count her out at this stage just because she has lost this. This was the winners again, top 8. So, I mean, she will go down to the losers bracket. This is a double elimination tournament. We might not see the end of Andres at this point.
Yep, and I'm sure they're still continuing the plot of having an all-Spanish and all-women final as well. So that would be amazing to watch. But for now, Andrea has to go back to the drawing board and fight her way from the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, still an incredible catch at the end, but also very well played by Jojo there. Thinking about it, he undercharged the Psychic a little bit as well, just so he could get as much farm as possible needed on that Umbreon, and that was just what it needed to be able to get up to another Psychic to be able to throw out the Lantern. Even if he would have completely charged it, he might not have been able to get as much farm, might not only been able to reach the Ice Punch at that point, and the Lantern could have outpaced.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, he's playing perfectly. He's on fire today. And
Chef's kiss, Jojo.
Yep, and that's I think that's a very good reading of the game. Sometimes when catches like this happen, people might panic and then just fully charge their move. It takes a little bit of restraint and also a lot of practice to show like, okay, I've made a mistake and the opponent played an amazing play. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to undercharge this just enough so that I can still come back at top.
Now, I have to think about this a little bit. You know how Dancing Rob was the last world champion, and he promised to dance, but he didn't. Do you think that we could, if Jojo ends up winning this, Jojo Go-Go Dancer, we could get him to dance on this stage?
Oh yeah, that would be very, very interesting to see, and I'm sure Leo will join him for the floss as well. We've seen him doing the floss a few times already, and I think he loves that move.
Yeah, that's a pretty good move overall. Speaking of moves, I mean, you have to know the judges are watching all of the moves, right? They're making sure that everything is being counted correctly. If there's any sort of problem that the players are having, I mean, they're there to take care of those things. Fortunately, for the most part, these tournaments have been running flawless.
Yep, and if you want to know how to get and become a judge and experience a tournament from another perspective, we have Susie here, and she will be explaining you how you can do that.
Hi, my name is Susanna, and I'm also known as Susie in Pokemon Go. And my partner Pokemon is Zorua. Just this. I was a competitive player before, and I've turned into a judge mainly. I think Pokemon Go players community is great. Is very close to each other, very friendly, and I wanted to save this. I wanted to make sure this would get like bigger. I just wanted to make it growing, and having good tournaments to participate, to go to. I think it's amazing as players. So I really wanted to make sure I could help to grow the community from our staff inside. Since I've joined the professor program, my life literally changed. I understand there are professor core values, and I really like them. It's integrity and friendship as well. Like, everything is so important. We are a big team and a big family. And every time now, whenever I go to events, I look forward to go back to the next one to see my fellow professors and just have a good time with them. I really enjoyed like the start of it and the learning experience. So as a Pokemon Go player, I do really like to go outside. I mean, the good thing of this game is that it brings you outside. So you have to walk around, you can visit new places that you have never been to, and you can also meet the local community in case you're visiting like a new city. It's amazing the fact that there are Pokestops as well on the map, and those Pokestops are obviously point of interest and like things that you usually want to watch out for. Let's say, for example, like churches or just like good monuments, statues, and is very good as a tourist as well. And what I really like is that you can make connections with the local communities and just make new friends. It helped me a lot when I was living in Manchester. So for me, it was a new country because I was raised in Italy. And when I moved to UK the first time, I didn't have any friends. And when Pokemon Go started back in 2016, I started to go out a lot, and I met many people, and those are still my friends. I still talk to them on a daily basis. We go on holiday together. We made some very good relationships between all of us, and this is what I really love about this Go. It makes you go outside and meet people. Thanks guys for hearing me out. This is part of my story, and I will catch you guys later.
So my name is Alessio, and my favorite part in Pokemon is Cyndaquil. Say at the beginning, I started playing this game as a grinder. I used to play a lot of massive multiplayer online RPGs. So to me, Pokemon Go was just playing one of those, but in real life. But then when PvP started, it wasn't immediately, but since I'm a competitive person, when PvP came out and it actually started having the Go Battle League, tournaments and stuff, I was more interested in that rather than just grinding with no purpose at all. So at some point I was starting doing PvP, I pretty liked it. And when we had these tournaments, Play Pokemon tournaments, I was so happy about that because, it's an official thing. We could have traveled and meet the other people from the community I already know, and it's a way to have a good trip, let's say on a holiday, and also meet the people from the community previously. The good part about these tournaments is, of course, I play to win. I want to achieve something with these tournaments. That's of course, as I'm a competitive person, but regardless, even if I don't achieve what I want to achieve, I always have fun. I am with the others. We laugh, we have fun together. We have meetups and all this kind of stuff at this tournament. So regardless of what happens, I'm fine. But yeah, I came close more than once to qualify to the World Championship, and unfortunately, never happened. Even last season, I got a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 5th place. Severa, let's say, close to day 2 or day 2, but it never happened. Emotional roller coaster was really intense, but yeah, I wish it paid off just a bit more than what it did. But that's why we're here. This is the last tournament we have in Europe, probably the last tournament I'm playing before Worlds, and I hope this can be the one. It's in my home country. They buffed my favorite Pokemon to play in this tournament, so it looks like it's all on purpose. I feel like I have to win this tournament, and I would give my best shot. So this is it for now. Enjoy the show, and we're gonna talk again later.
We're still live from Turin, having amazing time here casting these games. Thank you so much, Mindjoke and Susie, for those informational videos. And Mindjoke touched a lot up on community, and so did Susie as well. I've been telling this since day one, or since a long time, ever since I've been casting. It's all about the community, right? It's all about attaching that face to that username that you've been talking to probably for a long time.
I mean, I have to say too, Pokemon Go, I could credit it to making a lot of friends. I'm obviously, maybe not obviously to everyone, but I am an American. I moved to Belgium, and I didn't really know a lot of people there when I first moved there. You were actually someone that I met in the country because we both played the game.
Yep, and we didn't meet each other for 5 years, I think.
That's true.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity to meet and knowing people. Talking about knowing people, we have our interview ready, and we can go straight to the interview area.
Bonjour, Pokemon trainers. I am sitting here in the interview area with Jojo and our fantastic translator. Jojo, you are the first player to qualify, or to get into the top 4, to qualify for the top 4 in this tournament. How are you feeling about this?
Is very, very happy.
So you made it all the way to top 4 with Togedemaru. How?
Comment t'as fait avec Togedemaru pour faire top 4?
The surprise.
So do you have any specific strategy that you are running the Togedemaru with? Any specific meta call? And has the move update or the attack update helped?
I used the Nino team in Portland, but after meta changes, I didn't find Registil really good in my team. Indeed, I searched another Steel, and Togedemaru was an interesting pick against a lot of things.
Was there ever a situation where you were locked in against a Quagsire and they could just farm you down with a Mudshot?
You have to prepare a strategy for everything. See, otherwise, it's not working.
So, can you tell me a little bit more about the Togedemaru in your matchups before? Was it a MVP of the tournament for you?
With the meta changes, there are a lot of teams without a grass. Indeed, Swampert is really free against a lot of things, a lot of matchups, and I think Swampert is my MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Swampert was your MVP against Andres at least. It was just free against everyone. So few people are playing Trevenant right now, and that is why Swampert is so good. Why did you decide to bring it after the energy increase?
The Pokemon is very good on the guest Lantern, Medicham, and Milbog.
All right, Jojo, thank you very much. I will give you a little bit more time to breathe before possibly the most important match of your career. And we are just going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, for those of you who maybe missed the action a little bit earlier, Jojo is our first qualifier in the top 4 matchup overall. So, I mean, he's technically the farthest out of anyone in the tournament.
Yep, and he's done it so with a very, very spicy pick. But as he said, riding on top of that Shadow Swampert's absolute power and blitzing through all those lineups. We saw that it taking down Umbreons, we saw it take down Noctowls. So that Shadow Swampert is an amazing pick, especially when people are more and more afraid to run the Trevenant.
That's absolutely true. And speaking of what it did as well, we saw it one-shot with an Earthquake, a Registeel as well. So that Shadow Swampert, I have to agree with them that though Togedemaru was like a fun pick, the Shadow Swampert definitely looked like like it was his MVP.
Yep, and I think I understand the feelings that Jojo is going through. That's one of the reasons why his interview was a bit more reserved, because I think he is absolutely overwhelmed. He's one win away from getting a ticket.
Yeah, and also you've got to keep yourself a little bit contained. You want to keep a little bit of your strategies close to the vest at this point as well. Everyone can see the moves that he's running. Everyone can see his playstyle as well. He's really got to stay focused and in the game.
Yep, I think for me, how he played the game against Stone Collection and how he played against Andrea was two different things.
I agree.
And that was really interesting to watch, because some people do have like a few strategies, but it does look like he has more strategies than leading that Togedemaru into a positive matchup.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting to watch, we just watched the part 1 of the spotlight of a Mindjoke who has been brought out of this tournament at this point, but overall, I think that we're going to go ahead, and looks like we're going to go into the next round. We're going to go ahead with Polishat and Leandro, or at least they're getting set up. I think first we're going into a quick break just to showcase and spotlight a Mindjoke a little bit more, and just so you guys can see a little bit more of Martijn when the video is done.
When I started doing PvP, I knew some of the community already know from like, raids and what we were doing the most before, just grinding and stuff like this. We're actually playing PvP, but I didn't know some of them. When I started playing PvP, I started meeting these people, get to know each other, and yeah, we had a solid community at the beginning. Like let's say when we were doing tournaments locally in my town, which is pretty small, we had like, let's say those 15, 20 people playing, which is I think enough, like as to begin with for PvP, and I felt like just playing with them every time, just doing those tournaments locally with friends and the fun and stuff like this, really helped me to like start growing as a player. It was a good starting point. So yeah, there are some people I met through this game. That's the best part of this game. Some of these people aren't even playing anymore, but despite that, we still keep in touch. Like we still see each other, we play other games, we just like, watch a movie or whatever. And I think that's the best part of this game. Like everyone you can meet and get to know, it's not gonna be, some of them are not just gonna be a friend, like a in-game friend. They're gonna be something more at some point. And that was that is, I think, the coolest part of this game. Let's say for this season especially, since we are gonna have the World Championship in Japan, I went in Japan already in 2019, and it was such a great experience. Like the whole culture, all the stuff you have there. I think like I have more focus now on qualifying, because I really want to play in that specific country. It's just like, it feels like a dream, like playing in Japan. So that really helps. I think compared to like, let's say last year, I've been more consistent this time, barely making to the goal. It looks like every time I lack of something like really small to achieve the goal, and hopefully at some point I will just realize what it is and just surpass this wall. I hope this time I can just like jump over the wall. Yeah. Let's say about the mindset on how to approach these tournaments. I would say that's up to you. Like my first mindset, like my first very tournament when I got third, my mindset was just, okay, I'm here to have fun. I'm gonna play the game I know. Regardless, whatever happens, I'm gonna be fine. And that helped me to deal with pressure. I made a good tournament there. But then at some point, I was really starving for this invite. That at some point I was just thinking, okay, I'm good enough. I fear no one. I have just to win every single match. I don't have to lose. I know I'm capable of it. I'm gonna do it. So I changed it from like, okay, I can do it, but it's fine, whatever happens, to, okay, I know I'm good, I know I'm gonna do it, I can do it, let's do our best and win this. But yeah, as I said, like, it always came close, but not enough. So hopefully this is gonna be my time to shine finally. Thanks again for watching, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Mind Joke. And hello, chat. I'm back, and this is my first time casting with Abi. Abi, I'm very excited as we are progressing further in the tournament towards the end. I'm very excited for the next matchups we're going to have.
We've been absolutely having fun here with Amanda as well. Amazing game so far, and we've seen how dominant Paula has been in her games. They were all neutral games, and games that we from the crowd and the audience thought maybe she can't win those, and she's absolutely pulled those and pulled up wins, and it's been dominant 2-0s. Now she's going to go up against another player who is also a judge and who we know very well in the PvP scene, Leandro, to that top 4, to secure that top 4 spot.
Absolutely, I'm very excited for that. Now, I want to go into another thing, Abi. Who did you have for your player prediction to win it all?
Raging Taz.
Raging Taz, how did that go?
He lost in the losers final.
Okay, did you also have a second pick?
Aspershelto?
Aspershelto. I think he's also out, no?
Yeah, I think so.
My 2 picks are also out, so it looks like yeah, really good stuff. It looks not really, but it looks like Amanda is winning on that case because she predicted Palasha. Palasha on the left here is. I believe tops. This is these are fighting for battling for the top 6 now, and sorry, for top 4. We are in top 6 right now. And Palasha on the left and Leandro on the right side. I believe Leandro's second tournament he participated in.
Yes, this is Leandro's second tournament he's participated in, and he's gone to day 2 in Bochum as well, which is where he participated first, and he's back here in day 2. I think this is about the point where he got eliminated in Bochum. Unfortunately, couldn't make it all the way through. So let's see if he can flip that and try and win this tournament. Palasha and Leandro, as I said, Leandro's team, we've been discussing with Amanda as well. It's fairly consistent team. It's kind of like a previous meta coming back in, and it's going to probably showcase the Pokemon that I picked as to be the MVP of the tournament, which is doing a really, really good job throughout the tournament, which is the Umbreon.
Yeah, for me that's Sableye, but I mean that's on every team, so that works well. Yeah, Leandro was just barely short of reaching day 2 in Bochum. This time he is like officially in day 2, right? Obviously we started with a top 64 here in Turin, but now he is in that top 6 already. So let's see how he's going to cook this match here against Palasha. I think that Umbreon looks very good here, but yeah, Palasha is known to be a really good battler who can basically deal with anything. But Abi, lead us in here into game 1 here, Leandro versus Palasha.
Both of them are locked and loaded. We're now just waiting for the Pokemon to show, and it's a Noctowl lead for Leandro against a Noctowl lead from Palasha. Which Noctowl can knock the other Noctowl out of the sky?
They both don't wear a hat. I saw Noctowls with hats earlier, now we see Noctowl without hats.
These Noctowls do not want to party, but they are here for serious mode. In comes the first Sky attack from Palasha, not waiting to find out who wins charge move priority.
Yeah, just going for that Sky attack here, not really afraid of Leandro trying to catch. I feel like always when you face a Noctowl, there could be something like a Medicham or a Sableye in the back. I don't believe that is from on the side of Leandro. We see Lantern and Umbreon here, both which are all pretty neutral against Noctowl. I guess that's the strategy that Leandro went here.
Trying to catch a move on the Lantern, but unfortunately not getting that. But we know this is a Watergun Lantern now, and Watergun Lantern does not have a bad matchup against a Shadow Swampert. Going for the Surf here, Surf will do a lot of damage if unshielded. Palasha knows this and pulls up a shield.
I believe that you win this matchup as the Swampert just going straight Hydro Cannon in the 2 shields. But if you bait once and Lantern does not shield, then you lose with a shield down even. So let's see what Leandro is going to do here. Is he going to shield this bait here? He no shield barely at the very last second, and look at his face. He says, "Oh no," in German probably, and going for another surf. Probably another shield here from Palasha. No doubt about it.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfectly played by Palasha, knowing her matchups down to the teeth. In comes the surf, and it gets shielded. Palasha building up a lot more energy. Does she go for the earthquake here? Goes for this big earthquake. Will Leandro try to call this? Because if he does, then he can't.
Oh man, that earthquake's going through. Oof. There goes Lantern. And still has a Sky attack here, going to throw it immediately into the Swampert, realizing that Palasha overfarmed quite a little bit on that Swampert, right? You don't want to deal with a Hydro Cannon from this range on your Noctowl.
And Palasha's Noctowl still has a lot of energy loaded up because she did not fall for that catch. But in comes the Registeel. This could be a pivotal moment in the game because your Umbreon at the back of Leandro does not want to see this Registeel.
Yeah, I think this Noctowl either, Abi. Leandro was not prepared for a Registeel here, it looks like, and actually swapped in, tried to catch a move on his best Registeel answer earlier. It's now gone. What do you do?
Oh my!
Oh, catches a Zap. Oh, Focus Blast even. No, that's the Focus Blast. That's not the Zap Cannon. This is super effective, going to do even more damage than the Zap Cannon. At least you don't get an attack drop, so I guess you have that going for you, which is nice.
But he did save that Noctowl. Now this Umbreon needs to do a little bit more chip damage onto this Registeel. Will Polisher try to catch?
It's not going to do much here.
It is doing one foul play after another. Here comes the first foul play. The Registeel will have to throw the move to take this Umbreon out, so this chip damage is much appreciated by that Noctowl at the back.
Yeah, going for a Zap Cannon here, just in case the Leandro decides to shield this move, so he might get an attack drop here, and Leandro does not decide to shield. Barely survives there, but now comes in with that Noctowl for a farm down. What a genius play from Palasha here, and Leandro barely not reaching another foul play there for that Noctowl. Pulling up the next shield here, but I think this is very difficult to overcome for Leandro at this point.
That was perfect energy management by Polisha, and also understanding that what could Leandro have at the back, and absolutely letting her Pokemon go so that the Noctowl for her, which was in the lead, comes to the back and finishes the game.
Yeah, let's see what Leandro will do with that. I believe he missed out on a Snarl in the process of the game. I'm not sure how much difference that makes though, when you lead your Noctowl in, and you have an Umbreon in the back and there's a Registeel on the field with your Lantern gone. That's difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but he did do a very good job trying to bait that Mudboy, the Swampert out. And I think it could have, successfully, and it could have worked out perfectly for him if a bunch of situations, like if the Lantern was able to catch that Sky Attack, if the Lantern shielded that Earthquake, or if that Lantern called that Hydro.
That's all big ifs. Yes. But it looks like Palasha got all the right calls there with the bait, with the Earthquake, with the line. And that's why she's 1-0 right now against Leandro. But Leandro is known to be one of the best German battlers. I think my friend, the Nut93, lost a couple times to him. I just want to point it out real quick because I know he's watching. And but Palasha also one of the best Spanish battlers, right? So again, Umbreon, yes, looks good, but Palasha is prepared with that Registeel.
Yep. Speaking of best Spanish battler and best German battlers, they're also one of the best battlers in the world by default as well. They've always done very well in let's say the Play Pokemon circuit. Right now they're doing it very well, but they're also well known in the GBL and also in the other grassroots tournaments as well. So I think this is very, very, let's say, Clash of the Titans kind of matchup here.
Absolutely. No, I agree. I mean, every winner's round at this point is a Clash of the Titans. Now, one Pokemon that I do want to point out here, Abi, is we did not see the Shadow Sableye at all. I think Shadow Sableye looks quite decent against Palasha, right? It has a decent matchup against Registeel, against the opposing Sableye is likely neutral, right? You might have a lower attack stat as your Shadow. The Shadow Swampert is quite neutral. Shadow Lone Sandslash is neutral. Medicham is a snack, right? Yeah. And I think everyone loves snacks. And Noctowl, you can win the Zero Shoots.
Yep, exactly. I definitely love a snack, but I think Leandro maybe overthought in his thinking process, overthought saying that maybe Palasha is going to bring 3 strong to my Sableye. So I'm going to try to put the Sableye on the bench and then try to bring him game number 2. Yeah. But now, unfortunately for Leandro, that did not work out. So let's see what he does to adapt as well. So right now, Palasha is in a commanding position. She played the lead perfectly, and Leandro swapping out his Noctowl kind of gives a little bit of a hint that probably his Noctowl is really high stat product, and he knows that he's going to lose charge attack priority. So that's some of the things that we kind of can observe from high plays, that players with like really, really high skill level, they know their IVs, and they're like, maybe I'm going to lose charge attack priority, so I'm going to swap.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that Palasha is really banking on that Noctowl Swampert core as well, basically because that probably deals the best with that Umbreon, right? She did not bring any Pokemon weak to Umbreon at all, right? She had the Noctowl, the Registeel, and the Swampert there. So all Pokemon good against Umbreon. Probably predicted that Umbreon would be there. I think these players are about to lock in their teams. I'm curious to how Leandro is going to adapt to Palasha's strategy there. Let's see. We got the Umbreon into the Registeel. This is so difficult for Leandro.
Oh, man, that is absolutely one of the worst matchups that you can see, but this matchup can be flipped if you're lucky and you do not get the attack fall. But in comes the Lantern and going into the Medicham here. This is not a straightforward matchup for the Medicham.
Abby, this is so genius! I cannot express enough how smart this is, because now your Medicham avoids the Sableye. I don't know if Palasha knows this. We know, and when Palasha finds out, I think she knows wow, I'm so good at this.
Yeah, this is an amazing play, exactly as you pointed out. But can this Lantern flip switch? Because if it does, then Leandro has
No shield on the serve just right away. That's big.
Yep, that is perfect. But still, even then, I think the Lantern is in a position where it can flip this matchup. Let's see what Polasha does. Polasha opting to shield the serve, knowing that she will get to this Psychic.
Yeah, I think if you land one Thunderbolt, you can actually flip this into 2 shields. Right now it looks difficult. Oh, going on that charge attack priority, Psychic coming through this. I think this will likely take out the Lantern, so let's see what Leandro is going to do. He doesn't shield that, and that takes out the Lantern. That makes it difficult, but in comes the Shadow Sableye for a juicy farm down. Not before it eats. Nice punch.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Shadow Sableye, it could not get rid of the Medicham before the Ice Punch comes in, and this will do quite a bit of damage to the Sableye because it is a Shadow Pokemon as well. Now it will be interesting to see how Leandro is going to set this up and how Polasha is going to set this up. Will she bring the...
Oh,
she brings in the Registeel. This is actually really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Banking on the fact that the Shadow Swampert at the back will be an amazing way to close out the game.
Well, I guess she just doesn't want to take the energy at all on the Swampert, and how ironic, because now she shields it on the Registeel as well. So maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah, it's just a caster's curse that that Inadequence is always familiar with. But here comes the Zap Cannon, and that is being shielded by the Sableye. Will this be an attack fault? Because if it is...
An attack drop. That's very unfortunate. 2 foul plays. I don't think we'll take out now. And I think... Oh, trying to catch or preserve the energy. In comes the Focus Plus. Yeah, I guess that the Umbreon can deal with this. And you know, Shadow Swampert, even despite being fragile, can still eat at least 1 foul play from that Sableye. So let's take a look how this one's going to go.
Yeah, Polasha is farming up more energy, and the Umbreon is going to throw its first foul play. Foul play, of course, it's the same type attack bonus, but the Registeel is such a bulky Pokemon. So is the Umbreon, so the damage is not going to be as great as it should.
Yeah, I think if you threw 2 foul plays with the Sableye, you actually may have had a shot there, right?
Yeah.
If you KO the Registeel, and then you have a lot of Umbreon left and a bit of the Sableye against the Swampert. But now it just looks really bad for Leandro, because the Swampert will definitely... well, hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. He's I don't know if Shadow Claws plus foul play will be enough. He can do 4, 5 if he has an attack-weighted Sableye, but I'm not too sure. Here we go. I don't think he does, because he's thrown he can't do 1 more Shadow Claw. I don't think this foul play will take it out. Foul play coming through on the Swampert. I don't think this does it, Abi.
No, unfortunately not. Swampert is fairly frail Pokemon, but not enough to win this game for Leandro. He did everything he could to flip this game, but Polasha absolutely dominant, playing exactly according to her game plan and in control and going into that top 4.
Polasha, all the expectations of her making it to the top of this tournament are coming true. Polasha indeed now is top 4, right? And Leandro is going to the lower bracket, still has a shot in the there, right? But yeah, that was very well played from Polasha. A very, very convincing 2-0 victory.
Yep. Jojo and Polasha now in the top 4, and they are 1 match. Both of them are 1 match away for securing their ticket, and that is going to be very, very intense game to watch. Meanwhile, we will also have a bunch of other lower brackets that are going on as well, where the people who have been knocked down by these absolutely massive PvP players who have another chance to come back and find a redemption and try to win it back. We have Andres, who has been knocked out to the lowers, and we also have Leandro, 2 massive battlers.
Yeah, it's like there's only massive battlers left right now. Look at Polasha jumping. She's happy. I mean, so many people are excited for her to make it far, because currently in Pokemon Go PvP, we don't have a lot of female battlers. And Polasha also was the first female battler to get to the top of the leaderboards in the Go Battle League. Now she might be the first one to win a regional. I know one of my friends, Mish, is probably in tears right now of joy.
Well, I think you could see how demeanor of Polasha changed as well. Like, you saw her first interview where she was like, okay, I'm nervous and I have to do well, I have to do well. And then slowly, as she's been doing well, she's now ecstatic, she's jumping around.
All the adrenaline's coming out.
Having an absolute blast here, and that is exactly what we like to see from our players.
And I'm also having a blast, kind of. Yeah,
we all are.
Pretty fun battle, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for what else is to come as well, right? Polasha and Jojo, Go-Go Dancer. That's a name to pronounce.
It is a difficult name. That's why I go with Jojo.
Jojo, that's easier, yeah. Going to battle it out for that Yokohama ticket later. Will be very exciting to have either, maybe both, as the tournament progresses, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of stakes still in here in Turin.
Yeah, a lot at stake, and I think considering it's the last opportunity for these European battlers to get that ticket, there's a lot more at stake, plus a lot more at stake.
I think if the Europeans still want a shot, just go to the NAIC. Right?
Is that a jab at the skill level of the US competition?
Oh, I would never.
Yeah.
No, but I think because a lot of already qualified players are going there, like in the NAIC, like the World Invite might even cascade down to a top 8. So in theory, on paper, it might be a little bit easier to do that. But let's take a look at Turin here. We have the interview ready with Palasha.
Hello again from the interview area where I'm sitting once again with Paul Asher, who is just on a 14 games win streak. One match away from qualifying to the World Championships. How are you feeling?
Muy bien, la verdad. Estar aquí es un sueño. Hacer lo que estoy haciendo, de verdad, no me lo podía imaginar ni en mis mejores sueños. Y a ver qué tal la final de Winners.
So being here is already a dream for her. She couldn't have imagined being here. So as for now, like you can see her, it's like living a dream.
So if you didn't expect to get this far, what was your preparation for this tournament? Because clearly it is working out.
Estuve jugando la noche anterior, el viernes por la noche, hasta las 2 de la madrugada. Y pues eso. Muchas simulaciones en PvPoke, analizar el meta, ver hacia dónde vacilar y por ahora me ha ido bien.
Okay, so she was practicing on Friday until 2 a.m. Then several simulations on PvPoke to see where the meta was going to go, because we know we had the move update. And as for now, she's doing well, so it's going well.
So what is your secret for this tournament? Which Pokemon was your MVP? What so far has stood out the most to you?
En general ninguno, no creo que haya tenido una figura de un MVP como tal, sino que en general he tenido varios Pokémon que me han funcionado muy bien, que me han hecho buen trabajo, y la verdad es que no creo que pueda decir un MVP de verdad, porque me estaría equivocando y me estaría dejando muchos otros Pokémon que me han hecho muchas otras cosas.
Okay, so far she doesn't have an MVP Pokemon. There are several Pokemon that has done several tasks for her, so she cannot name a certain Pokemon because it would be unfair for the others, because all of them are doing well.
So that seems like a really perfectly composed team that you brought here. Are you confident for your next matchup?
Sinceramente no lo he analizado, no me he ido a comprobar rondas adelante, porque yo quería jugar ronda a ronda, jugar la que tenía presente, y cuando pasase lo que tenía que pasar, analizaba la siguiente.
Okay, so she hasn't checked the winner's final match yet, because she has been checking round by round, step by step. So she doesn't want to look to the future. She wants to focus on the current match, and she will see now.
So if there is one tip for rookie players at home who want to get into competitive gaming, what's your advice for them?
Mucha paciencia, aunque habrá días que no te irá tan bien, días que te plantearás cosas, días que dirás esto no es lo mío. Poco a poco, esfuerzo, día a día, perseverancia, y poco a poco se ven los frutos.
Okay, so you need to be very patient. You need to go step by step. There will be days where you feel like things are not working, or you don't feel like you are good at the game, for example. But you need to keep working. You need to keep putting some effort. And if you keep doing that, you will see the results.
So I certainly too have those days where I feel like I'm not good at the game, so I keep on improving on that one. Thank you so much for the interview. I'm going to give you some more room to breathe before the winners finals. And you guys, we have plenty of featured matches coming on, so let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Leo, for that in-depth interview, and also thank you so much, Polisha, for giving a player's perspective into how to get better at the game. I think a lot of people have given a lot of tips about how to get better. I think one of the things that we've always missed is that aspect of patience. You need patience to keep going to these tournaments. You need patience to keep losing and getting better. Patience is the key for almost everything in life.
I 100% agree. I was quite bad at Open Great League myself at first, but then I've been doing Open Great League practice over and over and over. I think I've done like 40 practice tournaments right now. But yeah, before we get into the next matchup, which will be Andres against Sandudu, a really exciting one as well, we're going to take a look at the second part of the interview with Susie.
Hello there, trainers. We are back with Susie and my beautiful co-caster, Leo. We've been talking about Susie's judging experience and how she became a play professor. So, I understand that you've been doing it for a year, which is a long time.
Yes.
So, how do you feel about the judging community? I'm sure you had a lot of fun experiences.
Oh yes, I love this community, seriously. Ever since I started, I found a new family. And it's amazing. So every time from one tournament to another, I'm so looking forward to meeting my teammates because they are my teammates and my friends. And it's beautiful. I think they're very warm. And when I first started, I didn't know much about it because obviously like I've started just a year ago. And I just started to ask advices to some of the fellow professors, and they've been very helpful. And this is what is great about it. They just helped me for anything I needed. So if I had any questions, any concerns, they were there. We also have forums and Discord chats where we can ask each other help about anything related. So it's really good.
So earlier you said that you realized as a player that there is a bit of help needed. So now I understand that we are always seeing a pretty good roster of judges for the tournaments, but there's always a lookout for new judges, new professors. What kind of skill set should someone bring if they want to become a judge?
Yeah, so definitely there is a need for new judges to get involved. The first thing that will be required for sure will be knowledge. So game knowledge for this, but also like professionalism, being friendly with everybody, keeping integrity, because if you step up from the player side to the judging side, you need to make sure that you're never going to be biased.
Yeah.
So that's very important. And most of all, I think you need to have fun. You need to remember to just have fun every time you do a tournament. It doesn't matter if you're a player or a judge, but as long as you're having fun, then you're doing it right.
All right, speaking of fun, I understand that you've done 2 roles for judging, and now you're going to another role as well. Mm-hmm. Which one do you have the most fun in?
Okay, so every time I had some fun. Let's say, for example, when I started, of course, I was a floor judge, and it was great because I was learning a lot. So I was just trying to understand everything that is needed, what I have to do to improve myself, and that brought me on being a head judge as well. I've learned a lot of things, but still I could give this to other people. So I was also teaching the floor judges once I was a head judge, and that was great. So it's building up a friendly relationship as well, and
mentoring the next generation of judges, basically.
Exactly. It's very important to just learning and teaching to the others and be a good team member.
So a little bit off topic now. You were talking about friends and special bonds. This little Zorua.
Yeah.
We have seen it so many times on the stream table now. Is there a special story behind it?
I thought that I really needed like a buddy to bring with myself to help me out sometimes. I saw that like every character in the anime has a buddy, like a special one, and I fell in love with Zorua the first time I saw it. So when I saw this one, this is from the Pokémon Center, the special one from Halloween. I saw this one, it was adorable. And I thought, this is a perfect body for me. I can bring it every time. And this is why you're gonna see him like on the stream.
I'm looking forward to having a special buddy of my own, which is going to be a Greninja, but I'm still haven't got my hands on the plushie yet. I don't know when I'm gonna get my hands on it, but when I do, it's gonna be there every time.
I mean, this is what it is about. I think Pokemons are great. Some they look cute, some they're more cool, and you can choose whichever you want. I also like Greninja, it's a very cool one, but this is the cute, adorable one. Yeah. So that's why I chose this.
Exactly.
So, if you guys have watched all the streams before, then you know that my buddy is going to be a Darmanitan, because that is absolutely my favorite Pokemon. So, Susie, again, thank you for taking the time to talk to us about this really interesting and important topic, and we are going back to the live coverage right now.
Welcome back, trainers. As you saw right now, we are looking at different aspects of the game. We saw from Polisha how to get better into the battling aspect, and then from Susie how to become a judge and how to kind of progress, because she started as a line judge and now she's head judging and also kind of becoming one of the tournament organizers as well. And that is a great path to follow.
I think one of the unique things about Susie is that she has been judging in about every single European regionals, even some international championships, right? So, and there's many different roles in judging, right? You can be someone like a stream runner, a head judge, a stream judge. There are many different roles, and we really appreciate all those people helping run the tournament smoothly, right?
Yeah, exactly. A big thank you to all the staff who take time out on their weekends to volunteer for this as well, and that is an amazing thing to do, to give back to the community. We have talked about, let's say, the 50-50 aspect, the battling aspect, the judging aspect. Let's get back to the battling, right? We just talked about, like before, we were saying there's a lot of big battlers in the lower brackets as well. Can you lead us on to who we are going to see next in the lower bracket?
Like we just saw, like I just said before the video, the next upcoming video battle is Sandudu against Andres. And here we see them, Andres on the left, Sandudu on the right. We've seen Sandudu on day one very early on when he faced a Girafarig and actually overcame it because there was no Bastiodon to have his Charizard on. So yep. I guess he kind of got lucky there. But no luck that he's here right now because he fought his way all the way. I believe he dropped in the winners round 3 or so into the losers bracket and now has fought his way all the way into top 6 here against Andres, who we saw earlier and lost as well.
Yep, and as I've been kind of promoting through the whole event, Umbreon looks really good. Sandudu doesn't have a direct answer for Umbreon, and I think if Andres can kind of use that to her advantage, like how we saw Jojo use that Swampert to his advantage, there can be scenarios where she can use the Umbreon to gain a shield advantage or get back switch as well. But that comes with a little bit of cost because the Umbreon will always going to be in a range where that Shadow Charizard can get energy.
Absolutely. And this time there is no Registeel to answer the Umbreon, right? The Umbreon looks just very safe here. I think that we're going to face a lot of combinations of Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern and Medicham here from Sandudu just to answer that Umbreon. And the Licky Tongue is a unique pick, but it does not do great against Umbreon either.
Yep, I think Lickitung has like three really hard Pokemon to get through, which is the Registeel, Umbreon, and also that Noxel. So Lickitung as a pick will be very, very, very brave of Sandudu. Speaking of which, we are already here. They're both locked and loaded. Let's see which Pokemon come out of these Pokeballs.
Sableye and Medicham. Terrible for Sandudu, as he says, Sacre Bleu. This is very bad for Sandudu. This is very good for Andres. In comes that Lantern. It's Spark Lantern, and we know that Andres has Water Gun, so her Lantern is not great here. She does have that Umbreon to possibly bring in here just to soak up damage.
Yep, and she's doing a very good thing here by throwing this energy, chipping it down a little bit, so that that Umbreon will be a little bit more comfortable in this matchup. But she is not using it. And
oh,
she gets another catch. How
does she do that every time?
She is the mistress of catches.
It's just normal for her. She's not even surprised or anything. Yeah, just another catch. It's me, Andres, just casually catching moves, and Umbreon can take all these charge attacks just simply, right? So this gives her a lot of momentum. But you know what? Who also gets a lot of momentum? The Medicham, because they can get a lot of farm down on this Umbreon later.
Yep, Medicham will get a lot of momentum, but unfortunately for that Medicham, it will have to power through that Sableye. Here comes the next foul play from this Umbreon. This will not knock out the Lantern, but will put it in a range where the Umbreon can snarl it down.
I think that is very correct of you, but looks like she goes for a foul play immediately here, not wanting to take that move, which is kind of surprising to me, because I think that you might want to take a charge attack so the Medicham gets less farm. But let's take a look at how this goes. I think that Lickitung in the back looks really good for Sandudu at this point, right? And perhaps Anders is reading that and she wants to get out of this matchup. Let's take a look. Foul play is coming in here.
The foul play comes in, and this is a neutral attack on this Medicham. Unfortunately for Andres, the Medicham is going to be throwing flurry of counters, and Medicham and the Umbreon had nothing to do, and she does not get an opportunity to throw the last foul play. Here comes Sableye. Sableye is going to be met with these Ice Punches.
Yeah, and the Ice Punches, they don't do that much. 2 Ice Punches will, I think, bring Sableye just barely into the yellow. In comes the Lickitung. Now, this is actually not the worst for the Lantern as well. Actually, you can actually win this match, and in comes a return, man, if you let this through, and it is shielded. This is a huge shield from Sandudu. I cannot express enough how big this is for him, because now you have energy for this Water Gun Lantern that comes in, and you have super effective Power Whip here.
Yep, that is a, as you called it, huge shield. Takes a lot of guts to make that shield, because if it was a foul play, that would have been really costly. Going for the Power Whip, Anders, will she call it? Oh no! This Power Whip is super effective and does about 40% to the Lantern, but this Lantern is on Water Gun, so it is doing a lot of damage back to this Lickitung. Yeah. Here comes a first Body Slam being shielded by Andres.
This is terrible though for Andres, because now Sandudu can just go straight Body Slam with that Lickitung. Instead, it doesn't have to build up all the way to the Power Whip anymore. But again, Water Gun Lantern is not the worst here, but because you threw that charge attack with the Sableye earlier, your timers are misaligned, and at some point I think Sandudu is going to switch into that Medicham. As we see the timer almost come up, in comes a Body Slam first.
I think at this point it's safe for Andres to let this go, because this is not enough to knock out the Lantern, but she shields it up, and in
timer's not up though.
Oh, desperately trying to get to that Psychic, but unfortunately she has to throw all this energy.
Yeah, she has to throw that charge attack. It's a serve only, however, and it is shielded. In comes Sableye again, but it had no energy because it threw the return.
Yep, it has no energy and no HP, and unfortunately this Sableye is going to go down to this Ice Punch from this Medicham. Cold as ice, Medicham is going to close out this game in style by throwing that Ice Punch again to take that Lantern out of the water.
A game very well played. Très bien from Sandudu. Anders.
Lantern survives.
It is a live, but it's not going to do much anymore. Look at him winking. Oh, he's being very smug, even though that was not as easy as it looked like, really. Yeah, so Anders took out a French battler earlier, then lost to another French battler, and now she's playing another French battler. The French are taking over here in Turin.
I think probably they're going to talk about the fact that she could not get that foul play off, but we will see what the judges decide, if there is going to be any discussion about this. I think the pivotal moment in this game to discuss is that return. It was very, very costly to go for that move there. There was 2 shields on the Lickitung. You could potentially go for 2 foul plays, and that might have been able to flip that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, honestly, if you bring in your Lantern immediately, because the Water Gun Lantern can actually win the 2 shields against Lickitung, just because your Water Guns with the same type of attack bonus just deal more damage than the licks from Lickitung.
Yep, and potentially, worst case scenario, that would still put the Lickitung in a range where the Sableye can farm it down and then throw that return on that Medicham.
Yeah.
Throwing that return was very, very costly, and one of rare instances where we see Andres making a mistake here.
Yeah, I think Xanadu made a really good call. Probably knows the fast attack on Andres beforehand, right? So that's why his Spark Lantern is just really good in his matchup. Obviously, matchups like Registeel, Umbreon, Medicham are still so-so, and the Sableye as well, but there are no hard answers really for the Spark Lantern on Andres' team.
Yep, and I think, as we discussed earlier as well, this moveset selection is going to be always a question mark, right? You want to go Spark sometimes, you want to go Water Gun sometimes, and you have to base your team based on how your team is going to perform against certain critical picks that you have to choose the moveset. Water Gun looks great on Andreas' team because it does not have a really, really solid answer for that Stunfisk, and also not an amazing answer for the Swampert, and also not a great answer. It does have a great answer for the Registeel, but then again, it's still soft answers which an attack debuff can flip. So going Water Gun made a lot of sense for Andres, and I guess for Xanadu it would be the other way around. He doesn't really need a hot answer for, let's say, the Steel types or any of or a Swampert, for example.
It really comes down to what you want to cover, I guess, with the Lantern. It's a pretty flexible Pokemon, only really hard-walled by grass types. But we haven't seen many grass types, right? The only Trevenant that I saw was from Super Alki. Unfortunately, Super Alki didn't make it further in the tournament. However, I think Water Gun Lantern still has a lot of merit. Like, it's better against the Galarian Stunfisk here. Now, going in the next battle, what do you expect here from these battlers?
I think, to be honest, if Andrea sticks to her game plan, she's still going to be able to win, because the only mistake she did there was throwing that return.
Well, here we see. What do we see for the leads here? We see on the left side from Andres, Sableye into the Galarian Stunfisk from Xanadu. Let's take a look here at these lines. This is a pretty neutral matchup. I believe that Galarian Stunfisk has a slight advantage here, but if you shield Earthquakes correctly, this actually can turn in favor for Sableye.
Yeah, this is going to be critical, right? Which the initial matchup is critical, but it's also what's going to come next. Here comes the first Foul Play. Foul Play does a reasonable chunk of damage onto that Stunfisk, but we know it's all about shielding those Earthquakes. Is this an Earthquake, and will Andres call it?
Let's see if she's going to shield. This is going to do a lot of damage. Does shield that Earthquake correctly. That is a big call. And going into that Spark Lantern right away, because Xanadu knows there is no hard answer for this. What are you going to bring in? Going for that Foul Play right away here. I think at this point it might be safe to pivot into the Umbreon just because it can soak damage easier. And actually a shield from Xanadu already. This actually proves to be quite annoying for Andres, because now you have to deal with all this HP and energy.
Yep, exactly. But if there is any Pokemon that can deal with energy, it's that Umbreon.
For sure.
And here comes the Surf. Doesn't do considerable chunk of damage, but unfortunately for Andrea as well, Umbreon is also not going to do a lot of damage back to the Lantern. Here comes a Thunderbolt. Xanadu saying, okay, I threw a Surf, it didn't do enough. Maybe a Thunderbolt might do better.
Yeah, well, I see chat saying that Lickitung in the back doesn't have a lot of play. I actually disagree, because that shield on the Lantern actually was pretty good in my opinion, because the Foul Play from Sableye does more than the Umbreon. So this might allow Xanadu to flip the matchup, and then Lickitung in the back can actually be quite good on that Sableye.
Yeah, but we'll see how Xanadu can read this game as well, because it's about whether he wants to flip the switch or he lets the Lantern go as well. So here comes the Lantern. Lantern is going to get to the Thunderbolt, but we all know that this Thunderbolt is not
going to
enough.
take out. Yeah, I think that Xanadu is likely not going for the switch advantage here. Probably going for a farm down on that Galarian Stunfisk, which actually is going to prove to be very useful as well. Yeah, actually hard swapping right away, taking the Foul Play on this Galarian Stunfisk, which is an interesting play.
Yeah, that is a very, very interesting play here. I do not know what advantage he's going to gain from this, because all I see are disadvantages doing this. But let's see what he is cooking. Let the man cook.
Yeah, let him cook, Chad. Let him cook. He's first Rock Slide coming through, and Andres is calling it. Oh actually, this is a pretty big no shield. An Earthquake would have put the Sableye very low. Actually, was that an Earthquake? My bad. I saw that wrong. She's going to farm down this Galarian Stunfisk completely, and this energy is useful everywhere.
Yep, and she's at a very, very dominant position here. This can be, again, another pivotal moment in the game. Let's see what Dudu comes in with. He does come in with the Lickitung.
Yeah.
Andres going for the
For the
big
return again?
Again.
She's the opposite of me. She does not like baiting.
Unfortunately, but this is going to pay off 1 out of 2 times, and this is the second time.
Yep, this time. And she also gets to another foul play. So in that regard, maybe Xanadu thought, okay, she's going to get to a return and a foul play anyway. I might as well no-shield the first one, just in case.
This is absolutely amazing for Andrea's Noxtal at the back, because Noxtal is going to have a field day with this Lickitung. And I think Dudu already knows that this is it. This is over. He knows he's given up, but he is going to have time to prepare.
Trying to catch, but not this time. Not this time. He does have 2 serves, but it's not going to decide this matchup, unfortunately. I think that Andrea still has a shield as well, right? So she can shield a move from this Lantern, as it will do more. Oh, tries to get to a Thunderbolt even, but realizes just barely that he won't get there. Shields the serve, it would do more damage than the Body Slam, right?
Yep. Yeah, and it's really. I think this is done and dusted, as we said before, and as we have seen multiple times. This is one of the most dominant matchups that Noctowl can be in. The only other one being Trevenant into a Noctowl, which there is no way as a Trevenant you're coming back. But this is done and dusted. Here comes the first Sky Attack. Sky Attack will do a lot of damage, but Noctowl being the bulky mon it is, it's still not going to be enough.
Now, if you do you know what bad manners are? With you too. Yes, she's doing it. Yes, oh, this makes me so happy that like 2 friends can just have fun about this, right? Does Xanadu see it coming? He does see it coming. Yeah, he knows. That's funny. I love that. Very well played from Andres, regardless.
Well
and chat actually was right. The Lickitung in the back just didn't have much to do there because it was either on that Noctowl or on the Umbreon.
Also, chat, that's another one of the times where Nadequins has made a call while commentating, and it gone horribly wrong for the player.
It's fine. Chat likes to make fun of me anyway. But yeah, the score is 1-1 right now between Andres and Xanadu. I really like these battles. And again, Xanadu really banking on its Spark Lantern, right? Because it's coming out every time.
Yeah, I think it is so good into Andres' team. And she's done so well to outmaneuver him so far, right? And she's been amazing. She's made a really good catch game 1, and then made that amazing call of Rock Slide and Earthquake in game number 2.
Look at them.
Hi Maxi, hi Dex. So she's been playing absolutely out of her mind. She wants to go through.
Yeah.
You can see it.
She is one of the best battlers. I think she really wants to go to Yokohama. She's already going there with her boyfriend, right? With Jean-Joa, who qualified at Utrecht, and she wants that invite as well. So of course, Andres is going to give it her all, but Xanadu also wants to prove that he's one of the best, right? Obviously, of course, you can be proud of reaching top 8 here, but why not more?
Yeah, exactly. And this is, I guess, again, as we said before, this is one of the last opportunities for these battlers to get that ticket to Yokohama. I know Xanadu has been to previous tournaments and he's not done as well as he should have, but now has the stage to showcase how good of a battler he is. He did so in day number 1, and he's continuing to do so in day number 2. It's 1-1. Both of them 1 win away from going to the next round and 1 step closer to Yokohama.
Yeah, chat. Please show us your support. Who are you supporting? One of these battlers. Andres from Spain on the left. We have Xanadu on the right from France. I know there's a lot of French supporters in the crowd as well. So there is a lot of support for these battlers. They are part of the community here. Everyone here is very excited to see how this is going to go. Again, I would predict that the Spark Lantern would come out. I don't think that Xanadu would probably lead it, right? It's probably the safe Pokemon that you want to fall back on in case you run into a bad lead as Xanadu.
Yeah, but just looking at what Andres has been running so far, I think it might not be a bad idea to try and run Charizard as well, because game number 2, she did not bring that Water Gun Lantern. And that's one of the things that the Charizard is so afraid of to deal with. If that thing is out of the way, you can also try and sweep the whole match with the Charizard. So let's see if there's a way to bait it out. But unfortunately, looking at Dudu's team, the best way to bait out that Water Gun Lantern is that Charizard.
Yeah, well, here we go. Game number 3, we have Medicham into Spark Lantern, actually leading that Spark Lantern. Oh, look at the back, look at the back, look in the back there, Abi. We see that Charizard actually, and there's no Water Gun Lantern to deal with it. I think that the Umbreon and the Noctowl, however, are quite neutral to it, though. So let's take a look. I think Xanadu's happy to see the Medicham here, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is the best place where you want to see this, see the Medicham chipping it down and putting it in a position where the Charizard can potentially farm down. But the Medicham is no slouch either. These Psychics will do a lot of damage to the Lantern. Waiting a turn, absolute mastery of mechanics. Waiting a turn, she's been catching left, right, and center, but she does not want to be caught on.
Yeah, no shielding that first Psychic. I believe Lantern. If you go for the Surf here, I don't think you win the zero shields actually. And I think Andres probably knows that. Yeah, knows that this is not a Thunderbolt, letting it go. And now, going into the Galarian Stunfisk to soak up some energy here. This Psychic is resisted. I'm not sure if this is the best place to use it, but it does make it a little bit easier for your Umbreon as you likely bring it in. I don't think you bring the Noctowl in.
Yeah. It will take a very, very, very ballsy person to bring a Noctowl into a Stunfisk that has a lot of energy.
Well, in my defense, I did see someone swap in the Cresselia into Sableye earlier.
Yes.
So there are players who like it both, who make hard predictions, and we see a hard prediction here, going for the shield on that Earthquake.
Yep, and that's that's exactly what you want to shield as the Umbreon as well, because at this point now it's all about getting this Stunfisk out of the way and trying to sweep with your Noctowl. This Umbreon, it looks really, really, really healthy, and here comes another foul play, but unfortunately foul play is not enough to take it out, but this Stunfisk is definitely going to get to that Earthquake.
Yeah, and looks like Dudu is just keeping all his shields for that Shadow Charizard. Now, I am a fan of Shadow Charizard, and it's likely going to have a lot of play here. Noctowl is a very neutral matchup against that Charizard, but you do have a shield advantage here. However, this Umbreon's not even at half yet, so...
Yep. And the Umbreon is going to do a lot of work here, because at this point you can always try and... Oof, that was not the play.
Well, Xanadu still forces Andres to throw a foul player, and I think that's exactly what he wants. Also, keeping a Rock Slide might prove very important later against the Noctowl from Andres, right?
Yep, yeah, but now he is switch locked. The Umbreon is still very, very healthy. He will take a Blast Burn to knock it out of his forelegs.
Yeah.
But here comes the Medicham.
Oh no, tried to catch a move, but now lost her potential catch opportunity. Unfortunately, she tried to catch a move on her Medicham unsuccessfully. In comes the Umbreon again, but Charizard is looking to feast here soon, right? Yeah. Shielding the first move, I think that's smart. Otherwise, you might get farmed down by the Noctowl.
Yep. It's all going to be about energy management. How many wing attacks do you need to make sure you can win that Noctowl matchup at the back, knowing that he doesn't want none of this. Going for the Blast Burn.
Knowing that Dranclaw won't KO here. I like this a lot.
Yeah. Perfect play by Xanadu. He's also 1 or 2 wing attacks ahead, 1 wing attack ahead, so he might be able to outpace this Noctowl straight Blast Burn.
I think that Charizard does outpace, but going for a bait here, this might prove crucial, because if Anders no shields this, she wins this battle, I think. Let's take a look. No shields the Dragon Claw! What an insane no shield. This might be decisive. Let's see if Xanadu can make it up by catching the Sky Attack potentially on the Galarian stuff. I think that's your only play at this point. No?
But let's not forget, Xanadu has a Rock Slide Sword. So this will be very, very critical. Let's see what happens here. This is going to be another potential Dragon.
Oh, wait. No, Xanadu threw the game. He threw the game. If he threw the Blast Burn, he would have gone to shield and throw
what has he done? He's absolutely ruined his chance. That was
what happened?
1 second lapse in concentration is going to cost him a chance to go ahead. Andrea getting this win on the back of a second lapse in judgment from Xanadu.
A small miscount, and both players know, as Xanadu is putting his face in his hands, he knows. Oh, that feels so bad. And Andres just gets away there. But honestly, she did play quite well. It's just unfortunate that she tried to catch a move on the Medicham. I think otherwise it could have been play a little bit different there. But regardless, a really good matchup that we saw.
Honestly, I thought this was over. But Andrea did make sure that she played it to perfection. She called that Dragon Claw bait, putting her in the game, forcing Xanadu to make that extra bit of mistake that absolutely made sure that she is going to the next round.
I have a question for you, Abi.
No.
What hurts more? Losing the battle like this, or having your Charizard on a Bastiodon?
Honestly, it depends on the stakes.
Of course, yeah.
So let's say if it was you, I wouldn't say Bastiodon on the Charizard.
Yeah, okay, dude, okay.
Because you can feel it. I was watching the stream. I was like, don't swap. And then you swap in your Charizard. Like, oh my god.
I can say a lot of what went through my head there, but indeed, it's very tough for Xanadu to see him go down like that. But Andres does get another chance to potentially sweep that losers bracket now at this point, and perhaps still fight her way back to a ticket to Yokohama. As she does feel bad for Xanadu that he lost the game like that.
Yeah, but it's essential. If you look at sports as well, any sport, the champion always needs a little bit of luck. You will find teams saying, oh yeah, but they were supposed to lose that, but they did not because they were lucky. And can this little bit of luck factor push her all the way through?
Yeah.
We will have to find out.
It's basically, so what I've been observing in Pokemon Go tournaments, it's quite simple. Whoever makes the least misplays wins.
Yeah.
That's how it's been going mostly, right? And sometimes, unfortunately, you get very unlucky with alignment. That can happen, but sometimes it really comes down to plays. Like just in game 1, I think it could have been winnable for Andres when she threw the return, right, and it got shielded.
And game 2 when she threw the return and it got no shielded.
Right, exactly. So, you know, it really just comes down to these kind of things. Just these small, just one fast move, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he miscounted on that Noctowl, wanted to get the charge attack priority on the Sky attack, and then she
But
already
why?
was there.
There was no other Pokemon behind.
I don't know. You're asking me. I wasn't playing. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what could have been in Dudu's mind, right?
Yep, exactly. It's probably a few seconds of lapse in judgment, as I said
and
before.
there was also the Rock Slide still. Maybe he forgot that there was a Rock Slide, or maybe he thought that the Noctowl was not in Rock Slide range yet. So I guess maybe he tried to get as much wing attacks in as possible.
Or another theory would be he was trying to BM by trying to catch the move on the Stunfisk.
And then double Dragon Claw, that could also be possible. Yeah. How about we hear it from Andres on how that went? We are going to the interview with Andres here.
Thank you, Martijn. What incredible matchups we just had here. I'm with the winner, Andres, and we just have to go over these battles real quick. I mean, very close, very decisive games. How are you feeling about it all?
Oof, excited.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, like everything is happening and you don't know what sometimes to do. You need to think very fast. So
yeah, I have to say, you've been battling a lot of French people today, it seems like.
Yeah.
First, we're up against Wolfpack, and then Jojo Go-Go Dancer, and now Sandra Du.
Yeah.
Is there a strategy to conquer France?
Yeah, I like to scream quickly some battles because for me it's quite difficult to do it if you don't practice. You know? So I would like to say thank you to my Amaretto team. That all them is guards me and helping me. Obviously, Yonioa.
Yeah, I went to talk to you earlier, and I noticed that you were scrimming some stuff overall. I know that you're someone.
Yeah.
Does that just give you the overall confidence that you know your team better? Or?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you to Hotenginer, 23GB, or and Statistan, who is encouraged me, and Daniel. So thank you for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a community game, right?
Yeah.
There's like so many people that help each other out, and it's been so encouraging to see you as well. Like we said before, you've competed in a lot of tournaments, and you've barely missed out on the top cut these other days, and now not only
like
are you top cut,
almost there.
you are top 4.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
And also another female battler, Paula Shaw, you said it earlier, maybe you guys are going to battle each other in the finals. It looks like this could be a possibility.
It would be awesome, I think. Who never won, I think it's going to be fine. Like, I don't care if Paula Shaw wins, if I get the finals, because it's like, I'm proud of me, what I get.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
I think that's a really nice thing. I mean, obviously, not even just Pokemon Go, but a lot of esports have a lot of male competitors.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to see such strong female competitors. What would you say to encourage other females also to maybe pick up the game or to try to do some of these tournaments?
Yeah, like I encourage more girls to participate that obviously like this game or all games or sports, because it's like very good to see more women participating in these kind of events, meet each other. So, I encourage them.
Yeah, I completely agree. Overall, your team composition, I know that you just built the team like just right before the tournament pretty much.
Yeah.
How are you feeling overall? I know that maybe you don't want to share too much because you have some competitors you're playing again. I
was like, before the staffs said, we cannot start the game 1, and I said, okay, I'm going to run this team, and in the last second I decided to not bring the Noctowl and bring the Lantern, expecting not the Lickitung, because it's quite tough against me, because I have all normal Pokemon, Umbreon, and this kind of Pokemon. So I said, okay, he's not going to run Lickitung. Put the lantern, and he comes with the Lickitung. And I said, no, like the last second.
Yeah. I have to really talk about that last game as well, because when a two-shielded Charizard is very nerve-wracking for any opponent, right? So when you notice he was
I really don't know what to do in this moment. It was like, what? It could be a Blast Burn, which is almost the whole life of a Noctowl. So it's like, okay, just leap of faith, like whatever it wants. And I got the Drown Call, hopefully, so.
Yeah, what was going through your mind at that point too? Because you had to make the call.
No.
Blast Burn or Dragon Claw?
I don't know. Most of the opponents usually bait. But for example, I was screaming with Basics, who used the Charizard, and he, for example, didn't bait.
Okay.
So it's like, you don't know what your opponent is going to do.
Right,
so
it's a 50-50 call, but it feels like it's a pretty...
it's
at this moment with so much on the line, I can imagine it was a very pressuring situation. You must have felt so relieved making that call.
Yeah, I'm proud.
And then I have to say at the end too, there was like, I don't know if it was a miscalculation because he had so much energy, but being able to get to that Sky Attack to win the game...
I don't know what he did this, because I thought that I would lost if he threw the move, but because I know that the Gifisk has a Rock Slide storage. So in that moment I said I cannot win, and in fact I thought to do another Sky Attack, another Wing Attack.
Oh yeah.
But in the last moment I clicked the Sky Attack, and I said, oh, no CMP.
It's a good thing you did, right? I think that also goes to show never give up until the very end as well. Sometimes scenarios look like they could be bad, but I mean, this really, clicking that Sky Attack ended up winning you the game.
Yeah, I think the call was the game.
Yep.
I think.
Well, congratulations on the call. Congratulations on your run so far. And I think we're going to see you up on screen again pretty soon. So we'll let you go ahead and compose yourself.
Hopefully.
And don't you guys go anywhere, because we have a lot of action still coming up. Take it back, Martin.
I will, Amanda. Thank you. I'm here back with Abi. Wait, Leo, you evolved.
Yes, it is I, Abi.
Good to see you. Yeah, good interview with Andrea. I think the women battlers are really dominating today, right? We have Andrea and Palasha still going on, possibly winning all of it. And, we have more exciting battles upcoming as well. I believe in our next round, we're going to see Leandro against Whiskey. We've seen Whiskey play against Palasha earlier. Palasha had a pretty good battle against him, but Whiskey is still in. He's still won a couple in the lower bracket rounds.
Yes, Whiskey is incredibly excited to be part of this top cut so far.
And I think,
yes, he loves to be on stream. And this is what he's going to do in the next battle against Leandro. Leandro also with crazy performances, as we already mentioned earlier. Most of his stream performances were as a judge, and he just shows that he's competent in this tournament as well.
Absolutely. So now that I hear you say his name, I have a question just for myself.
Yeah.
Do I need to pronounce as Leandro or Leandro?
I think both is fine.
Both is fine, but
I would go for Leandro.
Okay, because you're both German, right? So I just want to get that right. But as we see, speaking of right, we see Whiskey on the right, and we see Leandro on the left here. We've seen these battlers earlier. They lost a previous round, but they are still here, and they are excited to do it. I believe that, we saw the Cresselia from Whiskey. Oh, and the shiny Toxicroak with the hat that Whiskey had.
Yes, that one is really exciting. I think both players were knocked into the losers bracket by Palasha, by the way.
Yeah, it's true. Palasha has been showing all these guys how to do it.
So they are back seeking for revenge, but first of all, they will have to play each other, and this is going to be quite the interesting matchup. The Toxicroak is not going to face... Oh, there is a Noctowl.
There is one Noctowl.
Whiskey is not running a Noctowl.
No, he's not. He's running a Charizard instead. And we also have the Umbreon on Leandro's side, which I think is really good. It's good against that Alolan Sandslash. It's bulky enough to take even Blast Burns from the Shadow Charizard. And it's quite good against the Cresselia. Now, you do have Moonblast on Cresselia, but it barely doesn't do a half to the Umbreon, so you still lose that matchup.
And until Cresselia gets to one Moonblast, you have already thrown 5 foul plays.
Yeah.
So I think Whiskey is also running the Dark Pulse.
Yeah, he does. Does that give you an advantage in any of these matchups? I don't think Dark Pulse helps per se against any of these. I think against Purified or regular Sableye, Dark Pulse helps a little bit more in the Zero Shields. But against Shadow Sableye, I think 2 foul plays just are fine.
Yeah, I think that's actually the beauty of it, because nobody really knows how much a Dark Pulse will do.
Yeah.
So people are all of a sudden unfamiliar with their matchups.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the first matchup here. Leandro on the left and Whiskey on the right. We have Umbreon into Toxicroak. This is great for Whiskey. This is exactly where you want that beautiful Pokemon.
Oh, and Leandro is actually ABA weak to fighting, and this is such a strong lead. You basically have to let your Umbreon go down and then come in with the Noctowl.
Going straight for that Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb has been buffed, so I guess it has that going for it. But it doesn't do as much as the Sludge Bomb. And I think Leandro knows, he's looking surprised that it's just a Mud Bomb. But I think maybe Whiskey just wants to get 2 Mud Bombs and get rid of this Umbreon, because I think the Sludge Bomb plus counts might not do enough here.
Yes, the last resort is going to deal a hefty... Woo!
That actually does a lot of damage. Umbreon is known to win the Zero Shields here. This is a charge attack priority, but I don't think this Mud Bomb will be enough. It's not the same type of attack bonus, not a strong move. No shield on this Mud Bomb, and Umbreon hangs on.
Yes, and the foul play is going to connect before it gets knocked out by the counter. Whiskey is kind of surprised by it, apparently. I think it's going to...
It's a foul play!
Wow!
Oh boy. Yeah, that's resisted, and that likely would not have KO'd the Toxicroak here. Now, you still have one shield on this Toxicroak, but you likely need this for the red shield in the back. In comes the Noctowl. Is able to get just wow! What is going on? What a fantastic play by Leandro, catching the double resisted Sludge Bomb. My goodness, Marto Goldo will be so happy.
This does nothing now. He gets some lock-ons in. Whiskey was trying to go for this huge amount of damage, but this shield for the Toxicroak, it basically dealt nothing. There's a lot of energy on the Noctowl now, and the Toxicroak is at 1 HP and didn't get to do any damage to the Registeel. You're just 1 shield down now.
Absolutely. But what this does do for Whiskey, now that the full line was revealed from Leandro, he now switches in the Umbreon into that Registeel instead of the Lantern. That clearly has a better matchup. Shields the first attack, which is a Zap Cannon, and actually gets that attack drop as well. This is not looking great for Whiskey, but he will have his Lantern on the Noctowl.
Yeah, and that is a matchup that is even going to be difficult, even if you are 2 shields up, which he actually is right now. It is still kind of bait dependent. Also, I don't really recall if Whiskey's Lantern was a Water Gun or Spark.
I think it was Water Gun. Oh, and going for the Sky Attack here. I don't think this will take it out. Well, Whiskey can't shield this one because he already used to. But I think that with 2 shields up, that this, let's see, does live it. Now goes into the... Oh, it is Spark Lantern. No, it's Spark Lantern. I'm completely wrong yet again. And now Spark Lantern is actually slightly better here.
Yeah. But I think Leandro made a really good play to just go for the Sky Attack into the Umbreon to make much more use out of the energy and saving a little bit of energy on the Registeel to possibly take out this Lantern later on. We are going to have to shield this Surf because it is already so low. Wow,
not even charging it. Probably realize it's likely getting shielded. Whiskey just keeps staring at his opponent like, what's he going to do? I'm really curious. Look, he's looking. Here comes a Shadow Ball. Yeah, it is on the serve actually. The serve actually might barely take it out here to the Noctowl.
Yep. The question is, does the Registeel have enough stamina to then afterwards lock on down everything and throwing one attack?
Well, looks like Leandro decides to use his shield there. The timer is up, so he might be able to do something with the Registeel here. And does catch a serve. I'm not sure if Noctowl can wing attack down the Lantern, however, because Lantern has a lot of HP and the wing attacks are resisted here, but does hang on there. However, you can do one counter on the Toxicroak, perhaps. Let's see. Oh, go for the counter, and he does it! That's a genius play from Whiskey. Look at him. He's looking. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming.
Wow, and now it is going to be really difficult. If the Surf had taken out the Noctowl, the Registeel of
Oh, and there's a Dark Pulse even. Look at him smiling.
You were worried about stuff, but that was a Dark Pulse.
Yeah, we were. There was a Dark Pulse, which we missed for a second. I think so did he, because he's laughing there. He was being quite nervous, eyeing his opponent the whole time. And then realized, wait, I had a Dark Pulse. This is just fine. This was bellissimo.
This was over 3 turns ago, 3 switches ago. So now Leandro is with his back against the wall.
Yeah, I think, so one fun fact about Whiskey, he's actually also a professional bodybuilder, right? And one of his friends, Pokegame's, also watching. I think that Whiskey is putting up, really wants to put up a show here, right? As being one of the strongest members of the community here.
Where is Buzzwool?
Where is Buzzwool? Good question. Usually Crimson K19 is the one to run that. He doesn't run that this time. We see there a mind joke with the Italian flag. Whiskey is actually Italian, so that's probably for him. Good to see a mind joke here. Unfortunately, didn't have that good of a run. He didn't make it to the top 16 this time, but he will actually be going to Japan still, just on a trip to travel.
Yeah, of course. I mean, why would you not? It seems to be lovely. So, game number 2. Leandro has lost, I think, now 3 games in a row after getting 2-0 beat by...
Yeah, that feels tough, right?
Polish, yes. It has to be tough. Now he really needs to find a way to break this curse. I mean, what are your options here? What are the windows that you can use to just get this at least one win in to get some momentum back?
Yeah, I think you need to you need the Noctowl in the right spot. I think the Noctowl from Leandro is quite good. It just didn't get aligned to a potential Cresselia. It didn't get aligned to that Toxicroak. It got aligned to the Lantern instead. And despite such a beautiful catch, we need to keep talking about that later. The Sludge Bomb on the Registeel from a Toxicroak. That was gross. It was gross. It was good. It was everything. It's just what you expect in this kind of tournament, right?
And it really shows how strong Whiskey's team was that he brought against Leandro's, because despite that big catch, where he just saved so much energy, lock-on down, Toxicroak almost, caught this incredibly expensive expensive attack, dealt no damage, he still lost.
Yeah, I mean, he went pretty... that's because also he revealed the Noctowl, right? So Whiskey knew, I think otherwise Whiskey would have perhaps brought the Lantern into that Registeel, right? If the Registeel came out, obviously he's not going to come out to deal with a Toxicroak or farm that down. But let's say it did came out and Whiskey had no idea there was Noctowl on the back. I think you will likely bring the Lantern over the Umbreon onto the Registeel, unless you make a really hard call.
Yep, that is a really good point. I mean, Lantern on Noctowl, we by now know how this one plays out, even though it got really close with those Shadow Balls that came in, 2 shields advantage. But, I mean, Whiskey proved that even if you go down 2 shields early to preserve your advantage, you can still win this.
Absolutely. It's like keeping Pokemon alive can win you the battle.
That's a very good point, Martijn.
But yeah, I'm curious too how Leandro is going to anticipate to this. I don't think we'll see the Shadow Sableye really, just because the Umbreon from Whiskey is just really going to hard wall that, right? And Umbreon is a Pokemon that Whiskey seems to like. It's shiny, right? Yeah. So, you know, it has like those...
Like the Toxicroak.
You are correct. It's like did we see the Cresselia? Was the Cresselia shiny? I don't think the Cresselia was shiny.
I don't think it was shiny, but I'm jealous now. I'm officially jealous now, okay?
You don't have a shiny Toxicroak with a hat?
No.
Wow.
I have a good one with a hat, but it's not shiny. But I still love it.
I agree. It's a beautiful Pokemon. Here we see the achievements. This is unfortunately not Wolfpack. This is Whiskey, and Whiskey did play at the European International Championship 2023, where I think he got pretty far on the lower bracket. I'm not too sure, but I did see him there. We also talked there. We played the side event together. So yeah, Whiskey has played another tournament before this, but this one in his home country might be it. Lead us in, Leo. We have game 2 here, Leandro versus Whiskey.
Yes, of course, Leandro again with his back against the wall, having the Sableye versus Lantern lead. Quite the neutral matchup. Foul plays deal a hefty amount of damage. Serves also deal a lot of damage, but look at those Shadow Claws.
Look at those lines, by the way. I think Whiskey was not happy to see that. Oh, and the simultaneous swap of the most exciting mirror in the game, the mirror. This is not what Whiskey likes at all, as he is shaking his head. Yeah, we have regular Umbreon versus shiny Umbreon here, and this is actually where Whiskey wanted wanted this on the Sableye, right? Because I think that's why he was shaking his head earlier in the game. But Leandro needed to bait out the Toxicroak, right? So Yeah, it's an interesting interesting simultaneous swap here.
Leandro is going double weak against the Toxicroak again. He just changed his lead.
But this time in the back.
Yeah. And this Toxicroak, it was where it should be. You know, in the back against ABB weak to Toxicroak.
Yeah, but I think that basically Leandro wanted to bait out the Toxicroak with the Umbreon, right? So, yeah, but now it might be aligned to the Sableye later. Let's see how that is going to play out, as this might take a little while.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have a lot of time to speculate about this matchup right now, because there is not a lot happening.
Right, yeah, as another last resort is coming in. I think Leandro has a foul play stored already, and honestly a foul play still does like 40, I believe around 40% from Shadow Sableye on Toxicroak. So it's not like the resistive move can just be no shield on Toxicroak, especially when the Shadow Calls add up so much as well. So this looks quite difficult for Whiskey in my opinion, as we see another last resort come in here.
Leandro not throwing, even though he had the last resort before Whiskey had it. So we are going
he still
to
lives.
see,
I thought perhaps he might be going for the double foul player to win this matchup, because I think that Whiskey's Umbreon will also survive this. Let's see. Last resort coming in, and then comes in with that Registeel. Let's see, and Whiskey's Toxicroak comes out immediately, and I don't know what the face is, but he's really happy with it, I would think.
I think he's just tapping so hard, you know, he's just going for those counters and cannot believe.
Well, I hope for him he's not breaking the phone with his strength, right? Yeah. Because he's really happy with that. As he's tapping, attack drop on this Toxicroak. You need to shield that Zap Cannon, because it would almost one-shot this Toxicroak. First, Mud Bomb comes in. I don't think this will take it out the Reggie, but looks like Leandro wants shields anyway to get to another move here.
Yeah, I think Leandro is trying to go for a shield advantage. However, there is another Mud Bomb coming out. Yeah. Makes his Sableye even better right now, because now he's almost able to... Okay,
I think you live this. I think you still live this, right? Yeah.
Oh, wow, Registeel is a monster!
No, it's a steel trash can form Pokemon, but it is a monster with its bulk, as another Zap Cannon comes through, and I think this will take it out.
Is there another attack drop right here? Yes, double attack drop. This Sableye can just now come in and try to clean this all up. However, Sableye does not have any... Again with the Umbreon.
Oh my goodness, and Whiskey goes down as Leandro comes out with a move here. What is going on? Let's see what comes in here.
Whiskey has two very healthy Pokemon, and we are going for a foul play immediately. However, the Toxicroak already has a Mud Bomb loaded, so there's not too much shield advantage for Leandro going on right here, because this is going to possibly win a charge attack priority event. We are not shielding this Mud Bomb.
This will do quite the damage, but I guess that Leandro realizes that the damage from the Lantern will do about as much damage. But if you can like come out with a lot of energy, maybe you can two-shot that, the Lantern here, but in comes another Mud Bomb, and Leandro is not happy with that, because I believe there's a surf on that Lantern. Whiskey says, hold up. Wait up. Oh, and there it goes down. Sorry, the Lantern wasn't even needed, because he let it go. Yeah, and that means that Whiskey defeats Leandro here. What a well-played game by both players as they hug it out. Whiskey is just... You know, he's a big man, but he's such a happy boy right now.
Yes, he is overwhelmed with his emotions. Leandro, of course, he has to be a bit broken after such an amazing run. Just losing 2 times 2-0 must really be hard on you.
Yeah, it's almost 2 p.m. and I bet his emotions are overcoming him right now here in Turin at this tournament. Leandro probably going through that matchup real quick to discuss what exactly happened, how it maybe could have went different here. But regardless, Leandro, unfortunately, that was the last battle for him this tournament.
But Whiskey, what a fantastic player, going for the Dark Pulse Umbreon, and he also is in the top 4 now, if I'm not mistaken. And that would mean that his next opponent is going to be Andres.
You are very correct. It will be Andres versus Whiskey next. Yeah, I believe that all players right now, Leonard, have won a medal.
Yes, wow, we can already clap a little bit for all of them. You guys are great at Pokemon Go.
We have our top 4 here in Turin, the last European tournament that we have here from Play Pokemon. And we have our top 4, which is Whiskey, Andres, and in the winners we had Palasha, who was the 4th again, Jojo, Go-Go Dancer. Yeah.
And we have only 2 qualifications left in Europe for the World Championships in Yokohama this summer. So, everything is on the line right now. It all comes down to this. We have 4 players, 2 qualifications. 2 will be eliminated later on.
Who do you predict who might get it?
Oh, don't do this to me. I'm gonna go with Andres and Polashe.
Andres and Polashe, that will be great. That the female battles that we have here today are showing all the guys how it's done, right?
And they have performed like crazy this weekend, especially Polashe. I think she's just not going to lose anymore. She actually just lost the first game of day 1, and after that she just won everything.
I'm not surprised. She is really good. Like it's like Spanish battlers know how to play this game.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It's crazy. I remember that the previous tournament that I casted was Utrecht, and then a Spanish battler also totally cleaned it up, right? Johnny Yoa, actually Andres' boyfriend. And now we have Polashe and Andres, 2 Spanish battlers, doing it really well as well. We have 1 French battler, Jojo Gogo Dancer, and we have an Italian, a local battler, Whiskey, as well. I am not exactly in favor of anyone, but if I had to choose, I would choose the local guy, just because I think Whiskey would just be, you know, hopping around, cheering as he won with his first place medal.
Yes, I can imagine that. But also, going back to the Spanish battlers, Liverpool, finals, Patoman. They are performing right now.
Every time we are there, the Spanish happen to be playing quite good.
I think 1 Spanish player is going to win the World Championship. That's a little far-fetched right now.
Well, that's not me, so who are you rooting for?
Ah, yeah, all right. True. Okay. I forgot that one at this table is also qualified for the World Championships. Let me ask you something about this. How does it feel to watch all those great battlers also qualifying for Yokohama? And are you sometimes afraid when you see what kind of moves they pull off?
Yes and no. You know, as someone who sometimes reaches that level as well and sometimes don't, you know, I'm just going to have fun, right? Like Polashe also said, sometimes you just need patience. You need practice. You need to become better. Just always try to become better. Learn the matchups. That sometimes really helps. Just knowing when your Pokemon might barely survive a move or... like, for example, one of the newer matchups that we have right now is the Shadow Quagsire against Medicham. If Shadow Quagsire has 1 matchup advantage, you can win the 2 shields, which I think is huge, right? If you know something like that and your opponent is like, okay, I'm just going to punch this now with my Medicham because it's just a stronger Pokemon. And then it happens not to be. So, you know, those kind of small details, I think that can really pull those important wins your direction. Now, if you play against a good opponent, it's very likely that they might know that.
They will know that as well.
Right? And, you know, I think the most important thing, especially for someone going to Worlds, I'm just going to enjoy myself in Japan, right? I've never been there. I think that goes for many Americans and Europeans and South American people. We're just going to have a good time.
He's just saying that so he can't be afraid to lose, right? You're just saying that, so if you go 0-2, you're fine then. But again, let's not talk about your roads to Yokohama, but instead what Whiskey might think if he can get to Yokohama or not. Let's give it over to Amanda.
Thank you, Leon Martin. Everyone, we officially have our last of the top 4. Whiskey, I have to ask, how are your emotions right now?
It's a simple question. My emotion are overcoming me, like always.
I have to admit,
it looked like a dream. It's the first time for me being here, so it's a pleasure for me meeting you, meeting all you guys. So it looks like a dream.
Yeah, I can tell. You seem like, you are very excited about it. You said earlier that it was your dream to just be playing on stream.
Yeah,
but now, how about winning on stream? That's got to feel even more incredible.
Because at the beginning, maybe it could just luck, you know. Maybe you win first battle, but then when you fade off, when you go away, when you go to the loser bracket, and you step by step you climb, and you as far as I understood, I'm the top 4.
Yes, so you are in the top 4 for sure.
It's maybe I'm good. More than I thought.
I mean, I think a lot of players know who you are already. You are very well known in the Go Battle League as well. I mean, so you shouldn't doubt yourself as a player. But absolutely, this is your first time competing in one of these tournaments, right?
Yeah, because I went to AYC, but I had some troubles about login, so I started in the loser brackets.
Okay.
So it was kind of awful. And then And then I assume this is my first really tournament. And I want to say thank to you, Wadaj, because only for you I'm here. Because it's the only guy I did practice. To be honest, just 3 battles. But as far as I understood, doing GBL is more than enough to try to understand how battles move on, how the game works.
Yeah, of course, yeah, you get a sort of a repetition. You know how much damage a Pokemon can take. You know when you want to swap. And speaking of swaps, can we talk about Game 2 with Leandro there, with the 2 simultaneous swaps into the Umbreons?
5 head. To be honest, I wanted to catch a resisted foul play on my Umbreon.
Right.
So that's the reason why I swapped. To be honest, maybe one more fast move would have allowed me to farm with my Umbreon, his Sableye. But in the end, it looks like it paid off anyway.
Yes.
My Italian friends told me that I can't get through the first game about questionable plays I did. So,
but if you win, is it really throwing?
Yeah, it looks like it paid off anyway.
I do have to ask about, speaking of the Umbreon, can you tell us why you chose Dark Pulse over Foul Play as the preferred attack?
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't study a lot of matchups where Dark Pulse is better than Foul Play. But I knew for sure that against Galarian Stunfisk, it would have been a better matchup.
Sure, yeah.
And during the tournament, I noticed that my Umbreon can win the Zero Shield against Noctowl. Straight Dark Pulse, leaving 1 HP and winning basically the Zero Shield. Yeah. So in the end, it looked like Dark Pulse paid off.
Yeah, it indeed did. And you said earlier you went to the losers bracket, but you've been slowly climbing your way.
That's a real thing I'm really proud of. Because going down and then step by step getting close to the finals, I feel more proud about trying to get good, trying to move on by my own skill, by my own way to go.
Of course, and can I ask you, are you feeling confident that you will continue to climb on this mountain? Do you think you're going to make it to... look how far you've come.
Palasha is really a nice lady. She's really good. And I'm kind of a good player, but I think that there are more players that are more knowledge about the game. I don't want to say. I'll just keep battling and see how it will go.
Okay, well, that's a fair assessment overall. We'll just take it one step at a time, right?
Yeah, one step at a time.
Well, thank you. I wish you so much luck for your next rounds. And
thank you. It's an honor for me being here.
All right. And for everyone else, you saw it. We're in the top 4, so don't go anywhere. We're about to crown some champions of this Turin special event.
I 100% agree with Whiskey. One more thing, some players already thank players like Wadash for scrimming for 3 battles. I wish I did the same, so I got a shout out as well. But Wadash just told Whiskey in chat that he did it all on it by himself. So, you know, and Whiskey is quite humble, right? As we just saw. He's a really good player, but, you know, just wants to lower the expectation a little bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think 3 games versus Vidash, I think I have practiced more for this tournament than Whiskey so far.
But still got there.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm also still in. So we are already ready for the winners final. So let's get over to the stage.
There will be Palasha against Jojo Go-Go Dance as we wait for the stinger to come up so we can actually take a look at these battlers as soon as it's ready, right? All right, this thing is all ready now. Let's get it to the stage.
The venue going crazy when they see the stinger of Jojo, and he's already smiling. He has heard it. This man is trying to win this all.
A lot of French support here, as we saw at previous tournaments as well, right? I remember when Tonton Bateus won the EUIC 2023, and the French supporters, this French community was just going wild, clapping for Tonton. I think this time they want to do the same for Jojo Go-Go Dancer. I'm just going to call him Jojo from now on. And he is running that Togedemaru. How do you think Togedemaru is against Palasha?
Yeah, I just realized that we have Togedemaru in the top 4, which I absolutely love. I think it doesn't have too many applications. The Swampert is a really good answer to it. Those mud shots really do add up fast. Noctowl, yes, against Registeel.
Yeah,
not that much. I think
it's really only the Noctowl, I think, right? Yeah. This will be a best out of 5, by the way, chat. So this will be a few more battlers between these top tier battlers. Palasha from Spain on the left and Jojo from the right, looking all ready for battle as he gets into his, just stretching a little bit, taking a deep breath. You know what's also interesting? He got this far with a Trevenant, right? A Pokemon that we thought will be extinct in the new, after the updates. But here he is, the first tournament played, Trevenant is still around.
Turns out Seed Bombs still knock out Swampert and also Quagsire.
It's a good grass type.
Yes, it is a good grass type. Who would have thought that? Type advantages sometimes really matter in Pokemon Go. But also I think a Pokemon that we haven't seen today, which everyone was hyping up, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. For myself, I said that it was going to win the tournament next to Dugong and Quagsire. So I'm putting all my cards on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash now. That thing has a really good matchup against Jojo. There are actually so many applications for it. It just wants to really, 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 really avoid the Medicham.
Are we going to see it here? What do we see here? What do we predict? We see on the right side the Noctowl, on the left side with the Noctowl. It's the same Pokemon, but one of them is shiny.
Yes, so it always deals 1 more damage. That was, of course, a joke.
But look at this, these bag lines. Oh, this is going to be tough. There's one Pokemon that doesn't really want to see another one here.
Yep, this Medicham doesn't want to see the Swampert. Haha.
Surely, but I was more referring to that other thing, the Alolan Sandslash that could be on that Medicham. And one thing that you need to keep in mind here, go for the Sky Attack on the other Noctowl, is that this matchup might be decided by the charge attack priority here. And here we see it. Looks like the shiny one wins the charge attack priority as Palasha actually lets us go.
And that is really huge because in this matchup, alignment is really important. So we are going to see.
Oh, the shield.
Yes, Jojo realizing that. I mean, he is running some Pokemon that really profit from alignment. He probably realized that the Shadow Alolan
swapping in the Medicham right away, and Jojo just going to stay in, throw a Sky Attack first before switching out. But the more energy that Palasha gains, the worse this Medicham becomes for the opposing Swampert from Jojo, which I would think if he's he's actually coming in with the Medicham, might not realize it's Alolan Sandslash. However, Swampert still is pretty fine against Alolan Sandslash. First Psychic comes through and is not shielded.
That is true. We are just going to have to see how much energy when is distributed where. So we are going to see the Medicham mirror match. Jojo really tapping on that Psychic. He really wants to psych Palasha out.
Yeah, he wants to take out this Medicham here. And you know what I like about Palasha's Noctowl at this point? You can't even much of it down, as we see in a defense drop. That's very, very annoying for Palasha, as now the defense is dropped from this Medicham and it's a little bit more vulnerable to anything else, such as the Swampert even.
Yes, we have seen those a lot. We are going to...
Oh, it's a counter down.
Counter it down, and now the alignment again is on Palasha's side. Also, the Medicham, the biggest threat to the Alolan Sandslash, is out of the way. So we are going to see if she can utilize it. Might Might this be a strong mud shot down, or are we going to reach an ice punch? Yes, we absolutely are. With the last counter, we can find the mud shot.
This might be crucial, but a very smart no-shoot from Jojo, realizing that any other charge attack might just do way more from any other Pokemon on Palasha's team. I think she might need a catch here on that Noctowl. Let's see what she's going to do. Trying to catch, but unable to. However, this does bait out that Noctowl from...
Wow, what a powerful wing attack right there. And now we can actually try to farm this Noctowl down. Of course, this is Shadow boosted Shadow Claw, which doesn't deal too much to this Noctowl. However, we can farm up a lot of energy here.
I think Jojo can just go for the 2 Hydrocans here. The Shadow Claw's double resisted, does allow Palasha to get a lot of energy here, but the Swampert has about 6 higher attack, I believe, 116 versus 121 attack here from that Swampert, and it's just going to get 2 Hydrocans off here before Palasha can unleash 2 Ice Punches.
That is the scenario we haven't had before. Both of these Shadow Pokemon with 2 charge attacks ready to go, only 1 shield, and now the charge attack priority matters the most. Swampert, of course, one of the most powerful... Wow! What? The Hydro Cannon didn't come through!
The Hydro Cannon didn't happen. Interesting what we just witnessed, and that way Jojo loses this matchup.
Wow,
yeah,
did he not have a second?
I think we're all flabbergasted. Yes, he indeed had a second one. Let's see how that is going to be ruled. I think Jojo is quite flabbergasted himself as well, as we take a look at what judges are going to say about this. And they're likely going to take a look at it. But if we analyze further into that battle, I think that Palasha really needed to otherwise catch the Hydro Cannon on that Noctowl, right? And I think Jojo's just waiting, farming and farming and farming up energy, just waiting for that catch.
Yeah, there was no real reason to throw before that because of the mudshot damage as well. It was a really good situation for him. Maybe he just didn't tap fast enough. Yeah, sometimes it comes down to how fast you can tap.
Possibly. So there's one mechanic that we have currently that is the double charge attack priority. So basically when you have the charge attack priority, right, let's say you lose the charge attack priority with Alolan Sandslash and Swampert. And bear with me, this explanation might take a little bit.
I'm absolutely with you.
All right, so the Swampert throws a charge attack first, right?
Yeah.
And you have the move aligned with the Sandslash. So both are throwing their charge attack. Swampert goes first, and as it goes through, you have a little bit, the screen will go back to Alolan Sandslash just really briefly, as you see the charge moves pop up right away again, and you can, if you tap really quickly, you can actually line up the next Ice Punch just immediately. And I think the same is for that Swampert. So maybe that mechanic didn't work, or Jojo didn't tap fast enough. And I think that the judges are currently looking at this, if Jojo actually tapped fast enough. If not, it's 1-0 for Palasha. And if he did, well, let's see what the ruling then will be.
Yeah, I can imagine that you are not going for a rematch here, because this would have, of course, be a knockout. So I think that if they are ruling it like he should have gotten the Hydro Cannon, then he should have gotten the win here.
Yeah, well, let's see how they're going to take a look at it. I think the judge is nodding here that it might be a rematch. Yeah, so looking at how that battle went, we saw Medicham there in the back, right? I think for Palasha, it's kind of difficult. That really gets into your head when you want to bring the Alolan Sandslash, because it's a very scary Pokemon to bring when Medicham is all over the place.
I mean, I have played Shadow Alolan Sandslash quite a lot ever since it got the Drill Run charge attack, and it feels incredibly strong. However, in this Show 6 Bring 3 format, you will almost always encounter a Medicham as an answer. So wow, Paula got the win here.
Yeah, perhaps Jojo didn't tap fast enough. We unfortunately don't have a replay as on the broadcast, but I'm sure that the people in charge of that have had a look to take a look at what the correct call is here. So yeah, 1-0 for Palasha right now against Jojo, and yeah, it's actually a really tough comeback there for Jojo to make, because I think he just had the perfect alignment in that battle, right? The Alolan Sandslash against either the what's it called? The Swamp or the Medicham on it.
Yes, so That was just absolutely massive, and it all came down to the charge attack priority of the 2 Noctowls. So sometimes running heavier attack-weighted Pokemon really just gives you this advantage that you need. And now we are going to go into Game 2. Paulasha has not lost a single game today, and she also hasn't lost a single game after her first game yesterday. So she is on quite the run. I think by now this is 15-1, maybe even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Just referring once more to this scenario that we had earlier, we had one of the people in chat looking back at it, and apparently JoJo did not tap the charge attack right after the first Ice Punch. So that's why the Hydro Cannon did not go through, and that's why it's no rematch, and Paulasha got the deserved win there.
Yep, absolutely. So guys, even in those critical decisions, always keep calm, focus, and it's not over till it's over, so keep on tapping.
The French need to focus here. The French need to focus their minds, because we saw Sandedu make a very unfortunate misplay earlier, and now JoJo didn't tap fast enough. So he needs to focus, because he is a really good battler who made it here with Togedemaru and the Trevenant, which is not here, but we see the Swampert against the Medicham here from Paulasha. Now this is quite a neutral matchup. Let's see how this is going to play out. Usually Medicham has a little bit of an advantage because the counter just deals so much damage.
Yes, and it also kind of depends on who wants to invest a shield when. I mean, you need more energy to get to 2 Hydro Cannons than to 1 Ice Punch. But I think Ice Punch wouldn't even take it out here. So I think if you counter on a lot more... Oh, we are
throwing the
out.
Psychic instead of going into Sableye right away. Interesting play. Probably just wants to get the farm down on the Sableye completely, right? Otherwise, you have to throw like a return, and there we go.
Drop.
Oh, I guess that's a defense drop. Well, that makes it even more convenient. In fact, Leonard, I think that JoJo might not be able to get to a second Ice Punch now.
Yep, that is a lot of damage with those Shadow Claws. We have seen so many defense drops today.
Yeah, let's see. Shadow Clawing down that Medicham. Is it able to get there? It's not able to get there. It's 1 off. Let's take a look. We see that the Sableye has so much energy, but you have to kind of tank it all on the Noctowl, but you want to use the Noctowl for the Medicham. So what do you bring in here? In comes the Noctowl, and in comes the first foul play.
Yes, and foul play will go non-shielded. Paula probably wishes that she had thrown a return right here, even though a stab boosted foul play, same type attack bonus, is still pretty strong. We are going to reach the return just right in time for the Sky attack, and we are throwing it immediately. This one will be shielded, however, so very good shield from JoJo's side to keep himself in this game.
A really good call from JoJo here to shield that return. That would have dropped Noctowl just barely like into the red, which is not what you really want.
Nope, you want a healthy Noctowl. Now we are throwing a Sky attack, because otherwise Paulasha would have reached this next foul play as well, dealing another big amount to the Noctowl. So this one won't probably come down to a charge attack priority event soon, because JoJo already has a Sky attack. But Sky attack won't deal as much damage to catch up to the opposing Noctowl.
Yeah, there's still the Swampert for JoJo as well, which I believe has quite some energy, but it will do more than this Sky attack. So Paulasha not shielding at all. The Swampert has no fast attack pressure with that Mud Shot, so she can just comfortably no-shield that. And at this point, I think you just keep farming, and now going with that Sky attack, not being able to get the charge attack priority because you have a 1-turn delay on the switch there.
And JoJo really just trying to go for this Hydro Cannon. I think we are going to see another... Wow, we are seeing a Hydro Cannon, another wing attack. This is immediately shielded, and I think that Paulasha is going to throw the Sky attack almost immediately there. Maybe charge up a little bit more. Be careful, don't let your opponent reach the Hydro Cannon. Going for 1 less wing attack than she could have.
Yeah, very tough alignment here for JoJo. Just didn't get the Swampert really where he wanted it. And no Alone Sensors this time. I think Paulasha realized it might be a little bit of a liability.
Yep, that is true. You don't really want to lose those games in those 50-50 leading scenarios. You don't want to have a bad alignment and then giving your opponent to just use shields to keep it. So Paulasha winning this one very, very conveniently. That was a quick one.
Yeah, and you know, I hear the crowd going wild here. There's so many supporters for both of these players. Chat, let us know who you are supporting. I know all of the ladies in the chat. DeFi, one of the NA casters. We have Enhoff, one of the NA competitors. Pogo Ash, I know you're all supporting there for Paulasha, one of the female battlers. And we have a lot of French players in the crowd supporting JoJo. JoJo needs to keep his mind straight here to come back from this very tough lead from Paulasha here.
I mean, it kind of looked like he lost his composure there after the first game, not pressing that Hydro Cannon really got into his head. He now really, again, back into the wall. He has to try and come back from this. Polasha has been undefeated for such a long time. It's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how Jojo will respond to this. Maybe we will see that Trevenant come out this time, because every single time there is that Medicham from Polasha, because if there's no other Ghost use, because, you know, Noctowl might drive that Trevenant away, then Medicham is just so good against Jojo, because Power Snow Alolan Ninetales isn't even that great against Medicham.
That is true. It is kind of a bait-dependent matchup because of that ice typing as well on the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Those counters do add up. One Psychic plus a few counters are also against the Shadow one, I think, enough to take it out.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think we'll see the Togedemaru?
I don't think that the Togedemaru is really good in those matchups. Medicham is really strong, Swampert is even stronger. Drill Run on the Sandslash is going to be enough to take out 5 Togedemarus.
If not more.
Yes.
Yeah, it would indeed do a lot. But, you know, we've seen players bring out their Spices pick in the very final game whenever they can, right? We've had Magic Mason run Guzzlord repeatedly in his last games. We've seen Hot Pocket use Bastiodon, but here we have the Noctowl into the Ninetales. This is exactly where Jojo needs this, and we do see that Alolan Sense as well. Let's see what Polasha is going to do here. Swapping into that Medicham, which is somewhat of a soft answer. Obviously, you get one shot by a Dazzling Gleam here, but it takes a while before the Alolan Senses, Alolan Ninetales gets there.
And we got to throw the Psychic just before the Dazzling Gleam was reached by the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. The question is now, you can farm up a lot more, and then you can bait her whatever you want. Wow.
Is she calling this? She is contemplating to no-shield. Weather Ball is about to go in. Is this a shield? It's a no-shield! What a great no-shield from Polasha as she bumps her fist and then comes in with the opposing Medi. This is great for Polasha, because now this is not, the Medicham will not be on her Alolan Sandslash.
Yes, she can just go for a Psychic chip away on this Medicham. She has this powerful Shadow Pokemon that deals so much damage that she can keep the shields for. She can just let her Medicham go, come in with the Noctowl, possibly even farm that down halfway.
Undercharging to get more farm down here, realizing that Ice Punch won't do a lot to this Medicham. Wants to get more farm down, but I think, it gets to another Ice Punch. As Jojo is counting, he is smiling, and a painful smile, and as he knows, he's counting that Polasha gets to another Ice Punch here. This does mean that the Noctowl will get less farm, so I guess you have that going for you. Going for the Ice Punch, I think if you get to one charge attack here, the more optimal place to go for Psychic, as it will do a little bit more.
Yep. I think that's true. So we are now going to see a big, super effective wing attack farmed on. The timer is up, so almost reached the Ice Punch. That would have been huge, and we are going to immediately switch into the Alolan Sandslash, because we don't care what is coming here. The worst matchup.
Oh, catches the Weather Ball! This is double resistant! This does nothing, Leonard!
Yes, even though those are both Shadow Pokemon, this is not going to deal any kind of
nothing!
Look at those Shadow Claws. Polasha is balling her fist again. We are reaching that Ice Punch. Ice Punch is going to connect. There's only one shield left for Jojo.
Oh no, what's going on? The screen is going up. She only hits a nice here, and this won't do a lot of damage, but let's see how decisive that will be for this match. She does have 2 shields. I'm not sure if she can actually claw this down now. This is actually maybe the win con for Jojo.
Nice undercharge for Polasha.
Right.
Fully intentionally undercharging this one, and now there is going to be another Hydro Cannon.
Can you claw down this Swampert in 5 Shadow Claws? That is the win con for Polasha after that undercharge.
I really don't think so. And one more, now you have to throw.
Yeah, she has to throw this charge attack here. Jojo likely shooting that move. Yeah, interesting how that went there. Ice Punch coming in. The timer is up. Oh, but Jojo waited. However, there still is that Noctowl left, and I believe that the Alolan Ninetales might be almost in Shadow Ball range as they're swapping immediately. And there's a Shadow Ball stored. This actually, maybe it didn't matter, and that will be very relieving here as the Shadow Ball's coming through. I think this will take it out. Shadow Ball's coming through, Leonard.
Here we go. Is flying, and it takes it out! We are one wing attack away from qualifying to Yokohama! Polasha takes it!
The first female battler to make it to Yokohama. Congratulations to Polasha! Whew. Can we get some support here for Polasha, the first female battler to make it here in Europe as well. Incredible. Oh. Actually, sorry, in Europe. Yes, Anov was the other one, of course. Anov was the other one, my bad. It's the first female in Europe. Yes, that is correct.
And look at her, she is so happy. Now this critical undercharge there, this almost mattered. Jojo smelled a win condition there. I wonder if this would even be a reason to rematch if you are swiping away the game for a second.
She just wants to make it exciting. She just wants to make it exciting, right?
Calculated undercharge just to win with the Shadow Ball against the Alolan Ninetales, which was almost at this critical weather ball.
Yeah. Absolute girl power here in Turin here, where look at they're hugging a mind joke there. She is doing what unfortunately a mind joke wasn't able to pull off today. All our friends are happy for her. It's a wonderful day for Palasha. And you know, we can get another female battler today to Worlds.
Yeah.
If Andres is able to pull through against Jojo Gogo Dancer.
Yes, but yeah, exactly. Jojo is not out yet. And Andres will also have to first overcome Whiskey. So there are still three Pokemon trainers in competition for this world spot.
You are correct. Yeah.
We have seen so many fantastic battles. We have seen some mistakes even, but this is also very interesting for the game, right? Sometimes your opponents have to make mistakes. Sometimes they don't even know that they are mistakes because you can't always predict what the backline of your opponent is. It's just super exciting.
I think when you're alone, Sandslash is when you try to bait out Medicham and it works successfully. Yeah. I think you're just so relieved when there's a Alolan Sandslash that you have in the back, right? Because that just has such an awful matchup against that Medicham. So I think at that point, Palasha kind of knew that Alolan Sandslash might be the key to victory there. And even though making it exciting with that undercharge,
calculated
she still got it, right? I think that catch on the weather ball in that case also just may have contributed to that final win there.
Yep, that is absolutely true. That catch was insane.
I love insane catch. We've seen so many, not just from her, but also from Andres, right?
Yep.
We will have Andres soon again, right? She will be playing against Whiskey, the final Italian remaining, and that will also be a very exciting battle. But for now, we have Palasha, who punched her way to Yokohama.
Yeah. Dark Pulse Umbreon Whiskey is going to be a real thing. Some players might even reconsider their Umbreon strategies after watching this. This is fantastic performance by all the contestants that we have seen today. It's absolutely great. Those matches are so exciting.
We had a power outage yesterday, so we couldn't show a lot of them, unfortunately. But today's battles have been so good. We opened today, and the first battles we already were popping off because those battles were so good. I had to drink so much water today. I'll tell you that because you know I've just been going because these battles are putting up such a great show for us and for chat, of course.
Yes, I should get some water too as well. Otherwise, I can't yell for that long anymore. But we have more matches coming up. I think the next one will be Andres versus Whiskey to determine who is playing for the final spot in Yokohama that is to be given out in Europe.
Yeah, the final tournament in Europe. We have a couple more tournaments, just not here. I believe Milwaukee should be playing soon, right, in North America, and so will Santiago. The tournament in Santiago in Shield will be playing soon as well. And then in North America, we have two more. We have a tournament in Fresno next weekend, and then we have the North American International Ship. But looking at Turin, let's have an interview again with Palasha.
Welcome everyone from Turin. We've seen we've seen everybody go wild when you're one. I could hear it from the backstage. The casters could hear it. It was an amazing experience. Did you feel the crowd being with you through the whole way?
Can you repeat?
Did you feel that the crowd was with you, like they were supporting you through the whole time?
The Italian community is amazing. The French, the German, the Spanish, obviously, they are so amazing. Girls of PvP are amazing. Infinity is amazing. My boyfriend, everything. I feel very, very, very support.
Yeah, I'm super glad that you have that feeling right now because I was talking just before your game as well. When you came here for the first interview, you were very, very nervous. And slowly we can see you like really celebrating your wins, jumping from the stage, punching your fist. And that's very, very nice to see. Another thing that I would like to bring up is that At what point in those 3 games were you nervous?
The first one, I was so nervous because I thought I lose it, but I had I had a lot of luck.
Yeah, another thing, if I don't say, Amanda is probably going to say some words to me, is also that when we started out, she said that you were going to be her top pick. She's waving at you right now. You can wave back. And it's funny because my top picks got knocked out. Martin's top picks got knocked out. You're the only one of the top picks that are left. And you now have a ticket already to Yokohama. How do you feel? Are you content or do you want to go for more?
I'm very excited. And I don't believe it by the moment. I need some time to degenerate. And well, I'm waiting for the finals.
Hopefully you win that as well. I mean, we also have Vani here. He's also going to Japan as well. He's been sitting here for a while, but that is okay. You guys play together as well a lot, so you might want to plan a trip together to Japan as well. That is another thing. But at this point, you're probably focused on who's going to be your last battler. Do you still want Andres to be the one who's going to be giving you that last fight for Yokohama?
I prefer Andres because a girls' final is a crazy idea, and I'm supporting Andres. She's a girl, she's Spanish, and all my support.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you also talked about, I'm going to ask this question because everybody says that they don't have a favorite child, but they always do. So what was your favorite Pokemon in this tournament? You did say you love them all, but there must be one.
Maybe Noctowl or Shadow Swampert. I use it a lot, but I don't. I can choose an Orlimon.
Okay, fair enough. That is amazing, and I think you've done everything. I've seen you in bad matchups, I've seen you in neutral matchups, and I've seen you in dominating matchups. You have not let any of us down with these amazing displays. Is there something or someone that you want to, who's helped you a lot more to get here? Like from your battling journey, did you start with were there people who helped you learn more?
Obviously, Bunny helped me a lot, obviously. And there are a lot of Spanish people. All my Spanish partners here, Nopfon, Ozusken, Zico, all of them are marvelous. And they support me and they help me a lot.
Thank you so much for your answers. We are going to go back to our casters who are going to take you to the next round.
Avi has seen her in good times and in bad times. And we have only seen her in good times, to be fair. Those were incredible matchups. Palasha with a 3-0 victory, saving her ticket.
Today's her tournament, it seems like. Yeah, she will be in the grand finals of today here in Turin. The last final chance to qualify. There's one ticket left. One goes to Palasha. Who do you think, chat? Will the second go? To who? Who will win the second ticket to Yokohama? Do you have any predictions?
Oh, it's really still tough.
It's Whiskey,
Whiskey
Jojo,
is the home
or Andres?
Whiskey is the hometown hero, home country hero rather. I don't know which town he's from. Andres has also performed like crazy, and Jojo has also been so amazing. I mean, he might have the biggest mental struggle right here after this first game where he just didn't press on the Hydro Cannon fast enough. That's tough on you. So I think he might be the one with a little disadvantage here, although the other two will have to overcome 2 opponents. So I think I just came up with no answer after blabbering for a minute.
Well, I see a lot of answers from chat. I see support for all of them, really. And I know that in the crowd, there's also many people supporting all of them.
I'm saying Whiskey.
You're saying Whiskey?
I'm going with Whiskey. He's so happy.
I'm going for an all-girls grand final.
Yeah, all right. I can also see that happening. I can see everything happening.
It will be pretty unique. I don't think we've had that yet in any tournament anywhere this season, no? Or previous season. So I would be very excited to see that. But before that could happen, Andres would have to overcome Whiskey. And Whiskey, the local hero, is not an easy opponent.
Yes, he might look happy all the time, but he's a fierce opponent. He might lure you in with his laughing and his being jolly all the time, but I don't think that you necessarily want to face him in a tournament.
Well, one thing that I found remarkable about Whiskey is that every time he just keeps looking at his opponent like, what are you doing? What is your play? I love that about Whiskey. He's a very dreamy guy, but he wants to make it far. I'm pretty sure he wants to fight to get that Yokohama ticket. I mean everyone in that top 4 likely wants to get that, right?
To be fair, he was really humble in his interview. He said that he does not really have the confidence to win it all. He said all the other players in competition would have more knowledge about the game than him. However, after seeing his games, I don't believe him there.
You know, he is the one player that did swap in his Cresselia into a Sableye, so he might have some remarkable plays. But, you know, sometimes that can also win you the battle, right? If you bring in a Pokémon, a worse matchup into a Pokémon than the other Pokémon you have, let's say you bring an Umbreon into a Noctowl instead of your Lantern, just because you might be predicting a Charizard in the back, right? It's those kind of things that can really be decisive, I think. So, in that regard, I think Whiskey can have a lot of plays, maybe unpredictable plays. I always say, if I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent doesn't know it either. So
that is true. So this is a strategy I also came up with in, I think, Stuttgart, where I was asked what I'm predicting the players would bring to the table, and I had no idea whatsoever. So I went with.
Did you not predict Dunsparce?
No, I just picked random Pokemon because you are unpredictable then, you know.
That's true.
You can't lose mind games if you turn off your mind.
Yeah, it's true. On top of that, I also want to congratulate you that one of the picks that you predicted
Shadow Alolan Sandstorm.
Yeah, made it
Let's go. Hey, also I want to congratulate you on picking Sableye.
Thanks, it was
fantastic.
Really difficult. Yeah, it's
Great.
like, you know, I thought Shadow Claw pretty good, goes dark type. And you know, it's like one of my favorite Pokemon, right, Amanda? So that was pretty cool.
Actually, I think that you and I both like Sableye much more than Amanda does.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the VGC casters like Sableye as well. I think we are the Sableye fans.
Yeah, Ben is just sitting over there. We can see him talking, thinking, hey, I like Sableye, but not as much as the Gold casters. But we don't want to keep you waiting for any longer. We can just go right over to the table.
These are the two most beautiful smiles that I've seen this tournament. We have on the left side here Whiskey. We have on the right side. We've seen her, I think, 3 or 4 times on stream right now, so you might know her already. Andris running a little bit of a more hard meta team versus the more unconventional team from Whiskey on the left.
Who predicted the Cresselia? Was it Abi?
Abi predicted Umbreon and Cresselia.
Oh.
And I can't remember the third one, but he did predict those two very bulky Pokemon, and we see those two here in the top 4 battle.
Even in just one team. I mean, we see another Umbreon and again a Sableye. Whiskey actually has a team without Sableye. He might be the only player in the entire tournament.
You might be right. There's a lot of Sableye. We saw in the Milwaukee tournament that 48% of the teams had Sableye, which made sense because 82% of them had Medicham. Now, speaking of not having Sableye, he also doesn't have Medicham.
Yeah.
Yes, the shiny Toxicroak with a hat.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. He also has no Noctowl. He has the Shadow Charizard. What is happening here? We just have Lantern. This is the only Pokemon that is really hard meta here.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Now, we do have to see how the meta evolves, but maybe Umbreon will become hard meta as well in that regard. But here we go, the first battle. We have Whiskey on the left with the Shadow Charizard into the Sableye on the right from Andris.
Okay, that is a rather neutral matchup. If he had Cresselia in the back, this would have been much better for him. He wants to rather have the Umbreon on this. Oh, I can already feel the Umbreon mirror match happening here.
I can already feel that he's going to try and catch a move on that Umbreon, because that's what Whiskey has been doing this whole time. But maybe, let's see if he learns from his previous matchup and tries to do it differently. Maybe he just wants to get alignment now, but also he might be predicting Lantern in the back. In that case, you want to stay in with your Charizard here. Charizard does win straight Dragon Claw, and Andris does shield the first Dragon Claw. Unfortunately, she would have lived that one.
Yes, Shadow Charizard has so
Tries
many
to catch
polarizing
indeed.
matchups. No catches happening here. I think we are just going into the Medicham. However, now this Umbreon has quite the energy advantage after taking a few Shadow Claws.
But this is Dark Pulse Umbreon, so it might not win the Zero Shields here, or maybe it does. We'll see. We're about to find out, actually. Even as caster, I sometimes learn something new every time.
I think in the Zero Shields it should be a bit better, right? Because if you play the Zero Shields with a more energy efficient attack, then
you would think, but it's also one more snarl to that charge attack. Obviously, Whiskey got a little bit more farm there than he might have needed even. Throwing right on that alignment as another counter sneaks through here. I think that Whiskey will be able to get to another Dark Pulse here, as he will live a counter and an Ice Punch here. Dark Pulse comes through, put Medicham into the red, and Medicham does have that Ice Punch just right away.
Yep, this Ice Punch is going to deal half of what Umbreon currently has. We are going to be able to see one more Snarl and then a Dark Pulse, or just immediately a Dark Pulse, hoping that this Medicham goes unshielded.
Does that go? Interesting.
So the counter damage won't come in.
Yeah, I think if you use a shield here, you would be very prone to that Charizard. And look at this. I love this play from Andres, because I think she's going to completely farm down this Umbreon. And the Charizard, oh, but look at that. He's not accepting it. Whiskey does not accept that farm down, swapping into that Spark Lantern there. And Umbreon can kind of deal with this. At this point, you need to manage your energy perfectly to deal with a Charizard later that I believe has a Blast Burn stored.
Yes, I think even a bit more than the Blast Burn. Could also, no, I think just the Blast Burn. But Umbreon is just so strong in this matchup. Lantern, of course, also one of the bulkiest Pokemon. However, Umbreon is just the master of bulk in this format.
Well, there is still Bastiodon, which honestly I should not remind myself of. But yeah, Umbreon can definitely take a hit here as well. Then swapping into that Sableye, keeping the energy on that Umbreon. I like this play a lot from Andres, because a foul play would not KO from that Umbreon, and this does more damage. Does Whiskey get to another charge attack here? He does, on the charge attack priority. What do you do here as Whiskey?
I don't think you shielded this Sableye now is energy dry. What you can do is go into the Charizard, farm a little bit more, and then swap into the Umbreon and go for a Dark Pulse.
The Charizard is so low, even the Shadow Claws will do so much damage here. Let's take a look at what Whiskey's going to do. I think that Andres put him in a very difficult spot. I don't hate that he's throwing here immediately, so he doesn't get any Shadow Claws that would do otherwise very threatening damage. Actually lives that, and then goes into the Umbreon to get the farm down. This play is pretty good. I think the last resort, actually the Dark Pulse is coming in. This is actually resisted, Dark on Dark, but you know, it does damage, so there's that at least. Can you get to another move here as Whiskey? Let's take a look.
He's trying to, no, just the farm down, and that is a lot of energy on this Umbreon with one more shield remaining. Both players have one shield. However, Andres is going to reach the second foul play faster than Whiskey. This looks like Whiskey is going to lose this. This is only a best of 3, but we are not done yet. We are going to go for the next foul play. This is for sure going to take out the Charizard.
And that is a 1-0 win for Andres here in this losers top 4. The winner of this battle would go to the losers final of this tournament. So this is a very important one. Now, again, like you said, Leonard, this is a best out of 3. So Andres would need one more win, and Whiskey needs 2 wins at this point to flip it again. Wow, what was the most decisive Pokemon you think in that matchup? Was that the Charizard?
The Charizard did a lot of work. I don't know if it was the correct play to immediately throw the Dragon Claw there in the end.
Yeah, I think that Whiskey just was a little bit afraid of all the fast moves that damage that Sableye does on the Charizard, because it is very fragile. But I do agree that you may have just needed some more energy there to perhaps take on the Umbreon, and maybe needed to keep that Umbreon as well, right? Because the Umbreon cannot be snarled down easily, right? Let's say you would have farmed down a little bit more on the Charizard and being able to threaten with a potential Blast Burn, and perhaps later a Dragon Claw plus Last Resort might do it on the Umbreon, right? Last Resort, not the Dark Pulse, because he accidentally threw that resisted Dark Pulse as well. So maybe there was a very, very small opening for Whiskey, but regardless, I think Andres' play was just flawless there.
Yep, that is true. I still think if you farm up, I know the Charizard was really low, and the Shadow Claws do add up, but the Snarls of Umbreon really don't. So if you switch out, after farming, I think 4 more wing attacks, you can actually try to Dark Pulse out the Sableye, which might even get shielded. Then after that, go for charge attack priority with a Dragon Claw, win that one, and Umbreon is never going to be able to farm you down.
No, it snarls even on Charizard, don't do a lot of damage, no.
So regardless if you're at 30% with the Charizard or at 10%, it doesn't matter because the Umbreon doesn't deal damage with snarls and she will always need 2 foul plays.
Yeah, absolutely. So how are you going to tackle that Umbreon then as Whiskey? Bring in the
Toxicroak.
We saw the Toxicroak earlier. In my opinion, its performance was not that impressive. It almost lost to that Umbreon.
That's true.
Right, so
that's a really good point.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Toxicroak is the Pokemon you want to use to answer it, and especially since Andres really likes that Sableye and the Noctowl, it's very difficult to utilize. Even the Lantern has such high fast attack pressure with that water gun damage.
I don't think that you will like my answer, but I think that you will have to force an Umbreon mirror match.
Indeed, it's not my favorite, but you know we can just keep talking while that's happening. I'm sure Chad is here for our commentary.
We can have a little chat there.
Yeah, we'll just see with Chad. Yes, Chad again. Who are you supporting here? Whiskey on the left or Andres on the right? Yeah. Both players are thinking it through intensely because this is a very, very decisive matchup. We are so far in the tournament right now. I think both players are still picking their teams here, still thinking it through. And yeah, I think that we're going to see some Water Gun Lantern now from Andres, just to answer the Charizard better.
I mean, Lantern is a fantastic Pokemon, especially Water Gun against the Charizard. There is a charge move, the charge attack pressure, fast attack pressure, that you want to avoid with the Charizard.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, Leonard. Lead us in.
Yes, Whiskey is leading with Toxicroak against the Noctowl, which is not good, but he does a motion with his hand that I really can't predict what it means.
You could actually say that it's quite bad, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. It looked like nice what he did, but we're going to see a Dark Pulse here.
Yeah, not Andres not throwing just yet. That Sky Attack, right? Probably wants to chip it a little bit before swapping into the Medicham, because otherwise the Medicham might lose the Zero Shield matchup. So I do kind of like this play from Andres, but because you actually waste about 25 seconds here, the timer is already at half for Whiskey, so he might be able to preserve that Umbreon later, should he need to.
Yes, but what do you want to switch into the Medicham? I mean, you have to go into your Lantern kind of, because, I mean, the Toxicroak is fine unless your opponent has a lot of energy.
Yeah, with shields it might be okay, but I think Psychic will take out an entire generation of Toxicroak, so you definitely don't want to swap into a loaded Medicham. And I think that Andres, that's exactly what she's going to do. She's going to farm down this Umbreon completely, and then Whiskey just has nowhere to go with that Toxicroak. As we see, I don't think he gets to another Dark Pulse here. He goes down, actually.
There, having foul play would have been incredibly important because you can just throw it so many more times. So Andres proving to us, while foul play might be the better choice over Dark Pulse.
I think you need a miracle here as Whiskey. Yeah. He's in such a tough spot. Psychic coming through will do a whopping 35% if not shielded. It is unshielded, and at this point you need Toxicroak to carry yourself. You need to carry. You have to. Oh, sorry. You need the Toxicroak to carry you through the battle, right?
Yes, and now we are going to see another Psychic. Did you know that Medicham was half a Reggie, like with the 3 points on its head?
Yeah. Actually, Surf coming through. I think Andres is very comfortable here as she's looking at the crowd. I think she might be still a little bit, you know, in these kind of scenarios, when you're about to reach the win, but it's not like certain yet, your heart is really beating at this point. I think Andres just wants to make sure that she can win. The counters are adding up. It's a strong fast attack, but Sky Attack will definitely take out this Toxicroak. Let's take a look. For the next shield comes up from Whiskey.
I think that Whiskey needs to bait in this situation. He needs to go for a Mud Bomb.
Here comes the Mud Bomb. Do you shield this? This Mud Bomb will do no damage, and it is actually shielded. How embarrassing. But
I think you need to shield this because it will deal a little bit of damage, and look at the counter damage.
Yeah, actually, the Mud Bomb might be actually very important here. Let's take a look. Another shield comes up. Now there is that Umbreon in the back from Andres, but Umbreon is not that weak of a Pokemon. Actually going for the full farm down here. Andres still has one shield.
Attack ready. Oh, she doesn't.
No, not yet. Almost. In comes the first Mud Bomb. Again, shielding another Mud Bomb. Tremendous, as it is shielded by Andres. And at this point, I think one foul play even will take it out. Foul play is coming in. Is this going to take out this Toxicroak?
He did not get the catch. That was his win condition. Catching the foul play on the Lantern. The
And it
timer
takes it out.
was up. It takes it out. He is trying to fight back. Gets to another serve. Stops tapping. Snarling down. Andres is reaching the losers final.
And that will put her in the top 3. Andres is knocking out Whiskey here. The last Italian, the last man standing, unfortunately going out. But I hope that both trainers just had a lot of fun here.
Yes, both trainers hugging it out. Everyone is happy. Of course, Whiskey would have loved to advance further into the top 3, but he can really be proud of his achievement. He has put out a fantastic performance.
He won a medal.
Yes.
Right, he has the 4th place medal, so I think that's something to be proud of, especially considering that Whiskey really rushed to make it to this tournament. I believe he arrived at like Saturday 6 in the morning, so just barely in time to just get prepared for the tournament. And then he's here. He made it all the way here to top 4 in Turin. And this is one of the more difficult tournaments that has taken place here in Europe.
Yeah, and he is next to a Mind Joke, the next Italian player who has this 4th place medal. So great achievements by the Italian players, even in other tournaments. But now we have 2 Spanish women and 1 Frenchman in the top 3.
Yep. I believe that also at this point makes Scafo99 the only Italian battler to have qualified for Worlds at this point. Yeah, there we see Andres chatting with Leandro and Wolfpack, who we all saw earlier on the stream as well. I think maybe they're happy, maybe they're supportive, we'll see. But yeah, as we know, there's many supporters for all these battlers that we all know in the community here.
And you can see something that I find really interesting, because yes, this was a huge win, but it's not the time to celebrate just yet. That was a mission that you had to overcome. That was a problem that you had to overcome. But now is the time you need to step up. Jojo versus Andres. Who goes to the World Championship?
At least you can brag with a 3rd place medal if you lose here. So, I don't think there's absolutely nothing. So, these battlers put on an amazing performance so far. Yeah, I'm very excited for what is to come, though, because there's still at Worlds tickets to win. The losers finals will be Andres versus Jojo Go-Go Dancer, and I think that will be very exciting. Jojo Go-Go Dancer had a little bit of a tough time against Palasha, lost 3-0 against 1 Spanish female battler, and now has to face the other Spanish female battler.
And we have seen that a lot this season, that the winners finals is decided 3-0, and then we're going into a big bracket reset. I mean, remember Zephy Mastix versus Bibylicious? That looked like it was an absolute sweep in the winners finals, and then we had about the closest grand finals I have ever seen in my entire life.
I also remember myself against Me Weedle in Stuttgart.
Oh, did you get 3-0'd? Did you reset the bracket?
So anyway, the tournament is great, right?
This tournament is absolutely fantastic. But hey, it's also something you can be really proud of. Not even joking here. And you are the guy who made Dunsparce popular. Where's Dunsparce this event?
Yeah, we haven't seen any Dunsparce at all. I think it's really solid. There were some Dunsparces. I think it's really good still. It has a lot of neutral play. But we haven't seen it on stream, unfortunately. I do think it's really good.
Yeah.
But Andres is ready for the interview. How about we take a look at the interview?
All right, everyone, I gotta ask, is this a redemption arc story? We have to find out. I'm here with Andres. Before we get into your next matchup, let's go over how it was against Whiskey. This was a top 4 to become in the top 3. How are you feeling? You beat him?
For this match, in fact, I wasn't so much afraid because I was watching the same battles because Leandro got the same team.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
At the end, it's like try to figure it out what is really doing. So in the matches before, I mean. So then with this, try to find like a way to win this boat. So.
Yeah, you're finding your win conditions within the play style, within the Pokemon.
I was screaming too before and tried to.
Of course, we know this about you now, right? You're always
so try hard.
But I think it's really working for you because now you are top 3. Let's go over the matches a little bit though, because like you just said, you were a lot calmer about it now. Do you feel a lot calmer in general? Are you, the closer you're getting to the finals, are you feeling more and more confident?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The thing is, for example, here I didn't expect it the third, the Charizard, I mean. but in the game 1 was in the lead, and I said, okay, my Medi is good. So at the end, I said it's not bad to have like the Medi, because I didn't expect the Charizard, because I expected a team like similar that he played against Leandro. So he more or less changed. So could be different than I was practicing before the match.
I think in the past that you've showcased that you are wonderful at counting. You've been doing these incredible catches, but in past matches with Whiskey, you also showed incredible like self-assurance and not throwing charge attacks right when you get them. You were saving a lot of your energy for the end game as well. So your play style is getting more and more diverse. We're seeing as well.
Thank you. It's different because I just have played the Umbreon one before. And it's quite different than my common style. So it's like, I like it, the way how do you play with Umbreon. And, it's different, that's why I like it.
Sure, of course. And now I have to ask.
The meta is fine, I think.
Because now that you're past him, you are going to be facing again Jojo Godo dancer who beat you earlier, was the person who knocked you into the loser's bracket. Are you looking forward to a little bit of revenge? Or are you
for sure.
Okay.
But I'm quite afraid.
You are
We'll see.
I know you got to show all that confidence, exactly. But yes, and then if you end up going through him, your prediction is coming true of playing Borusa in the finals. So we'll have to see how this goes overall.
I wish. So let's see in the best of 5 what happened.
Well, I wish you best of luck in the best of 5 for the losers finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to let Andrea go ahead and take a breather, get herself composed before her next matchup. But yes, we have the losers finals best of 5 coming up right after this.
And I'm excited for that. We've seen quite some of Andres now, some battles, some interviews, but it's all coming to an end soon, right? Because she has the losers finals to play. If she wins that, the grand finals, and otherwise Jojo Gogo Dancer might get a rematch against Paulasha.
Yep, we might have the first all-female grand finals. That would be absolutely insane. But Jojo would also, with his Togedemaru, have earned the way to find a title here. And I don't know, these are all great battlers.
Togedemaru, it takes like a lot of courage to run. That's not a Pokemon that I would think is really good in the current meta, but it can have a lot of utilization. Just because like if you hit that wild charge, it just hits hard on so many things. Even Shadow Swampert, obviously Mudshells do almost as much, but the wild charge will still do like 50% on his Shadow Swampert, just for measurement on how powerful that is. So I think there is some play to it.
Togedemaru also exerts a lot of bench pressure, meaning that if you lose the lead against a Togedemaru and you are going to have to switch out immediately, it can just fire off a really powerful wild charge and then swap into a counter, forcing maybe a shield.
Yeah, of course, you can get a shield advantage. You can try to flip switch perhaps, right? You have those scenarios where you force your opponent to make the decision. Am I giving up a shield more? Am I going to let myself get farmed down? Or am I going for switch advantage? Like those kind of Pokemon, the hit and run Pokemon, really can put you in a tough spot like that.
Yep, those are all bad choices to make. Do I let myself get farmed down, or
one of them is the worst one probably?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's really a tough one to play against something like this. So you are a little bit more tempted to lead with a Pokemon that is a hard answer to Togedemaru. Unfortunately, there are 5 more Pokemon on the opposing side.
Yeah.
So if you are trying to lead with a Swampert, because you think mud-shotting a Togedemaru is going to be fun, which it is.
It is, I can confirm.
And you're seeing a Trevenant over there.
Well, at least Trevenant, it still hits a little bit, but like an Altaria would definitely be much worse. Although, in one of the regions that we casted, I think we saw a Swampert take on an Altaria. Regardless, speaking of Trevenant, I think that could also be very crucial against Andres, because she has like, I believe she has the Watergun Lantern, she has the Medicham, she has a Registeel. That's 3 Pokemon that it's pretty good against. But on the other hand, you have the Umbreon and the Noctowl, so Trevenant's really polarizing matchups there.
Yep, that is true. So we might see some cheesy wins here and there. We might see some heavy fights over alignment even. And that is going to be a really tough decision to make. Which Pokemon do I bring? Do I heavily prepare with my Umbreon and my Noctowl? Those two don't really want to see Togedemaru.
Yeah. Now, I have another question for you here, Leonard.
Yes.
Which Pokemon would you think fits the current meta better? Whimsicott or Trevenant?
That's a tough one. I really like Whimsicott. Grassnot is just the better attack now, I think, in terms of energy and damage distribution.
You win Galarian Stunfisk in the 2 shields.
Exactly. I mean, Trevenant is also pretty good against Galarian Stunfisk.
Well, now that the Seed Bomb is more expensive, you can actually lose to Galarian Stunfisk when it has a slight energy advantage. Usually you win straight Shadow Ball in the 2 shields. Now you actually can lose the 1 shield's on even energy, and I believe with 1 or 2 much shot advantage, you can lose the 2 shields.
All right, so which matchup is better for Whimsicott right now? Like, which Pokemon do you beat the most? I mean, Medicham, of course, is a great matchup for Trevenant as well, but apart from Medicham, what do you want to target? Yeah.
I think Umbreon is a good one.
Everyone is running Umbreon. I think that's a pretty good call that you're making there.
Yeah, anyway, that's a lot of talk about Whimsicott and Trevenant. How about we go to the stage 2, our next battlers?
All right, here we are, the maybe most important match for both of these players right now. They are grabbing each other's team sheets, they have their notebooks ready, time to note down some information that you already have about your opponent and to note down some that you are going to see during the games.
Yeah, let's see. Both players are going to take notes here. I think that Jojo had the time to take a look at some of Andrew's games here. And again, I think that Trevenant is the one Pokemon that could be key.
Yeah.
Or it could be the key to your win or your loss.
There is also a Sableye as the last piece of the puzzle. So we have Sableye, Umbreon and Noctowl as opposed to Registeel, Lantern and Medicham. This is really polarizing.
Yeah, absolutely. What Pokemon really looks safe here for Andres or Jojo to use? I don't really see any options here. I think especially the Trevenant might actually be a little bit safer since you do have that Togedemaru and the Alolan Ninetales to cover it, right? So perhaps there is some play there, but we do know that Andres does really like that Sableye to take on for one of them is the Trevenant.
I think the Sableye looks pretty good here. You can argue for Sableye in the back or as a lead. Those are the 2 options.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Umbreon would still make for a good safe swap because Umbreon can soft lose some of these matchups.
And I think Andres knows that it's Power Snow Alolan Ninetales. Yeah. Last Resort actually almost does half to that Alolan Ninetales, the Shadow variant. And if you shield the Dazzling Gleams correctly, it's actually not the worst matchup. So I think you have a good point there. Umbreon definitely could be a Pokemon we will see come out from Andres here. There's only 1 or 2 really good answers against him.
Yep, that is true. So you can swap into the Medicham, you can also go into the Shadow Alolan Ninetales when the Umbreon is safe swap. And after that, you can probably farm the Pokemon that knocked out your Umbreon down. You can farm it down. Yeah, with Sableye.
Yeah, exactly. I think both players just added each other or went to the battle screen, so they're now going through their picks here. Now, I'm not sure what you could really use here for either player. Again, there's no really safe options. There could be safe strategies. Andres is known to run some of the hardest meta. I would not be surprised if we still see the Noctowl despite there being a Togedemaru and Alolan Ninetales. And Jojo has proven before that he's not afraid to use that Togedemaru.
I mean, Noctowl versus Togedemaru, yeah, it's not a... Yeah, okay, you can't argue for it being a decent matchup. But
it's pretty good.
I mean, there are still scenarios in which you get baited, or in which your opponent tries to bait you with the Noctowl. So if you go for a straight Wild Charge and you get shielded, this is much worse than if you would go for a different type of electric move. You know, if you're in a matchup versus a Lantern and it throws a Thunderbolt, you shield it. Fine, Lantern doesn't care.
Yeah.
If you are using the Togedemaru and you press Wild Charge and your opponent shields and your defenses are debuffed, and you get Shadow Balled.
Yeah,
that's
that
an
will
issue.
hurt. That will hurt, yeah. So in that case, Noctowl is not really helpless. Now, one Pokemon that I think we'll see a lot from JoJo is that Swampert. It is quite safe against Andrew's team, right? There's no grass type. The Noctowl is probably the best answer to it. So that might just lead Andrews to run it. But we're going to find out shortly as these players are still going through their picks. I think JoJo is still making notes on which Pokemon is likely the safest to use. What do you think of making notes during battle? Do you usually do that?
I don't. I mean, during GBL, it doesn't really help me too much.
Yeah. You haven't played a tournament yet, huh?
I have played some grassroots matchups, but I had more time to prepare those, so taking notes during the games wasn't really necessary.
Okay, fair.
How do you do it?
Well, I personally am too lazy to do it, honestly. Like, I'm putting effort into my arms to write things down, which I use to severely tap the screen to make sure my moves go through. But I do know that many players like write down like a matrix of which Pokemon is good against what, and if I lead this, then I can say switch this because unlikely to be that. And you know, you can basically go around a little bit with your strategies like that.
I mean, it does make sense, right? If you can use more brain capacity than the both of us to actually write something down, it will even help you remember it better if you are not just... You don't have to look at it during the game, but if you're writing something down, then you will remember it better than if you just thought about it for a quick second.
Possibly. You can also just write down real quick, that's what I've been thinking of. If I just write down quickly a number, the count of that a previous Pokemon was on from my opponent,
that's
right?
good.
Before they switch out, for example. But you need to be really fast.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that could be maybe useful. Another tool that one of the competitors I know used is StatStan. He rolled a dice to call a bait. I don't think he actually used it in the tournament, but I think it's pretty interesting because you can actually just blame luck for your loss.
He in fact did that when he got top 3 in, was it Bochum or was it Utrecht? Utrecht. I don't even think he was in Bochum, but he used it in Utrecht to determine his lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, he said, okay, if I roll a 1 or a 2, I'm going to lead this Pokemon. If I go 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm going to lead the other one. He rolled a 1, and then he won the lead, and he just won the alignment-based game.
So you just basically leave it up to fate there, really, right? To luck.
Fortuna was really happy with him that day.
Sometimes it just goes like that. Looks like Andra's still overthinking her team here. I mean, this is the losers' final, so the winner of this wins a ticket to Japan here, right? Qualifies for that world's invite to Yokohama. It looks like both ballers are getting ready now. Chat, show your support. We have JoJo Go-Go Dancer on the left. We have Andres on the right as we see the Shadow Alolan Ninetales into the Umbreon.
Yes, and this is, of course, a matchup that is favored for the Ninetales. However, Last Resort deals a lot of damage. Of course, remember, this is a best of 5.
Yeah, in comes that Water Gun Lantern, and it is answered by the Shadow Swampert here. Now, this is an iffy matchup, in my opinion. Throwing right before that Earthquake, very good timing from Andres there. Now, again, I think Shadow Swampert just wins his trade in the 2 shields with Hydro Cannon, but I don't think Andres is going to shield. And you know why? Because then both your Pokemon get one-shot by the Dazzling Gleam. Let's take a look what she's going to do here.
That is true. So it really makes sense to go for these big attacks. Lantern gets taken out. There was a lot of energy on it. However, does Swampert have much energy left? I think you can go into the Medicham.
Ooh, going into that Medicham, actually. Interesting play here. Probably going to look for a farm down, but I'm afraid that the Swampert will get 2 Hydro Cannons here. As we predicted, the Swampert did came out this time, and it's just really a safe pick against Andrew's team. Another Hydro comes in. This will do a whopping 50% damage or so, but you can't shield twice because of that Alolan Ninetales. And little does JoJo Go Dancer know, there's also the Medicham to counter the Umbreon.
Yes, this is really not looking good for Andres. This team that she brought, both of these Pokemon in the back, the Umbreon and the Medicham, had nowhere to go here.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Opposing Medicham comes in. I think at this point, Andres probably realizes that she's in a very difficult spot because the Psychic comes through, but the Umbreon is just not going to do anything. As JoJo Go-Go Dancer makes notes real quick, he wrote something down, and a defense drop. Is that going to make a difference? Catches the Ice Punch. Looks like Andres is still fighting back. She's not giving up, chat.
Andres is indeed fighting back. She has shown that she can flip so many difficult matchups. She can catch every single time she wants, and I think we're going to see a bait from Jojo Gogo Dancer right here. We are first of all going to see a last resort.
I'm not sure if he needs to, because I think he will get to 2 Dazzling Gleam regardless. You see that the last resort does a lot of damage here, and we actually might see a no-shield from Andres, because I think it's her win con that Jojo Gogo Dancer throws the Weather Ball here. But she does shield the Dazzling Gleam correctly as he makes more notes on his paper there, and probably going for another last resort. This will likely take out the Shadow Alola Ninetales, and let's see how that's going to play out, because you still need so much energy on your Medicham.
Let's look at the...
Oh, let's go!
Wow.
But it doesn't take out water. Oh, that's so meticulous. I think he could have even reached the Dazzling Gleam, maybe. This is a very meticulous play from Umbreon.
Now she is going to try to take it out with another Snarl. However, we're going to reach another...
Oh, another! Oh, that might be crucial here, because this Weather Ball will put the Umbreon into farm down range.
Yes, oh, but the Umbreon is going to reach a foul play. It already is at a foul play. Are we going to see a Protect Shield at this point? I don't think so.
Because otherwise Andres could get to a Psychic here. This will put opposing Umbreon Medicham very low, but I don't think those counters will do enough before he can farm down. Let's take a look. Wait! She might get to 2. Oh, she almost got to... She is at 2 Ice Punches, but unfortunately Jojo Gogo Dancer has a shield here, and that's unfortunate because Andres almost flipped this game. What a really close battle. As we see the next Ice Punch comes in, this will take out Andres Medicham, and unfortunately that will be the end of this first battle for Andres, but there are still a couple battles to go for, and Jojo Gogo Dancer finally, after having a tough set against Paulasha, now finally getting a win again.
Oh, and you can hear the French players, the French fans shouting for their player here, celebrating the 1-0 lead at this point. Nothing is over yet. This is a best of 5 again. Andres almost there to win this.
Yeah, that was actually incredibly played. I actually didn't think it would even come that close, but also I thought that if the last resort would take out that Shadow Alola Ninetales, that was a very bold no-shield from Jojo, but I guess he also knows that matchup quite well, that he would live that last resort just barely enough to get off that Weather Ball, right? That may have been decisive, because otherwise Andres may have gone into 2 foul plays.
Double Weather Ball even, so there were many more Snarls to come, so he had to exactly know the damage rolls there on the last resort. Probably has played this matchup once or twice.
Yeah, but just how close she got there with that Umbreon lead into the Shadow Alola Ninetales and the Medicham in the back. I think that this is definitely far from over. Even with some of the alignment, it's just really difficult to do so.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Jojo is also not running a Sableye.
He is not.
We have 2 teams without Sableye in the top 4.
No, Paulasha had a Sableye, no?
Yeah, but Whiskey didn't play one.
Oh, you are correct. Yeah. But in top 3 we do. So I have a high chance of winning the caster prediction.
Yes. That is indeed true.
Yeah.
But still, we were talking to Maxi 1 million P earlier. Maximilian P. And he said that everyone predicted Sableye to be like the best Pokemon basically next to Medicham, because it is the best Medicham answer, and he felt let down by it.
Yeah, it's just really sometimes a bit of an alignment-dependent Pokemon. If you use Sableye a lot, and it can get aligned to another popular pick, the Noctowl, and Noctowl is just, you know, a good Sableye answer, so that's kind of difficult. Yeah, I see in the chat Toad Tactical asking who the chat thinks is going to win this. We missed Toad Tactical, hasn't played a couple of these tournaments, unfortunately, but yeah, chat, let us know who's going to win this tournament. Who you think is waiting in the grand final here?
Isn't Toad Tactical the best Dutch battler?
Take that back. Well, we both have not won a regional tournament. That's actually Colin who won a regional tournament.
One of you has reached the final.
It's oh my!
Let's go.
Leonard really found his vibe against me now. He's really catching up there. But yeah, as we see these players still thinking their teams through. Man, Andres' hair must smell really nice if she keeps doing that smelling. I think we're going to see the Registeel perhaps, right, to answer the Shadow Alone Knights. I think Shadow Alone Ninetales really only is answered well by that Registeel from Andres, but the problem is it's also bad against the Swampert. Here we go, we have on the left Jojo, on the right we have Andres. We see, oh, it's the Togedemaru!
And Togedemaru is going to be really interesting against this Water Gun Lantern. This is a lot of damage. Look at those water guns chipping away on the Togedemaru. Are we going to see a Felstinger bait? We are going straight for the Wild Charge. This is also going to be a no shield. So
what does this even do? I don't know.
40%. I'm calling 40%.
I think 50.
Whew.
Both accurate, then safe switching into that Swampert, which is now going to deal with all this damage. But I do like this play because now you have put the Lantern into Hydro Cannon range. Let's see, Jojo is counting in his head real quick, writing it down, and let's see, is he going to throw at Hydro immediately?
Oh, and the switch immediately, very early there, so the Swampert is actually able to farm a lot. We are going to see an Earthquake, big attack right here from the Swampert.
Oh, and a shield!
Wow,
that's
what a goal!
Massive shield, especially looking at that backline already. You know, here Leonard. Oh, it's not able to throw a Hydro Cannon. Goes for the perfect timing there.
Wow.
Maybe we'll see a shield from Jojo here, as he has two of them still. But yeah, foul play is shielded here. We do see the Sableye from Andres, and on the left, the Noctowl from Jojo. So this Umbreon might really prove to be crucial. Hydro Cannon coming in. This doesn't do as much to the Earthquake.
I find it really impressive that she shielded the Umbreon. Usually players do not shield the Umbreon just based on the sheer defense and HP that this Pokemon has. But she knows this is going to be really important against the Noctowl.
Yeah. Foul play taking out that Swampert. What do you bring in now? I don't think that the Togedemaru can Wild Charge this down. You do have the super effective Felstinger, but it does do much damage, unfortunately. It's only really buffing the Togedemaru. Oh, trying to snipe, but barely too late. Jojo with the quick reflex to throw this Wild Charge. Does Andres shield this? She does shield this. This might be crucial because now she still has this for that for the Noctowl.
And this one is for sure going to take it out. We are going to see a shield. Jojo can switch out into the Noctowl, but look at the damage of those water guns. Are we going to see another Wild Charge? Yes, we are.
This will do. I think this will KO. This will likely KO from this.
You think?
From this range? Yeah. And then opting to swap into that Noctowl just right away, wanting to clear that debuff on the Togedemaru, so might be able to get to another Wild Charge just later. In comes the Sableye, and it's now locked against the Noctowl from Jojo Go-Go Dance. This is looking quite good for Jojo Go-Go Dancer. Oh man, if Andres went for that foul play immediately, then Jojo would not be able. That now she didn't basically sneak a charge at a fast attack here, right? So let's see.
But now we are also going to see a return maybe or two foul plays. And that is going to be really interesting because there is still a half-health Umbreon in the back.
Absolutely, and I think with two foul plays, maybe the foul play from the Umbreon will take it out. And that's... Oh, she catches the move again! How? This is just infuriating how she catches every single move.
Look at the face of
He's smiling. He's just like me. How does she do it every single time?
Yes, this is absolutely fantastic. We are going to see yet another foul play right before the Sky attack is reached. This is going to put it in yet again foul play range from Sableye.
Yeah.
Sableye already has this attack loaded. It will all come down to a catch.
Yeah, you also still have to Togedemaru with a little bit of energy there. Throwing on the charge attack priority. Very good counting from Jojo Go-Go Dancer. I think this is a lot of trouble for Andres because I think that the Togedemaru can get to a Wild Charge still.
Yes, so we are going to have to see how much she can farm with the Sableye. We are throwing here. The foul play is going to connect. How much energy does this Togedemaru have?
This is a nail biter. Let's take a look. Foul play coming in. Here we go, Leo.
Can Jojo get to match point? Oh, this is looking good for Andres.
Go for the first thing, and it's a charge attack priority. Oh, for the Togedemaru that wins it. This was an incredible win for Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Absolutely insane. The Felstinger KO. Who would have thought?
You would never see that ever coming.
Togedemaru wins the charge attack priority against the Sableye. Did you know that?
No, I did not. I knew it had a really high attack. Well, Sableye has around 120 attack. I think Togedemaru indeed is more fragile than that. Incredible battle there. I did not see that coming. In fact, that Togedemaru just seemed so far off a charge attack there, right? So I didn't even see it coming that it would still get to a Felstinger there.
And I think I would need to rewatch this. I think she could have thrown... No, was she at the charge attack priority event with the Noctowl, or was
No, she could have done one more Shadow Claw, perhaps.
One more Shadow Claw would have meant that she outpaced the Togedemaru.
Yeah, but I think also she may have fainted to another fast attack there. So Perhaps you are right, but perhaps she may have been knocked out by fast attacks then. So I think maybe a little bit off in the counting. That's also possible. Really tough, really tough.
But also better safe than sorry most of the time, because Noctowl is not straight 6 wing attacks to a sky attacks. It's 6, 6, and then 5.
Yeah.
So you, after 20 minutes of one game, you might as well just throw it on the 5 instead of the 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Jojo is 2 points ahead. He's 1 point off reaching the grand finals and punching his way to Yokohama. But it's not over yet. But Andrews would need to win 3 battles in a row. She hasn't really been lucky in alignment. Every single time that Lantern is on that Swampert, she needs it on the Noctowl or that Alola Ninetales.
Yes, we are going to see what's going to happen very soon. Both of these players taking more and more notes. Andres went for 2 fantastic catches in the last game. It wasn't enough still.
Yeah, man, she's been catching every single game. How does she do it? I might need to get a coaching session with her.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm just going to join in because I am horrible at catching attacks.
If you want to hit Legend, I think Andres is the one to ask how to catch moves. That might be the way to do it, yeah. But yeah, she has a tough challenge here to overcome. She might need to catch a few more of those attacks to make it here to Worlds, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe at least, I want to say 7. 7 catches, because she caught, I think, 2 moves, 2 attacks in every game. That wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
You need to have 1 more. Actually, then it's 9 catches.
Yeah.
9 catches, which is a lot of minutes, to be honest.
This is about the most catches that I've seen from one battler, all streams, right? So maybe off stream she made even more catches. We don't know, but the show that these battlers have been putting on is amazing.
And that tells you something, because this is quite the team disadvantage. I'm really surprised. I know that Trevenant has fallen out of favor a little. But those Swamperts on stream were running free the entire day already. People will need to get back to those grass types.
The Medicham Mirror. How do we feel about this, Leonard?
Oh, do we remember who wins Charge Attack Priority here? I think JoJo's does, right?
I think looking at the CP from JoJo's Medicham, that is the rank 1. The rank 1 usually does not win the Charge Attack Priority. So let's take a look. He's making notes real quick, just writing down. She throws immediately, I think. But I think Andres is pretty fine with the Medicham here, since she has that Umbreon in the back. Going for the Psychic. Does Andres shield this?
No.
No? You are correct. Ha! Psychic coming through.
Defense drop.
Nope. In comes a Swampert. I like this play from JoJo, just because he outpaces to the Hydro Cannon before she can get to a Psychic. So she's kind of forced to throw the Ice Punch here to chip some damage. And I think now the Umbreon is likely to come in. Yeah.
But I mean, yes, you outpace to the Hydro Cannon before the Psychic. However, Swampert has been a massive win condition, and it's already down to 50%. So
yeah.
He did not preserve this Shadow Swampert to win the game.
Not at all. The Ice Punch doesn't do that much damage. And going for the foul play, I think this foul play is going to take it out. Shielding it immediately to get that Hydro Cannon off.
That is not something you want to do. You never want to. I know it deals a lot of damage in this scenario, but shielding foul plays from an Umbreon, that just doesn't feel good.
Oh, the Earthquake is coming in. Yeah, Andres is not shielding that, not going 2 shields down, and I think that might be the correct play here. Let's take a look.
Yes.
Earthquake will put his Umbreon over half. Can take it, but yeah, that still hurts. Next foul play coming in, and this time it's no shield.
I mean, this is still such a dominant matchup for the Umbreon, because it is just straight up so bulky. Those foul plays deal so much damage. Now JoJo has invested an entire shield into this matchup and still lost it.
Yeah, let's see what Andres is going to do here. However, he comes in with the Power Snow Alolan Ninetales, swaps immediately into the Water Gun Lantern. I somewhat like this play, just because you don't want to give that Alolan Ninetales too much farm. Going straight for the Dazzling Gleam, this will do so much damage. And Andres, no doubt, shooting that immediately. That is the correct play here, because this will definitely do by far the most damage. This will put it down to like 30% HP.
Yes.
The Power Snows aren't really adding up here, so the Lantern is dropping in health a lot, letting it actually go right away. This is actually pretty tough for JoJo to overcome now, no?
Yes, those shields of her were magnificently used, like very efficient.
Yeah, and look at that counting. The Medicham comes back in, but she throws right before that Psychic, and JoJo is thinking, what can I do here? Well, how did I get into this spot? I was in such a good spot now, but this Psychic will barely... Yeah, I think this will put the Lantern into the red, but it won't be enough to take it out.
Yeah, but will it reach another serve? Because then it can... Wow, this is actually a lot of health on the Lantern. I think we are going to reach a serve. We are going to press it. The Alolan and Shadow Ninetales is not going to be able to take out the Lantern in return with just a few Powder Snows.
There's still energy on that Alolan Ninetales. If it can get the 2 Weather Balls here, no, there's no shot. It will go down in 1 counter soon. Yes. I thought it had a little bit more energy because if it had 2 Weather Balls, it could actually perhaps knock out both the Medicham and the Lantern. But it looks like
there's still an Umbreon.
There's still an Umbreon. She's actually going for the Snarl down, not having any mercy this time. Andres getting 1 win here against Jojo, and the score now is 2-1.
Yes, we are back on Andres' side. Jojo is still in the lead, match point not used. I think it really came down to the shields. Getting a Dazzling Gleam as opposed to shielding a foul play from an Umbreon is huge.
Yeah, that shield on the Lantern I think was absolutely massive, because that would have put the Lantern so low that the Medicham probably could have cleaned up from Jojo. But he did not go for a bait there. He went for the Dazzling Gleam. It was correctly shielded, and that 70 energy all was for nothing.
Yes, this came down to baits, and she did not get fooled by Jojo. So she and her Lantern are pretty strong with you. Lantern in general looks really good because looking at all the matches that Jojo has played, this Trevenant seems like it's just bench pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen much or any Trevenant at all from Jojo. I think it would have been great here because Andres keeps playing that Lantern Medicham combination, and Trevenant is just so dominant against that, right? It's something that was a thing that I noticed myself, that a lot of players think that just having Noctowl is enough to scare away Trevenant, and players then start to lead like Medicham or Lantern and have the other one in the back, and then they lead into Trevenant, and it's really difficult to overcome that.
Yeah, you basically need to let one of your Pokemon go, haha.
Yeah.
Then come into Noctowl and hope that your last Pokemon is an answer for whatever they switch in.
Yeah, but if the Trevenant swaps out, then it becomes difficult. Usually Trevenant leads have like good Noctowl answers in the back. Like a potential lineup we could see here from Jojo is perhaps something like Trevenant, Alolan Ninetales and Togedemaru, right? Like 2 solid Noctowl answers. Now, yeah, I think it's unlikely we will face a line like that just because the Swamp from Jojo is just so good.
That is true. However, we have seen that the Shadow Swampert found its master in the Umbreon. Umbreon has overperformed this tournament, I think.
Yeah.
We have seen so many Umbreon mirrors, which were not tiring at all.
Well, you know which Pokemon we've seen a lot? Medicham. I think pretty much every single game. I think the only player who didn't have Medicham was Super Alki, right?
Jojo.
Oh, and Whiskey. Whiskey.
Yeah, Whiskey and Super Alki. Yes. That is indeed true. What do you think about Power Up Punch Medicham? Because I like it a lot. I've talked about it earlier already. We haven't seen it in the tournament.
Yeah, we can do it again. I personally love Power Punch because I love the bait. And I think that Ice Punch is just not needed as much currently. Obviously, there's Noctowl all over the place. Maybe, again, I might be wrong in that. But also, if you can like hit the Power Punch early and then hit the Psychic, you actually can win Noctowl somewhat there. So there is some merit for the Power Punch. It's not even the worst against Noctowl. It's just worse against Grass types.
And you become much more dominant in the Zeros against Umbreon.
With Power Punch, absolutely. I think we also saw a Dynamic Punch Psychic Medicham earlier, right? From Leandro. Yeah, it also makes Registeel and Umbreon just way more bearable for Medicham, right? Pokemon that are difficult to take down are way easier with Dynamic Punch now.
Yeah, if you have +5 attack, then all of a sudden your counters deal a lot more damage. Who would have thought that?
It's true, and then if you can get it on like a Swampert, even only a few counters would do so much damage. But yeah, we have 2 Ice Punch Psychic Medichams here, so we won't see that happening in this matchup. Now, curious to what Andres will bring here. Is she going to predict that Trevenant now, and is Jojo tempted to bring the Trevenant? Because there's Lantern and Medicham every single time. Andres has been safe switching that Lantern over and over. Do you finally bring the Trevenant this time?
I think that he should. But now, I think Andres has played so bravely into this Trevenant that never came out. It's a big mind game, right? Because you could say, okay, now I'm going to bring my Trevenant, and then you will be fooled by Andres because she says, aha, I knew it.
Leading Noctowl into it. Yeah, I remember Noctowl against Trevenant. I haven't seen it as much this tournament. Looks like Andres asking Jojo if he's ready, and both players just locked in their teams. Let's take a look here. Leo, what we will see from these two battlers.
I'm calling it. It is going to be the Trevenant lead. Sableye into the Alolan 90. It's the Shadow version.
Oh, this is an interesting matchup. This is not the worst, but it's also not the greatest for Sableye, just because that ice attack is just so dominant. It's just so oppressive here. First Weather Ball coming in, not even building to the Dazzling Gleam. I don't think Andres will shield this. She does not. Maybe just going for a shield advantage at this point.
Yep, and we are going to see a foul play, which is not a return. So that is a clear bait. It is going to be shielded. So that is a good thing for Andres in a matchup that she shouldn't really be winning.
Yeah, let's take a look. Looks like Jojo just wants to get rid of this right away, which is interesting. I don't think the Sableye is a real threat to his team per se, and she actually lets it go, probably banking on that Lantern once again. There we go.
Yep. Going for that Lantern, which is a super good offensive pressure. I think we're building up to one serve. Oh.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this goes, because Lantern is a shield up, so this is not the worst. Letting it go, actually. Now, this would allow Andres to just shield and keep the Lantern alive. Lantern is such a good Pokemon for her.
But does she try to catch with the... Oh, we are going for
that bait. That makes sense. I think at this point, Jojo could even go for the Earthquake after, and then it all comes down to that Alolan Nightos and Togedemaru here. Oh, catching the Earthquake! What a great play from Andres. She catches again!
That is still a really powerful attack against the Umbreon, which is going to deal above half, or about half, which is still strong. Two Snarls are a lot of energy, though, and this was absolutely fantastic. Still preserving that one shield that could be used against a possible Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah. Now, do you think that this Alolan Nightos is actually in last resort range? I think it is, and it won't be able to get to a Dazzling Gleam. This is only a Weather Ball. Did Andres count correctly? She does no-shield this charge attack. This is great for Andres, actually. No shielding that Weather Ball, because at the point Togedemaru is the last Pokemon standing, it has to debuff its defenses to get all those moves off. But look, he lets it go!
I'm not really a big fan of the Togedemaru in the back, because just it can't switch out once it's switched in. Look at this fast attack. It doesn't deal any kind of damage. I mean, you can't really farm this down. You have to Fell Stinger at some point.
Andres, I think this might sound crazy. Oh, she's actually swapping immediately. I do like that play. Going to try now pace. I think at this point, Jojo needs to get to 2 Wild Charges. I think a Wild Charge would take out that Lantern at this point. But then can you snarl down or get our pace to the Fell Stinger? Let's take a look here. It's going to get really close. But actually, she might. Yes, this is the serve, and this will take out. This is going to be 2-2. Jojo versus Andres. She is making that comeback here, Leo. Serve comes in. This takes it out.
I think Jojo was trying to get to one. I mean, there was like one shield for Andres. It was absolutely crazy. She had such a big advantage. He had to go for one Fell Stinger and then go for a Wild Charge, because I don't even know if a Wild Charge would have knocked it out. And then you would have been, if you go for double Wild Charge, you would have been double debuffed, and then I think you could just easily snarl it down.
I got nothing from what you just said, Leo. I'm still
amazed
by this matchup. It's just nonsense. Okay, well,
I'm just blabbering.
That's good for you, Leo. But I'm just amazed by these battles, Leo. I'm glad I get to cast this with you, even when you're talking nonsense.
No,
I'm kidding.
But don't tell anyone, okay?
No, it's not like we're on a live broadcast. But these two battles are putting up such a good show. They both want to get to Worlds so badly, and Jojo just bringing the Togedemaru every single time, and he's doing quite well with it. But I think he just lost count on that one turn fast move on the Water Gun Lantern. Even though it seems like after every single charge attack thrown, he makes a note real quick, right? I think he is writing down at what count the opposing Pokemon exactly is.
That is really good that he can keep his focus there, but sometimes you just miss one of those 0.5 second fast attacks. So this cost him the game, actually. This is actually really amazing. We have seen him lose the winners finals 3-0 after making one crucial mistake.
Yeah.
And now he's 2 games down as well. He lost 2 in a row. Is his mental game strong enough to overcome Andres here, who has a lot of momentum?
Yeah, I think that you need to answer that Water Gun Lantern. This just looks like the Utrecht finals again, where Water Gun Lantern was just so dominant. And then it was another Spanish battler, her boyfriend, Johnny Yoa, who won it all. So this could be Andres' tournament. And again, the tournament of the Water Gun Lantern. I think as Jojo, you kind of need to bring the Trevenant. And Andres just has totally not brought that Noctowl anymore, right? I think there has been a lot of pressure on the Noctowl with the Togedemaru, with the Alolan Ninetales. It's kind of tough to bring that right now.
I mean, you can go for the call that your opponent is going to bring the Trevenant, but that is really bold. I mean, statistically speaking, he hasn't brought it in the first 4 games, so
yeah.
What would lead him to bring it now? Because it just hard loses against 3 of the 6 Pokemon.
There's always Umbreon. You are correct. You are correct.
Yeah, even if she goes double weak against Trevenant, there's still the chance that she has the good Pokemon against Trevenant in the lead, and you are losing because you are leading the Trevenant.
Exactly. So, yeah, she's especially been bringing the Umbreon mostly because she realizes even against that Shadow Alolan Ninetales with Power Snow, not Charm, it's still not the worst with shields up. Shadow Alolan Ninetales really operates the best at like a slight energy advantage and maybe on shields down. Let's take a look. Decisive game number 5. Jojo on the left, Andres on the right. Chat, show your support. Who are you rooting for? We have the Swampert into the Sableye.
And that is a bit of a better matchup for the Swampert. 2 Hydro Cannons will for sure take out. However, Shadow Claws also do add up, and Foul Play is going to deal a lot of damage. 1 Foul Play is not going to take out the Swampert.
But neither is 1 Hydro Cannon. However, I do think with the Mud Shot, the Hydro Cannon eventually will take out. I think Andres also knows this matchup kind of shielding the first Foul Play. That makes sense because Shadow Swampert is a fragile boy.
Yes, but did we just win the charge attack priority against the Swampert?
I think Andres did, yeah, and I think that's really good knowledge. Maybe she has a little bit of an attack-weighted Sableye there. Let's take a look. Swampert does outpace here, but I think Jojo might look to catch, actually throwing right before the next Foul Player. Do you shield here as Andres? And she's actually letting this go.
Andres just brings in the Sableye to take 1 shield from Jojo Go-Go Dancer, and again, this Lantern has done so much work for her. And in this matchup, yet again, it is absolutely fantastic.
With the Lantern, interesting player, going for a full farm now, and he is going for that Earthquake. Do you shield this as Andres?
I think you have to shield this.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Hydro Cannon.
My heart was pounding.
If this is a Hydro Cannon, I think you Water Gun down before the Swampert reaches another Earthquake.
Yeah, and looks like, barely not able to get to that Hydro Cannon chip that could have been very useful. Jojo just letting that Swampert go because he does not want his Alolan Ninetales on this. Now, the Alolan Ninetales, I think, in the back has so much play, though. In comes the Medicham. And let's take a look at how this is going to go, because Lantern has so much energy.
Interesting surf here. I think you could have gone for the Thunderbolt in this situation. There's already 1 shield left, only 1 shield left from Jojo Go Dancer, so very unlikely that he was going to shield this one now, but we are going to see the Thunderbolt now, which is going to connect. So everything on the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Do you shield is she going to catch? Let's take a look. Oh, she did try to catch, but unsuccessfully. In comes that Alolan Ninetales. But this is not over yet. I think there is a Psychic Store, so it really comes down. Will this Alolan Ninetales get to a Dazzling Gleam later? This is going to get really close.
I think this is very bait dependent. I mean, we know that this doesn't deal too much. 2 last resorts do not take out the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Go for the Weather Ball bait. If Andres does no shield this could be her win con. Let's see. This is a very risky bait from Jojo. Does she shield? She no shields this! This is huge! This might be her win con.
Insane calls. She has been losing so many lead matchups. Now we are going for a last resort. Is this her last resort? It goes unshielded. The Shadow Alolan Ninetales is going to reach the Dazzling Gleam again, but this one could very easily be shielded. Keep in mind, the Medicham still has a Psychic.
She lets it go. I think she's going for the Water Gun down here, Leonard.
Yes, and I think with no energy, or at least just 1 Powder Snow on this Shadow Alolan Ninetales, this is going to work out. She can't.
I think she can Water Gun down. I think she can Water Gun down. Look at how close this is. He's going for the Ice Punch bait, but I don't think he gets to 2 charge attacks here. Andres might know. Her heart's probably pounding here. Jojo is smiling. He might, painfully smiling probably. He might know. He might not get there. Let's take a look. He is so close to the Psychic. He's so close to the Psychic. Can he get there?
He got to the Psychic.
He throws the Ice Punch. He threw the Ice Punch, and I don't think this will KO. He actually got to the Psychic, and this is only the Ice Punch.
Ice Punch connects
battle.
Now.
And
the Water Gun comes through. Andres goes to Worlds.
Oh
we have
my
a
goodness.
2 female player final in Pokemon Go at the special event of Turin.
This was one of the best losers finals I've ever seen, and the outcome that no one could ever saw coming. So close here, Leonard. We are now going to have an all-female grand final here. This is...
How do you get every call right? She had every bait. She had 20,000 catches at least.
So many catches. I don't know if you can tell, Chad, but we are having quite a good time here.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay by Andres. She is shivering. She is showing Ilya. He understands, of course. Andres with a fantastic performance, but let's not disregard Jojo. He had a really tough opponent. If it wasn't for 20 correct calls by Andres, he would have made it to Yokohama.
Incredible. And Jojo can really be proud of his performance, just barely missing out on that World's invite, however. Very fortunate for Andres, however, she already had her trip booked to Yokohama even before she was qualified. Now she is qualified. She knew. She is qualified now, and we're going to have one hell of a finals soon. There we see Andres. Can we have some claps for Andres all around here? We see the chat clapping. We see the crowd clapping. Can we now also see the chat clapping, please?
The chat is clapping at home. We know it. This thing
I would be.
Yes, absolutely. What a fantastic losers final. Now we are also seeing Paul Ash on stream. Both of these ladies are going to prepare for the grand finals, which is also going to be a lot of fun to cast. Or not us.
I'm very excited for it. Unfortunately, Togedemaru is not making it to Worlds, but we do have 2 great personalities, 2 great players that are making it.
Togedemaru and Dedenne both got 3rd place at European tournaments.
It's true, yeah, you're right. But Dedenne can still do it actually in Milwaukee, as it did make it to day 2 there. That you might want to see later if you are interested in seeing some more Pokemon Go.
Yes, I will for sure watch it.
Well, I will watch it with you as we eat some pizza here in beautiful Turin.
Perfect. I still haven't gotten to eat carbonara, so I'm going to...
Really?
Yes.
We need to go. We have so many Italian people here who can help us.
Yes, exactly. So, my food plans aside, that was absolutely phenomenal. And let's summarize a little bit about this tournament, because we have been casting so many games now this day. We had this crazy power outage yesterday. Fortunately for us, Pokemon Go games get over really quickly. Kind of unfortunate as well, because we really want to see more. But we could prolong the tournament. We could delay it to Sunday. And now we have had top 64 play today, which is a new thing that was absolutely crazy. And the trainers are just, I think some of them will be exhausted. They have played so many games today.
Absolutely.
But the performances are still on fleek.
And I also want to give a shout out to the tournament organizers and the judges who have been able to make this tournament, despite having the power outage yesterday and having way more battles today that we really weren't initially prepared for, that they still made it run very, very smoothly. So it's been a great tournament here in Turin, and I'm super excited to see these grand finals.
Yes, shout outs at this point to Susie, who is the lead for the Pokemon Go tournament. Fantastic job. We have also seen some interviews with her. You will see them in the VOD as well later on. So check those out if you're interested in becoming a Pokemon professor.
Absolutely. I think those people helping to make those tournaments and events run smoother, I think that's just wonderful. I definitely appreciate you.
Same.
Everyone involved. It's just great. I just love to be here. I just love to see people perform and being happy and being able to support their people, right? It's just one great PvP community that we have here.
Everyone is just so happy the entire time. Of course, there are so many emotions. Sometimes players who just missed out on their ticket or the top cut are, of course, sad. It happens. But also, those emotions aren't necessarily bad, right? You learn from your mistakes. You know that you really want to win it the next time, and you get even more dedicated. You are training more at home, and you will come back stronger from a loss.
I 100% agree with you. You can only learn from your mistakes. That's definitely something I went through myself. And even though, right from tournaments that I played, and you know, they keep going through your head at times.
You must have learned a lot by now, huh?
So. First Amanda, now this guy. But to my point, you remember, you keep those things in mind, right? Your hardest losses, you will never make those mistakes again.
No.
Who do you think who will win the grand finals?
I mean, there is a lot of momentum on Andres' side, but Paul Ash has played flawlessly. I'm actually going to call that this is going to be another 3-0.
For Palasha?
Yeah. She has played this entire tournament perfectly, apart from the first game that she has played yesterday. So.
And Palasha has been able to see about 2 or 3 games from Andres as well, right? So I think Palasha does have a slight advantage. And just to be spicy, I'm just going to say it's going to be Andres.
I mean, it would have made.
If you said Andres, I would have said Palasha.
I know. I know. That's how we do it around here.
I have no favorite. They're both great people.
Yes, absolutely. They have played their hearts out. It was just fantastic. I don't know what to say about it anymore.
I believe we are going to see an interview with them shortly. They are setting that up currently. I'm very excited to what they both have to say. This is the first time we're going to have a female grand finals. Women have been dominating this tournament, really. Like early on, we saw Nomaki as well, right? Playing against Andres, playing out of her mind. I'm actually surprised she didn't make it to the top cut here as well. We've seen, I don't think we've seen Elena on stream, but a female battler from Switzerland who made it quite far. And we have Palasha and Andres in the finals. I think we have a lot of guys usually in tournaments, and I would love to see that, you know, the women can show we can do it too.
This tournament is fantastic representation for women in gaming, if I may say so. And it's just, for people in general, this was so much fun. Everyone involved had so much fun.
I did.
Pokemon Go has such an amazing community, man.
Absolutely. Now, if we can keep investing into PvP, I think it can even be bigger than this, right? Pokemon Go has a lot of people, a lot of things to it. You know, PvP is only a small part of it, actually.
Yeah,
I would love to see more of all of this.
Yes, but I think we are going to see more of it in the future. We won't stop playing. And why don't we just go to Amanda, to the 2 grand finalists, over to the interview area.
This is truly a special event here in Torino. Not only is it the first time that we've had 2 ladies make it to the top 4, this is definitely the first time we've had 2 making it into the top 2. Congratulations, first of all. Let's take a deep breath and congratulate both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to ask a little bit about how you guys prepared for this event. When you came into it, did you expect that you would make it this far?
Well, I saw the star. Yeah, okay. For me, it's to scream and practice. A lot of practice. Maybe just to try to find some comms and feel confident with your team. And if you don't feel like confident with a Pokemon, maybe you never run, I don't know, Umbreon. Don't try it. Just use the Pokemon that you like it.
Okay, that's good advice. What about you, Paula?
The same as Andres. Do you have to practice, simulate, analyze the meta changes with the season 15, 14, 15. New attacks, new additions to the move pool.
You have to make sure your Pokemon are on the right attack.
Yep. I don't have a Alola Ninetales Psyshock.
No, this time. So overall, how are you guys feeling? Have you ever played each other before? I know that you guys have done a lot of grassroots tournaments, and I mean, are you well known against each other as competitors?
Not so many times. I think yes, 1 or 2. One for practice in, I think was Ember Cup.
I don't remember.
Yeah, with the Third and the Poliwrath and this Pokemon. And I don't think so. It's more times. I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah. So have you analyzed each other's play styles today? Then you know what you're going up against. You already have a game plan. I know you've probably been scrimming it a lot, right?
Yeah, probably.
But let's first talk about your last matchup against Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Yeah.
He was decisively winning at this point, you know, a 2-0. What goes through your mind? How do you calm yourself to pull off that reverse sweep?
I thought that I thought when the game the game 2 was running, I thought that I would win this game, but the Togedemaru got the fellow stingers, so it's what I didn't expect it. But after that, I saw Ama Joke and all the Spanish people like calm, take a breath, and just go play how do you know how to play? So play as you play. You know?
Play as you normally play.
Yeah.
That's really good advice. And Paula, I know that you were most likely watching this game as well. You're taking note of her catches, her bait, everything. How are you feeling coming into this last matchup here? Are you nervous, or are you pretty sure that you have it?
I'm proud being two girls in the great finals. And I think we have an opposite gameplays because she plays very, very, very aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think I play more safe, more. It's curious.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see between the two of you. What about you? Are you anxious? Are you ready? Are you a bit nervous?
In fact, I didn't see it, the team. So
okay.
I know there is like Sunslash and double water gun, double water Pokemon, but yeah, I will play as I know.
Yep.
And
I think
try to do the best.
I mean, it's wonderful already. You guys have both qualified, so I think a lot of weight is already off of your shoulders, and this is more for fun. And like you said, the pride, the two females. But I have to ask, is it more important that you're two females or two Spanish people?
Oh, that's a good question.
Both.
Yeah, both, I think.
And Bonnie as well, a Spanish person. You're taking notes of all the new Spaniards who have been added to the list as well, I'm sure. And also competitors that you have to keep an eye on as someone who's been qualified in Bilbao.
Yeah, like he's like doing less stuff in the games. And it's good. It's going to be good to see Spanish people playing each other in the same.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's a lot of pride there. Well, I won't keep you guys too much longer. Since this is probably the last time we'll be on the couch, is there anyone, again, that you would like to acknowledge or give a shout out to at home?
Yeah, go you. Yeah, okay. For me, all American team, Spanish, that they are encourage us to be here and try to win. And obviously, Johnny, who probably is watching this stream.
We saw he just gave you a call right before we were going on the interview.
Before the interview, yeah. And obviously my family and all the person who I was practice before all the matches, like Basics, 23 EV, Danius, Dagestan, and Concebius, to thank you to Will, the team that I did like at 12 o'clock in the night. So it was like crazy, I think.
And what about you, Paula?
I did them before, but
never hurts more, right?
All my thanks to all the people who are supporting me on Twitter, on Discord, on WhatsApp, on all the social media. Of course, the Spanish army. And that's all.
Yeah, well, like I said, congratulations to both of you for making it this so far. Huge accomplishment, special event in Torino. I'm beyond ecstatic myself as another female. Glad to see some more representation in this field. We're going to go let you guys get set up on stage. Once again, everyone, we are at the finals. Do not go anywhere. This is one never to miss.
That was a great interview to see, Leonard. I'm very glad that these two made it to this grand finals. Very deserved. We've seen a lot of great ballers, but it's going to come down to these two.
Yes, also congratulations to everyone who made it to the top 16, especially also to the top 4, Jojo and Whiskey. Fantastic performances, but these two battlers came out on top. But someone who unfortunately did not come out on top is a Mind Joke, and we have another interview because even though he didn't make it to Yokohama this season, he still has so many great insights that he can give you.
Welcome back, trainers. We are joined here by a Mind Joke and Martin. We are going to continue this interview, and we've been having great insights on how to prepare for the tournaments, how to enjoy the tournaments from a Mind Joke already. And the next question would be, like, the meta is constantly evolving, for example, right? Well, like, how do you prepare for it? Like, for example, if the meta just changes immediately, like a few days before, what is your thinking process? Like, do you just go straight in and start battling, or do you spend some time trying to simulate these matchups and see what Pokemon are good or bad?
Talking about the meta change and a tournament immediately after the meta change, I think it's interesting because, you know, when you prepare normally for tournaments, when there's already a defined meta, you just the preparation is similar every time, right? But this time, you don't come to a tournament with your mindset being, okay, I know most of the people are gonna play this and this and this. I'm gonna find most of the matches are gonna play. I'm gonna find these Pokemons. This time is not that clear. So you're not gonna know what people is gonna bring for sure. So I think since I played many tournaments before, the best way for me is just practicing with the whole stuff that I already knew how to play, and of course do some tests with the new things that looks good. So some things we got looks really good, and then try to figure out how to adapt those new things to the meta. It's not simple when you have so restricted time. But yeah, if you can manage to do this, you're gonna have a great advantage in the tournaments. If you can adapt so fast, then your tournament is gonna be, easier. Let's say.
For sure.
Now, I have a question about one of your favorite Pokemon that has been actually performing quite well in some of these regionals. So you've already been using the Alolan Sandslash a couple times in the regionals, right? I remember in Malmo, the most recent one, and you got to 3rd place there, as we can see by one of your medals. 4th place. The 3rd place also, of course, Dengchen. Yeah, he also had Alolan Sandslash, of course. Now that with its buff, right, it's getting Drill Run, basically the same power as Bulldoze, but now is 15 energy less. How do you feel about Alolan Sandslash?
Okay, as people already, I think, know, I already thought that Alolan Sandslash was pretty good. Okay, I don't say top meta, but he has his spot in the meta. With this buff, I feel like now Alolan Sandslash is one of the top meta picks. I'm pretty sure. The thing that I like the most is that Drill Run is a low energy cost. So unlike moves like Earthquake or Higher Power that they could have, actually gave him, that's not gonna make Alolan Sandslash mostly rely, not mostly, but sometimes relying on baits. So you can just throw straight your Drill Run and it's fine. You don't have to think, okay, for this matchup I need to probably bait the Ice Punch in order to get advantage. No, you just can go straight Drill Run in most of the matchups, and that's what it is really good, I think. And I love they giving Drill Run. For me, it was already good, but now this upgrade is good. And I think this upgrade is also what I needed to upgrade these 2 medals, right?
I can just see the excitement in your eyes.
Yeah. You can't, when I saw the actual moves update, I was probably one of the happiest persons in the planet. One of the happiest persons people in the planet.
All right, I'm glad to see your excitement. I hope you Drill Run your way all the way to Yokohama.
Thank you. I hope so as well. I feel like the fact that I got close so many times, and now I'm playing in my own country, and also they buffed my favorite Pokemon to play. It feels like a sign, right? It feels like a sign. I hope so.
Thank you for your time, a mind joke. If I may ask, how do I say thank you in Italian?
It's grazie.
Grazie, a mind joke. We'll be going back to the tournament.
Welcome back in, everyone. We are finally here for the grand finals. I am Amanda. You probably know me as Lundberger as well, alongside my co-caster here.
I am Count Xevious, and I am absolutely ecstatic to be here. I watched that game, and I was every inch of the way. It was absolutely an amazing experience. That is why we come here. That is why we play these tournaments. Absolutely amazing games.
I think if you guys are just tuning in as well, we have made Pokemon Go PvP history in Turin here. There is the first time the two female battlers are going to be battling it out for the #1 position overall. There are other female competitors that are already qualified for Yokohama, but we've just added 2 more to the list in this tournament alone.
And that is a great achievement. I think in the end, we see that this is an inclusive community, and everybody with talent can make it. And that is, I am so happy for both of them.
I'm in a chat with a lot of females and girls that PvP type of a server, and they were really going ecstatic, cheering on the women as well, and that's wonderful to see. It's it's a community-based game. You have your local community that you can cheer for. I know, like, if you saw out in the crowd, you could hear the uproar of the French people, with so many French people in the finals as well, really cheering on their teammates, the Italians as well. Yeah, it's like a community of its own.
Yeah, now I don't know how this crowd is going to be split, right? Like, you have both Spanish battlers. Whose side is the crowd going to take? That'll be something to watch as well.
That is interesting. And also for you guys at home, whose side are you on? Are you cheering for Polishaw or are you cheering for Andries? Maybe we could get a prediction in the chat of who you guys think is going to take home the grand finals.
That could be a really interesting prediction. But that aside, leave the chat aside. Who do you think?
Well, we're a bit divided here as well. I did say in the pre-show that I believe that Polishaw would be the reigning, not regional, special event champion, and I have to say she hasn't disappointed me so far.
I mean, if you're picking Polishaw, I have to go Andries. And I think one of the biggest hurdles that we were talking about when I was casting Andries' games before is that Shadow Swampert is so good against her teams, and she finally overcame my Shadow Swampert. But of course, there was some slip up from the opponent's side. If Polishaw makes those slip ups, she's gonna take it, but it's going to take a hell of a pressure coming from Andries. And I think Polishaw was also mentioning in the interview that Andries is a much more aggressive player.
Yes.
So I guess that's how you get Polishaw out of the game. Be very aggressive, go for the win, go for the big nukes, and try to win.
Yeah, we have to see if the best offense is indeed a good defense, or maybe the best offense is just an aggressive offense. In the meantime, we have our players pretty much ready. We're going to go ahead and get them introduced to you, and we'll take it to the stage. I know I said it once before. I honestly, I can't stop saying it. I'm so excited that we've sort of made history here in Torino with this pairing overall. I think this goes to show that just because there's not a lot of females playing the game as much, that doesn't mean that they can't be high-level competitors as well.
I think it's always about the skill cap, right? It's never about the numbers, it's about how good you are and how much effort you put into the game, how much time you put into the game, how much time you put into practicing for how you want to be where you are right now. And I'm sure both of these battlers have done an amazing job getting here, and this is perfect. I'm still reeling from the last losers finals. It's just so good. Like it takes a lot of confidence to go 0-2 down and claw your way back 3-2 to take that game.
Yeah.
And every inch of the way, of course, yes, there were some places where her opponent could have played better, but she did not let it down.
Right.
She kept the pressure up. She made him make those mistakes, and that's why she's here.
And I think that's a really, really good point, Abi, because overall, when you're 2 down and it just needs one more battle to win, it's easy to get inside your own head at that point. Yep. It's easy to, like, you could end up losing the battle before yourself before it even begins. But being able to keep that calm, collected head really helped Andries in that last round against JoJo Go-Go Dancer, who had an absolutely incredible run up until that point as well. We definitely have to give credit where credit is due. That was the first tournament that trainer had performed in, and he did not disappoint.
he especially with that Togedemaru as well. And to be honest, it did a lot of work in,
completely.
in the last game. And I was surprised, and I'm sure one of our casters, he would be absolutely, I think he's probably going to be in my Discord saying,
I know,
hey,
exactly.
look at Togedemaru.
We're going to get a lot of I told you so comments, but I mean, I have to agree. At this point, Togedemaru is maybe a decent pick overall, especially since that Fellstinger ended up winning one of those games for that certain trainer. But let's get back onto the field of the Pokemon that are here now. No Togedemaru in sight, but there is that Shadow Swampert you were talking about that was sort of the harder counter for Andres' team, not because it's so good against all the Pokemon, but because overall, it just has a very good neutral matchup across the board.
Yep, I think Andres is now kind of, let's say, test under the fire because she's been going through these Shadow Swamperts on day 2, and now I guess she's in a better position to combat it. That's why she bought those Umbreons and those Lanterns and trying to get that energy advantage or the shield advantage to try and beat the Shadow Swampert. But another thing that I would like to point out is that just looking at Polish's team, the Registeel is looking really, really good into Andres' team. So potentially she has these 2 Pokemon that are going to do that are very heavy hitting with the Swampert and the Registeel that she can combine to get an shield advantage and then potentially close with one of these Pokemon at the back. So it's going to be really, really important how Andres manages her shields and also her energy.
That is a really good point. I want to talk a little bit about that. The Registeel Swampert is a good core that a lot of people had been utilizing, but they were a little bit scared because there used to be a lot of Trevenants running around, right? So Trevenant is a good block to both that Registeel and Swampert together, but with no grass in sight really on Andres' side, I mean, it really gives a lot of free reign for that Swampert. I mean, the Registeel doesn't fear grass so much, but the Trevenant, it is a decisive matchup for the Trevenant. They're being able to reach those Shadow Balls first and having neither the Focus Blast nor Zap Cannon do that much.
Exactly, and it's going to be a game of how to bait out the Lantern from Polish, and Andres is going to have to try to, okay, how am I going to preserve my Lantern? And looking at it from another perspective as well, the Registeel is going to do really, really good against Polish's team as well. The only big answer to Registeel that she has that is absolutely always in a very favorable position is that Shadow Swampert.
It's true.
So maybe Andres can kind of use the Registeel to bait out the Swampert, or use the Lantern to bait out the Swampert and have Reggie at the back as a closer. So it's not like there is no play, but it's going to be how these battlers are going to understand what their opponent is trying to do and counter that play. But I think we are going to see a lot of Registeels. We're going to see a lot of Swamperts as well.
Yeah, and also we're going to see a lot of Lantern from Andres' side, because I think it has a lot of just like the Swampert has a lot of neutral matchups across that board, Lantern, it really can't be stopped by one Pokemon alone on the team.
Yep, and just looking at Andres' draft again, you have 5 Pokemon that are kind of, in a way, can decently do well against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So I wouldn't expect it to come in. So that is something that maybe Andres can take into factor as well while playing her Noctowl, because if she's playing her Noctowl, the Registeel will have to come into it. And that's another way to bait out the Registeel. So there is a lot of play here, and both these teams are fairly balanced. So man, I can't wait for these 2 battlers to lock it in.
I'm very excited as well. If we have to bring it up, again, they said it in that interview. Paula says that she is a very defensive player. She's a critical thinker player, and just we've seen it time after time in these shows that she is indeed an aggressive player. We've seen her like switching in a lot of really good combination plays, a lot of good catches, and then just some straight up good energy management as well.
Yeah, I mean, Andres' catches have been amazing, to be honest. Like, yes, of course, I think a lot of her catches were critical, but I think they've locked in already. Here we go. Let's see what Pokemon come out of these Pokeballs.
Remember, this is the finals, everyone. So if Andres wins this, then we have a bracket reset. But if Paula wins this, guaranteed winner for Worlds. Let's get going here. Immediate swap out into that Swampert, and kind of a suspected, right? I mean, the Swampert's pretty safe overall, making it the best safe swap, and it looks like Andres is going to go ahead and tank this first Hydro Cannon.
Yep, and Andres is kind of forced to stay in this matchup, because as you can see in the back, she really does not have a lot of hard answers to this Swampert. So this Swampert is in the driving seat. Paula knows this and opting to pull up that shield so that this Ice Punch doesn't freeze that Swampert midway.
And going ahead and shielding that up. It still has a lot of energy, almost out of Hydro Cannon, and now almost up to an Earthquake. Again, coming in with one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game. We're going to take this Earthquake, which from a Shadow Swampert's face, it is going to be doing about the most damage you can do to an Umbreon move like this, taking it down to the yellow. You don't expect it on an Umbreon very much, but now this is a ton of energy hitting this foul play.
Yep, Umbreon did tank that like the beautiful, gorgeous animal it is. And here comes that foul play. Foul play, will it be enough? It takes out the Swampert. Let's see what Polisha comes in. It has to be the Registeel at this point.
Yeah, the Registeel coming back in. Doesn't want anything to do with that Medicham, although the Medicham is pretty low at this point. Going ahead and taking this foul play. Paula, again, playing very, cool and under control here, charging up a little bit of energy. I assume you probably go a little bit past. The Focus Blast would be able to take it out at this point. Going ahead, seeing if we're going to catch him, going for that Zap Cannon.
Yep, that was fair. That was perfectly played. That just going for the Zap Cannon so that Andres does not opt to shield and then not get the debuff as well. So this is perfect, but now the Registeel wants to get that extra bit of energy. Unfortunately for the Registeel, the Umbreon gets to another foul play. Will it get to another one? That's the big question here.
It does look like there is a lot of energy left on that Umbreon. We'll have to see for sure. It will indeed be able to get to one. It will get lock on farm down, but at a cost. I mean, still, the Registeel is a little bit in the yellow, and it will be able to get to another move, which we'll have to see if we'll take up a shield from Andres' side. Look at it. Almost at a Focus Blast, now at a Zap Cannon, going to be able to choose its poison for whatever comes in.
Yep, well, let's see what Andres decides to go with. Will it be the Medicham or will it be that Lantern? Goes with the Medicham, and the Registeel immediately going for this big Zap Cannon. Medicham opting to shield here, and this is amazing and a commanding position to be in if you are Andres.
Yeah, oh, but that attack fall does do a little bit, making this Ice Punch a little less threatening to that Noctowl in the sky. I think if you're Polisha, you have a good indication of what is in the back as well, but a Water Gun Lantern is a little bit less fearful than a Spark one. Nevertheless, here it comes in, starting to Water Gun away, already at a Shadow Ball on Polisha's side.
Yep, Shadow Ball coming in, and Polisha, as soon as she saw that Lantern, she gave out a very disgruntled look. But let's see if that Noctowl, she told me that it was her MVP throughout the tournament. Let's see if it can bring it back. In comes this next attack, and it is going to be a Surf.
Even though this is sort of a bait, if you look, the Noctowl is quite low already. The Surf would put it down even lower, and already still at a lot of energy here. And there is still a shield left on Juice's side, going ahead and doing the Sky Attack, a bait of her own. But Andres is normally good at calling baits, but she does not call it this time, using her Protect Shield here.
Yeah, this is going to be critical, but looking at the Lantern's already at this Surf, and this Surf is going to take that Noctowl right out the sky, and it probably will mean that the Registeel is going to get pewed back into the Pokeball.
I have a feeling it might indeed. Wouldn't Registeel at this point would not be able to get to 2 charge attacks to be able to take out both that Medicham and the Lantern. Looks like it's going ahead and conceding here, and countered down for good measure, and Andres takes game 1. She is on a roll.
Game 1, Andres, and she is absolutely on a roll. That was such a dominant display, and that's exactly how you want to go into the grand finals, specifically because you're coming from the losers finals.
Yes, exactly. For a reminder for people, since Andreas did come from the losers bracket, she has to win in this best of 5, which will cause a bracket reset, when then there'll be a whole new best of 5 to play out. So in this regard, Paula has a lot of a wiggle room, so to say. She can experiment and take some time, because even if she loses this, then it's just like a whole nother game.
Exactly. And that's again one of the reasons why it's okay to experiment a little bit. But now for Andres, she has to play every game like a best of 1, so that she gets as ahead as possible. Because if you're coming from the winner's side, you've played less matches, you're more rested, and did not have the, let's say, the mental agony that Andres had to go through to get to the grand finals. So it can kind of add up over time. You saw what happened to Jojo as well. He had this very bad 3-0. Up till then, he was doing really, really great, and these things kind of affect player psyche a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. We could take another example as well. Another French player, Sandudu, he was knocked down to the losers bracket day 1. I believe it was round 3. Went through 8 opponents, 8-0, only to face Andres in their matchups. And at that point, yes, when you've played those many games, sometimes the numbers get a little bit fuzzy in your head.
Yep, in Utrecht, I had the same feeling as well. I got knocked to the losers bracket a lot earlier than I wanted, and then I had to play, I think, 8 games all the way to get to the losers final. At that point, I was like, okay, this is long. Mental taxation slowly starts to set in, and then it's all about fatigue. Some players can kind of overcome this, and those are the great players. The others, like me, meh.
Yeah, I mean, Andres, it looks like she has gone over a lot of the fatigue so far. She has been even scrimming in her downtime at this tournament. Now we have a Medicham mirror, and I believe both of them are running up the pretty standard moveset of the Ice Punch Psychic. It looks like so, but maybe we'll see who wins a CAP here.
Exactly, CAP being charge attack priority, and let's see if they are actually actually going to throw at the same time. Polisha was brilliant, knowing what Andres has been doing the whole tournament, waiting a turn there, mechanically being perfect and throwing this Ice Punch and not wasting that psychic energy onto this Umbreon.
Yes, indeed. Andres has caught so many different charge attacks on her Umbreon doing this sort of thing, but now Polisha not only has all this counter damage has gone through, all these Ice Punches, which is the more effective move against the Umbreon, are also hitting, and we'll have to see what she chooses to do from there. It looks like she's just going to go ahead and stay in for now.
Yeah, kind of makes sense looking at the backline of Polisha as well. She does have a Sableye, and as long as the Sableye is aligned with the Medicham, it's going to be perfect for Polisha. So staying in is the best play, but let's see if she wants to switch out in the last minute to gain some energy advantage in another one of her Pokemon.
I think overall, maybe she can just even choose to shield. Maybe she doesn't even have to go ahead and keep this advantage overall. The Medicham taking that foul play like a pro, almost up to 2 Ice Punches here, going up, doing one more, and she's very nervous here. She doesn't want Andres to keep catching, so going ahead and throwing this Ice Punch, forcing it first shield if they wants to protect the Umbreon, but now Polisha has kept alignment and kept her Medicham with one more charge attack.
Yep, and unfortunately for Andres, she has to come in with one of her Pokemon to farm this Medicham now. But considering counter is resisted, this Medicham is still going to be able to throw a move, and it throws that Psychic. Oh my god, that's going to do a ton of damage onto Andres' Medicham.
And also, looks like did Andres cook it as well? No, she didn't. Going ahead and just going to get as much energy as possible onto this Medicham, only to be met with one of Medicham's hardest counters in that Sableye.
Ooh, and throwing the Psychic. Oh my god, that is an absolute misclick here. Psychic, unfortunately, is resisted by this Sableye, and it absolutely does no damage. Ice Punch would have done more damage than that Psychic, and it is less energy cost as well.
Lucky for Andres, she still had one Ice Punch at least stored here, so there it goes into the Sableye. And I think if you're Paula, you're in a pretty commanding position, going ahead and releasing that foul play. And I think we're going to see a switch out. What about you, Abby?
Yes, especially after the shield now, it makes a lot of sense to switch out, because Registeel now will almost always win this matchup unless a miracle happens. But we know that Andres is capable of these miracles, and she's done so throughout the course of the tournament. So let's see what she can cook.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to remember as well, their switch timers are misaligned, and Andres has been infamous in this whole tournament for wonderful catches, so don't count it out just yet. However, it is getting pretty close as this Zap Cannon goes through. One Protect Shield left on the board. If it gets the attack debuff as well, I think it's going to be a little bit worse for the wearer.
Yep, going immediately for that Zap Cannon. Is there an attack debuff? No, there is no attack debuff. This is critical because this Lantern is now going to do a lot more damage than what it would have been able to do with that attack fall. Here comes the Thunderbolt. Polisha, knowing that this will do a lot of damage and opting to shield, giving no space for the Lantern to go.
No space at all, and no shields left on the board by either side. The Switch Timer is just up but not able to reach it in time. The Zap Cannon is going to connect with that Lantern here. We'll have to see what Andres chooses to do.
Yep, Zap Cannon does a lot of damage, but unfortunately for Andres, there is an attack fall. Yes, coming in with the Medicham, and in comes the Sableye. Now the Sableye is going to get quite a lot of farm, and not being able to reach that Ice Punch. Wow, what an unfortunate course of event. Sableye reaches this foul play, and this foul play is enough to take out the Lantern.
Yeah, they were both at the charge attack priority, it looked like as well. That Surf was going to go through, but at this point, the Lantern goes back into its ball, and the game is now tied up 1-1.
Yep. All of this engendered from the fact that she threw the Psychic on onto the Sableye. If she went straight Ice Punch, she would have got to 3, and the Sableye would not have had enough energy.
That's absolutely a really good point. Sometimes the blind format says, I have to bring up that last round as well. If people didn't see it with the JoJo Go-Go Dancer versus Andres, it was the very end. There was a potential Surf to be thrown, and JoJo did have the move for the Psychic, but he ended up clicking on the Ice Punch instead. And sometimes these little things can prove costly in a match. And sure, if it's just one match, that's not that big of a deal, but if it is the decisive match, yeah, sometimes it's a little bit worse in that case. However, look at all these people. We see Whiskey, one of the opponents. We see a lot of people who are still out there supporting everyone. Yep. Raging Taz getting pet by Heisenberg.
and apparently everybody is being called out who's been sitting there, but that is amazing. That's a lot of energy, and I think that the people out here are also as excited as we are to watch these games. Now it's tied 1-1, and sometimes what happens is when these matches are 1-1 is kind of a pivotal point in a lot of series, being that, okay, if you go 1 ahead, then you're 1 match away from trying to reset the bracket if you're Anderson, from trying to go, from sealing your ticket to Yokohama if you're Polisha.
Yeah, exactly. This is basically now like the scores back to 0-0. Best of 5s are a completely different beast in general. Normally, at this point, they would just need 1 more point to win overall, but since these are not best of 3s, essentially, yeah, we're starting over at this point.
Yep, you are absolutely right. We're starting over, and that's something that I really need to learn because I cannot play best of fives. I've tried multiple of them, and I've only succeeded twice.
I think that Status Stan has this big joke about that as well because he's always doing very well. He always made it to the top fours, but the best of fives are just not his friend. However, he did manage to overcome it in Utrecht, so I mean, don't count anyone out there.
Yeah, and if I ever play a best of five, I think I'm gonna pick the play out of Stan's playbook by using a die, because for me, I kind of have a good understanding of what to pick in the first 3 games. But once it gets over those first 3 games, I'm like, what now?
Yeah, exactly. That's true. It's completely different formats because sometimes you have to take a lot of risks, right? High risk, high reward. Like you said, these teams are also very, stable and safe overall. A lot of meta picks. I know that Polishaw has done very well in the past with that Alolan Sandslash, but like you said, there's not really a lot of wiggle room for it here in these matchups. But maybe in these matches, she's going to try it because it's not expected.
Yep, and she did the unexpected game number 2, right? We said how strong that Shadow Swampert was. She elected not to bring it, but before we discuss, let's see if she brings it in game number 3. Both are locked and loaded. Let's see what happens here.
And we have a Lantern into the Registeel. We saw this play out a little bit before. Since it is a Water Gun Lantern, it is applying a bit more of that fast attack pressure as well. And it looks like both of them are staying in. We'll be able to hit the Zap Cannon beforehand, but not before a Surf. And Andreas going a little bit safer here, saying, I want to make sure that I'm getting actual damage in case I get that attack debuff.
Yeah, that is exactly how you play it out in the even shield scenario. Throw the Surf first and hope against all hopes that this 60% chance does not apply to you.
We'll have to see if it will indeed apply to this Lantern at this point as no shield goes through, bringing that Lantern down to the yellow and a little bit worse there. It does get that attack ball. Looks like Andres is staying in, just getting up a lot of energy, throwing another Surf, not phased at all.
Yeah, but this Reggie is already very, very deep into the red. Just looking at the backline, I think Andrea is in a very commanding position because the Reggie still will have to throw energy to get rid of this Lantern, and that's exactly what the Reggie does. Andrea now knows that the Noxal can do a lot of work because its biggest counter, Reggie, is going to be off the field real soon.
Yes, and in comes that Sableye to basically Shadow Claw down before the Registeel's even able to get to another charge attack, but Noctowl comes in to face that Sableye, which is one of the harder counters to it.
Yep, the Lantern is now flying, and I do not know why it's taking resisted damage from these Shadow Claws, but here comes the return. The return's gonna do a lot of damage. Oh my god, that is the aggressive play that Polisha was mentioning throughout the tournament.
And if you look, it looked like Andreas was trying to catch that Shadow Ball, but Paula going ahead and charging up a little bit of extra before throwing this Sky Attack here. This Lantern is the weirdest looking Lanterns I've ever seen. Oh, that's because they have wings and they're in the sky. Another Sky Attack going through from this Noctowl onto Andres. She still has 2 Protect Shields left.
Yep, she's in a very commanding position as well, but she still has to get through the Medicham, but in comes the Medicham, knowing that, okay, I need my Noctowl to try and get rid of the Sableye. The Medicham comes in, and here comes the first Sky Attack. This Sky Attack is going unshielded, saving both the shield for that Noctowl at the back.
I think this is a pretty good play overall. This is going to be obviously super effective damage, but these counters may be enough before she gets to another one. This could be a very decisive moment overall, even though the Sableye is very good against the Medicham. It's 2 Ice Punches stored here.
Ooh, this is going to be close. Was that Shadow Claw enough to take out the Medicham? Here comes the Ice Punch. This is going to get shielded, but was that Shadow Claw enough? If that Shadow Claw was enough, it's going to be... Oh, it was enough. Oh my god, this is going to go right down to the wire. Here comes the first foul play, and it is a charge attack priority, and Sableye winning it.
Yes, Sableye does win it with the higher attack overall, but we have to remember Polishaw still has 2 shields left as well, using the first one up here, and these wing attacks are doing a lot of pressure to the Sableye. Andres has a choice here. I think the obvious choice is to use that shield up, now left with 0 shields, but a lot of energy on the Sableye.
It takes 5 for the Sableye to get to the next foul play. Will it beat the Noctowl to the back-to-back? Oh, it's a charge attack priority, unfortunately, and Polisha does have a shield, and this is it. Polisha takes this game 2-1.
Yeah, you could see Paula nodding there. She knew that she had to hit that at the same time to ensure that no Shadow Claws were going to be able to sneak in, that Andres' Sableye wouldn't be able to get there beforehand. This Sky Attack about to connect with the Sableye, and indeed, like you said, Abby, 2-1 going to Polisha.
Man, that was an amazing game. That was a lot of back and forth between them. At every inch of the way, both players had a chance to win, and both of them tried to outmaneuver around the other's win condition. That was absolutely amazing gameplay there.
And both of them taking very vigorous notes at this point as well. You notice this, I always wonder what people are writing down after each play.
I'm pretty sure what Polisha is writing down. She's writing down her Noctowl is now a Lantern.
Yeah, but
and it runs wing attack and shadow ball and sky attack.
Yeah, it's completely different moveset after these move updates.
Who would have thought, right?
Yeah, but I like what you were saying earlier before that matchup even started. No Swampert in sight for that game either, despite the fact that, yes, it plays so well against Andres' team. I think Paula realized, wow, Jojo Go-Go Dancer also had that Swampert, tried to use it often, and Andres has already found a perfect formula to work around it.
Yep, and I think Andreas really had this game in the bag. All she had to do was stay in with the Sableye and then give 2 shields for the Noctowl. But then again, I think she was predicting something else like the Swampert at the back and wanted to lure it out and save a little bit of energy on the Sableye to be able to flip that matchup as well. Of course, this it's a show 6 pick 3, but the 3 Pokemon your opponent have, you do not know. So you will have to make guesses, educated guesses, throughout the course of the game.
This is a lot on the line right now for everyone who is watching if you're just tuning in now. Since we are in the finals, if Paula Shaw takes this next game, she is our guaranteed special event champion of Torino. Andres just needs 2 more, however, to flip this bracket reset and become the potential champion herself.
Yeah, man, I'm really hoping she managed to bring one back so that we have more games to watch.
Yes, I can't argue with you. In that case, yes. And for this round, I will also cheer for Andres because I would love to see more games, more content, please.
Exactly, and all of us want to watch more games, and top-level Pokemon Go PvP content is why we are all here, why we sign up for these tournaments, and why we watch them. To everybody watching from home, if you still haven't voted, please vote on the chat.
Yeah, make sure. And also, another thing to point out is that Andres did it before. She reverse swept, so I'm counting it out. And this is a wonderful start for her with this Lantern coming in to this Noctowl, and indeed was a Noctowl that time.
Yeah, Lantern coming into that Noctowl, and unfortunately, it's a Reggie safe swap. And as we discussed before, Reggie is very good into Andres' team as well, and that's exactly what Polisha is going for. But Polisha, is she prepared for what Andres has at the back?
Yes, going ahead and getting up to the Zapcan and releasing it. Will she be lucky again? This is the question. As this goes unshielded, will this Zapcan once again debuff the attack of the Lantern? Well, waiting on bated breath, not even waiting to find out, going ahead and immediate swap out to that Sableye.
Yeah, that is an amazing player because before the Reggie reaches to the Zap Cannon, I think Sableye will reach this foul play, giving no room for error there, making sure that the Sableye takes out the Reggie Seal, but she undercharges it. The Reggie will now get to the Zap Cannon, and that is going to be a critical mistake.
I think that she maybe wanted this one. I was hoping that she could get a couple more Shadow Claws in, knowing that Noctowl is there. I guess she didn't see a lot of room for Sableye or use afterwards, so thinking that if I can at least get up to this return, I can do a lot to damage. But there is that Medicham, like you were saying.
Yeah, and you saw exactly what she did there. She wanted a little bit more damage coming in from that Registeel onto the Sableye so that the Noctowl is not able to farm it down. But unfortunately, that was a little bit too much so that she couldn't get to that return. The return would have done so much more damage.
And Polisha with that amazing counting as well, realizing I think she's one short here, but here comes that Registeel, which is one of Noctowl's hardest counters here. Noctowl already at a Shadow Ball, though. Andres still has 2 shields.
Yep, Andres needs to start pulling up shields here because what is at the back is going to be a big hill for her to climb over. And here comes a Medicham. Medicham doing super effective damage with those counters. Zap Cannon coming in, and will this get a debuff? The debuff will critically change how this match goes on because the Lantern can then come in and do some more damage to this Medicham.
We have to look over on an immediate swap out. Again, there is an attack fall. The Lantern does come in here, only to be taking a Psychic. Again, Andres has 2 shields. Will she ever use a shield? There she does that 1 second. There we go. And we have to remember that Medicham is being debuffed as well, so these counters are not as effective.
Yep, and these counters are not doing a lot of damage, as you said, but these serfs and water guns are slowly adding up. Medicham is already in the red. Of course, will Polisha give 2 shields for the Noctowl, and that's exactly what she's going to opt for. 2 shielded Noctowl. Can the Registeel and Lantern make their way through this Noctowl? Noctowl is such a bulky Pokemon. First shield coming up, and the Surf.
Yeah, Surf not going to be able to connect here because indeed this shield is up. Polisha still wing attacking down here, knowing about her win condition might have to be here. She's got to go through a Registeel. She's got to go through a Lantern. These are 2 of Noctowl's hardest counters. This Sky Attack going through, it usually doesn't do that much, but at this range, even Andres is choosing to protect it.
Ooh, this Protect Shield could be costly because the Noctowl is already at almost at another Sky Attack. Will she get it? Yes. Oh my god, this will come down to a farm down. Can the Noctowl afford to farm this down? But it could also come down to the Reggie coming in and then lock owning the Noctowl down. She needs to swap in now, and that's exactly what she does.
Waiting just one turn and going ahead and getting to that Shadow Ball. Will the Shadow Ball be enough as well? This is going to be a very, very close matchup. It's going to come down to water guns, and it's going to come down to wing attacks at this point, as this lock-on will not be enough. Will they? Oh my goodness!
Be so close.
Everyone at the edge of their seats here. Will they be able to make it? And Polisha makes it at the last second.
And Polisha is now the champion for the Utrecht. It's for the Torino regionals, and amazing gameplay here. She's been on fire. She's not dropped a lot of games throughout the whole tournament. Absolutely amazing gameplay from Polisha.
Incredible matchups. They're coming down to the very wire. The water gun versus wing attack. You would think the water gun would be more effective, but just the health and the bulky Noctowl. And also, you see these two Spanish females hugging it out. They know, hey, no matter what, we both made our ticket to Worlds.
Yeah. And I, for one, know that Andrea has already booked her ticket to Japan, and that's another level of confidence before coming into the tournament.
That's a good point as well. Another fun fact about Andres, who has qualified, her boyfriend also, Johnny Owa, qualified in Utrecht as the special event champion, and she has now become the special event runner-up. So I think there's something special for the the couple in these special events.
That's actually really amazing to see, and I've noticed her throughout the course of the day, chatting with her boyfriend and trying to get better, scrimming against him. So they are both made their way, and I mean, this is an amazing story. But the actual hero of this story today is Polisha. She came in here. This is her second tournament, winning it and absolutely thumping her way down that stage, hugging her friends, and now she is going to Japan, and she also is the special event champion.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see it. There's a lot of Spanish players, even some Italian players coming up to congratulate her as well. We talked about it a little bit in the interview with her, and I made a joke because she did compete at the EUIC, and I think a lot of people had their eyes on her because a lot of the competitors know her as a very good battler from the Go Battle League, from different grassroots tournaments. Unfortunately, she did register the wrong charge attack on her Ninetales, so she ended up losing a round because of that. And I mean, you start a tournament out like that, it gets a little bit harder to compete.
Yeah, it's always difficult once you make a mistake like that, because I know other players who have done the same, and it's almost impossible to claw your way back once a mistake like that happens. Unfortunately, rules are rules for a reason, and that is exactly why you have to implement them.
But I think it was a hard lesson learned, but a lesson learned indeed, as I'm sure she double and triple checked her team overall to ensure that she had the correct team for this event. And let's face it, she definitely had the correct team, as she outplayed every one of her opponents, not dropping a single round.
Yep. I mean, that's. I think the only other person who comes close to this performance is Human Catcherbug.
That's right.
From Liverpool. That's also one of the most dominant performances we have seen, but this is another level, because this is a new meta, and it takes a lot of skill to figure out a new meta, come in here and just absolutely dominate the competition.
And what's kind of fun about this is I think that she probably would have played Alolan Sandslash even in the old meta, but it does look like a new meta pick that has only been even upgraded. And we did get a chance to see it a little bit in action overall. We didn't get to see that many of her games because, let's face it, because of that power outage yesterday, we had so many games to go through, but powerhouses of games that we played today.
Yeah, today was very sweaty.
Yes,
and I loved it.
Yeah, I can see it from here. You're glistening.
Yeah, I just need some more powder.
Oh, maybe that's it. Overall, once again, congratulations to Polisha, congratulations to Andres, and also our top 4 overall, Jojo Go-Go Dancer and Whiskey ITJ.
Yes, exactly.
One of the only Italian players to make it into the really top 8.
I think it was like when we started with the top 64 today, 50% of them were Italian, and then the next came the French, which was again almost let's say 30%, and then there was like 8 Spanish battlers, and then 3 Germans, and then so on.
It just also goes to show, though, how many people came to this event, right? We knew that it was the last event of the European season, and there was a lot on the line for a lot of these players, and it was actually really wonderful to get to see some people that we hadn't seen for a long time. I know that one of your good friends that was here, and you got to be able to meet up with them a little bit more as well.
It's a great experience. So we've been friends for a long time over the game, and this is the first time in three years that we are meeting each other. So that's something that's really nice.
Yeah, once again, the community being able to come together because of Pokemon Go.
Yep, and I think Italian community is absolutely amazing. They're very friendly people. You heard the noise from the background, right? And this is one of those times in one of those few arenas where you can really listen to the noise, and it also hypes us
goes up, and that's an amazing feeling to have when you're casting a game.
Yeah, it's like pretty much electric here, and it's not just because of, again, that power outage. It is because the atmosphere of all the games combined as well. You see so many people. If you see those camera shots, you see TCG, VGC people. There are thousands of people here walking around. It's a really quite an impressive show.
Yep, it was the last event for all games, right? And I know that for some TCG players, all they had to do is to get to day 2 to get enough points to qualify as well. So it's a very, very important event for everybody.
I mean, for Pokemon Go as well, we've had some heartbreak, like with the Mind Joke. We showcased his stories a little bit earlier. He unfortunately didn't make it, but I mean, we also made history at this event with 2 females being the top 2 contenders and really playing it out very aggressively to be able to qualify for Worlds. It is a very exciting match to end on.
Yep, and you know, it is life, you know.
Yep, exactly.
You can't have it all. You can't have this dream run from a Mind Joke and also want Paula to have this dream run also,
exactly.
or make history with 2 women competing in the grand finals of a Pokemon Go PvP tournament as well. So I think if I had to pick, I'm really happy with this grand finals. Actually, I was really happy with also the losers finals as well.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of the hypest match, and I'm so sad I was not able to cast it.
I have to say, all the matches have been incredible today. I mean, the performances, a lot of wins just by 1 HP or some catches or some misclicks and some throws when you didn't realize you should have done something else. It's like, again, the heartbreak, but also the hype of the crowd going on is just like, it's why we do it, right? I mean, and we have to also remember, Pokemon Go is in its infancy. This is only our 2nd season. Can you imagine 5 seasons from now, 10 seasons from now, when we're as seasoned as the other players, when we have more players in Pokemon Go than the TCG and VGC combined?
Ooh, that's going to be something to look out for. And as you said, like, you always need to constantly be updating your skills as well. The mechanics change, the game moves change, the counts change, the energy generation from the different movesets also change. So in the end, if you don't constantly keep battling, you're going to be left behind, or you're going to have to play catch up. And believe me, having taken a step back from Pokemon Go PvP for a year, it takes a lot of time to catch up.
Speaking of catching up, for those of the people who are maybe just tuning in now, I'm so sorry if that is the case, because you've missed some very, very good battles. Could you maybe catch people up for some of your favorite things that you saw in this tournament so far?
Oof, I told already, number 1 is the losers final. That was an amazing game to watch. Another one was the game between Sandudu and Andres. It came down to a series of events, right? So calling that Dragon Claw bait, I think Sandu, all he had to do was go straight Blast Burn.
Yes.
And then giving an opportunity for Andrea to win, and then she absolutely seizing it as well. And game number 1, when I shoutcasted that Giraffe rig, where I did not like its animation for double click, please make it the same as a Dubwool. All it needs to do is turn around and kick with both its back feet, and we are good to go.
I don't know, have you ever seen a giraffe fight? They totally use their necks. I think it is a legit move, although not really a kick, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely love to see that.
But in the meantime, we're going to stop talking. We're going to go ahead and let the interviewers take over. We're going to go talk with Paula Shaw. We're going to see all the rest of the winners. It's been an absolute pleasure casting for the very last event.
Sure.
And we will catch you guys next season.
See ya. Welcome back, trainers. We are joined here still by a Mind Joke. And he's been doing a great job so far representing the community. I know that you've been playing this game for such a long time, I think from its inception. So can you tell us a little bit about some experiences that you had a lot of fun just playing this game?
Okay, so yeah, as you just said, I started playing this game from day 1. To be honest, when there was some advertisement about it, just prior to coming out, but I wasn't really interested in it at the beginning. Then when it was about to come out, I was playing a lot of massive multiplayer online role-playing games, and when I realized, wait, but this game is going to be the same as those, but you play it in real life. So I felt like, wow, this is something for me. It's like, at the time, I wasn't going out too much. I was more a home person.
Yeah.
So when it started, I realized, wow, I can still do the same thing, but outside. Yeah. And I started playing a lot outside. I started going a lot outside, something that I wasn't doing before. I started meeting a lot of people. I met a lot of people through this game. First, the local ones, but then, when we started using like socials and stuff, I met, not really met, but started talking with people online. So like the thing became bigger, and I was enjoying it so much. As I'm a grinder by nature. That's what I was doing in those games. So I started grinding. I love to grind the medals in the game. So the catches, the battles, berries, whatever it was. I was the first one in Italy to reach like most of the achievements. The one that was like the most important, let's say, for me, was the 1 million catches achievement.
So a mind joke. I've been playing this game for a while as well, and one of the things that you really stand out in the competitive scene is that you also, outside of the competitive scene, have a lot of achievements. Can you tell us about, for example, your amount of catches?
At the moment, I'm over 2 million catches in the game. 2,200,000 almost. Wow. Okay. I used to grind a lot. The thing was, for me, I could have grinded basically while doing other things. Like, let's say I have to go to the supermarket. Okay, so it was an excuse just to grind in the journey, let's say. So I was using this for everything I had to do. Like, okay, I have to go there. Okay, I can grind in the meanwhile. But it was good because it was something that pushed me to do stuff, like things. Go outside, do this. Go outside, do that. It was actually something that pushed me doing in real life stuff. It was really good.
Yeah, to be honest, when I moved to Brussels from India, the game really helped me as well. I did not know a lot of people in Brussels, and the game and the community helped me, blend in. And going for raids, going out for events, going out for socials with all the locals really, really helped me. And that's one of the reasons why I started playing a lot more. The community really, really helped me. And I guess as long as there is somebody to provide this, and people like you can really give back to the community a lot.
Yeah, I think so.
I 100% agree with you, Count Sevius. One more thing, that grinding really helps with getting the resources for PvP as well. So thank you, Amindjoke, for this insight, and let's get back to the tournament.
Welcome in, trainers, to another episode of Perfect Play. My name is Martijn, also known as Inadequance. We're going to take a look at how one of our competitors at the 2023 European International Championships read his opponent perfectly to win a battle. In this decisive match 3, the well-known battler Though Tactical has a tough team composition for Scafo 99. The Shadow Charizard has a positive matchup against about every Pokemon from Scafo 99, even the Shadow Swampert. The only Pokemon from Scafo 99 that is able to deal with the Charizard is the Shadow Alolan Ninetales when shields are up. Not surprising, Scafo 99 decides to play it safe and lead that Alolan Ninetales, and successfully catches the Charizard lead. As the battle progresses, Though Tactical is able to pull shields and catch not one, but 2 charge attacks in this battle. While Scafo has perfect alignment in this game, his opponent is about to squeeze his way out of it and makes this very difficult for him. In the final moments of this battle, Scafo has to make an important decision. Shield the Shadow Swampert from the Registeel, or shield the Shadow Alolan Ninetales from the Shadow Charizard. He decides to let the Focus Blast go and is going to try and pull it off with some high level energy management. As he reaches 2 Hydro Cannons, Scafo now realizes that his opponent might snipe his energy. Sniping the energy in this case means that Though Tactical could switch into the Charizard immediately to catch Scafo off guard and to knock out the Swampert with a single wing attack, because it does more damage than those lock-ons, and by doing so he would deny all the energy that Scafo built. However, Scafo, being a very clever battler, is being very careful of this. He anticipates Though Tactical possibly doing so, as we see Scafo wait just a fraction of a second wait, and then throws the Hydro Cannon straight into the Charizard, allowing him to win this battle between 2 top-tier battlers.
Tap dancing on a tightrope. I don't know how they managed to pull that off, juggling so much energy, charge attacks, their Pokemon, their switches, everything was just on the line there. Scafo able to come away with the victory.
Hello Pokemon trainers, today I'm going to give you some insights on baiting with charge moves. Every Pokémon can learn up to 2 charge moves of different types and with different strength. An outstanding example for this is Charizard, a Pokémon that has been played a lot in Great and also Ultra League lately. Charizard is usually going to run Wing Attack as its fast move and Dragon Claw plus Blast Burn as charge moves. Blast Burn has a power of 110 damage for just 50 energy, meaning that you will be able to use the first Blast Burn after 7 Wing Attacks. Dragon Claw has a power of 50 damage for 35 energy. For this attack, Charizard only needs 5 Wing Attacks at first. If you compare these moves, Dragon Claw appears a lot weaker, but it is an incredibly powerful tool. To elaborate on baiting, let's look at the popular matchup between Charizard and Galarian Stunfisk. Usually, Galarian Stunfisk has a much better matchup because it reaches these double super effective Rock Slides really quickly. With only 5 Mud Shots, it can take out a Charizard in 1 hit. This matchup can flip, with a little bit of an energy advantage on Charizard's side because of its bait move Dragon Claw. In a scenario where both players are on 1 shield and Charizard has used 1 Wing Attack already when Stunfisk switches in, it can use 6 more to charge up the Blast Burn. If the Stunfisk player anticipates a heavy hitting Fire type move, they will for sure use their Protect Shield. If Charizard in fact used the Blast Burn there to KO the Galarian Stunfisk, it will lose 50 energy and is unable to get to another Blast Burn before it will inevitably be taken out by a Rock Slide. If the Charizard trainer used the Dragon Claw on the other hand, then it will reach the second Blast Burn just in time to hit the opposing Pokémon for super effective damage and will take it out together with the damage from the Wing Attacks. This works the other way around as well. If the Galarian Stunfisk trainer anticipates a bait move, which would be Dragon Claw and does not shield, they might get surprised by a Blast Burn. Of course, you will also have to consider if it makes sense for your opponent to bait. In scenarios without a shield, this is never going to happen. Also, with certain amounts of energy advantage or disadvantage, your opponent will be more or less likely to bait with the charge moves. To sum it up, baiting with charge moves that take less energy can help you win incredibly difficult matchups, but you have to be careful when you use them. If your bait move goes unshielded, it could get you in a very tough position. That was all I wanted to tell you about the charge move bait. I hope you can use this information in your next matches, and Count Xevious will tell you more about when to throw your moves if you and your opponent have different types of forest moves. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Eventually, all good things come to an end, and this was our last tournament in Europe this season.
The competitors played in this tournament started with a fresh new Open Great League meta, but only a couple have figured out the puzzle to this tournament. Let's take a look at the number 4 here.
Welcome, congratulations to Whiskey ITJ!
In number 3, we have Jojo Go-Go Dancer!
The runner-up, who caught about 200 charged attacks this weekend. Congratulations, Andres! Andres, you came all the way from the losers bracket and qualified for Yokohama. What are your thoughts right now?
Very excited, like everything is happening, all this crowd screaming, so it's like very, very proud of me and all the Spanish people who is encouraged me and Paula.
That's absolutely phenomenal. So we saw you perform absolutely phenomenally. So what was your best play this weekend?
Best player? I think Paula, that's why she won.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much, Andres. Guys, give it up one more time for Andres!
And then the final winner of this tournament. Can we get a massive applause for Polasha? Polasha, how are you feeling after this victory?
Estoy más nerviosa ahora que cuando estaba jugando. Me tiembla todo, no puedo... Necesito un tiempo para asumir las cosas porque todo está pasando demasiado rápido y ya está.
She's feeling very, very excited, like his body is tingling, so she doesn't have words to express how she feels.
Which Pokemon has been your most valuable one? Which Pokemon has been your best?
I think Noctowl, tuvo un nerfeo con la entrada de los hielos en el meta, pero creo que sigue siendo muy buen Pokémon. Con Trevenant nerfeado está muy fuerte porque es de los pocos counters reales de Medicham y creo que fue el Noctowl.
She thinks that is Noctowl, even with the after the all meta change and even the number of ice Pokemon increase, she thinks that Noctowl is the best, even with the Trevenant number decrease. So that's Noctowl. She thinks is the best.
How did you approach the new moveset update?
Yo creo que ha rebalanceado bien el meta porque el triángulo del RPS del Lantur, Noctowl, Trevenant lo ha roto por varias partes, porque Trevenant bajó mucho y Noctowl con la entrada de hielos es diferente y yo creo que ha favorecido mucho el meta y que es un meta mucho más sano, mucho menos RPS de lo que era en la season anterior y a mí me gusta.
She thinks that the meta changes because the most important triangle with all Noctowl, Lantur, Trevenant changed. So at the end, the meta is like healthier. So it's like for now it's better to play. So
Are you looking forward to going to Yokohama in Japan?
Todavía no me lo creo, o sea, han pasado demasiadas cosas en demasiado poco tiempo. Todavía no lo he asumido, que tengo el viaje a Japón y mucho orgullo, era un sueño de hace muchos años, estar aquí es un sueño y muchas gracias por todo, muchas gracias al staff, muchas gracias a la organización, a los comentaristas, a todo el mundo por hacer un torneo tan maravilloso.
she cannot believe that she's here in the States with the gold medal. So she wants to say to all the staffs and all the persons who is inside and outside, like trainers, that say thank you. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Palasha. Can we give one more massive applause for your winner, Palasha?
Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a fantastic event, but that's going to be it from us.
We would like to give one more thanks to our production crew, to the staff, to the tournament organizer. We hope you all loved these streams as much as all of us did, and we are very excited to see you in Yokohama.